that show me subscribe.
Make no mistake, we're the only black people in y'all that only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking. With the linear in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, pause. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, wiggling the eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say.
That the entire purpose of affirmative action set aside civil rights laws, laws that limit constitutional rights to freedom of contract, freedom of association, all of that was to make up for the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. So unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational black Americans, the descendants of American slaves, you've taken away the whole purpose of this. So to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational black American, I'm always pointing to unless these benefits are going to roughly defined, foundational black Americans, the descendants of American slaves.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to you built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Good morning, family. Good morning, our lineage. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Positive vibes only, you dig? So we doing right now. It's Labor Day, which is our day, you dig? Hold on, my fault. It's Labor Day, which is our day. So kudos to us, you dig? Not everybody will give us our flowers for this labor we did to build this country. And not everybody labor was involved in building this country. People just came here, pulled up at the table, grabbed a napkin, put it in their shirt, fork, knife, spoon, empty glass, and said, I'm hungry, feed me. I'm hungry, feed me, Seymour. That's what they said. Disrespectful. And they finding out the hard way. You dig? They are finding out the Tim Hardaway. They are finding out the Penny Hardaway. You dig? But they're finding out. Delineation's a must. Delineation is kind of like turn your other cheek, you dig? But just more fierce. You dig? It hurts more. It's a non-action, but it draws actions. It brings about actions. How can this non-action? It's just a mindset. Bring about so many actions. Sleek Bay, Thank you. Appreciate you, bro. Top of the morning. Super chat 999. For the love of the lineage, we got Passport King, JJ Morris, Aquarius Minded, K. Ka Speaks. We got Sleek Bay in the building. Super chat lineage love. Regular. Claude Zan Dam. You dig? So speaking of Labor Day, you dig, which is our damn near our holiday. You dig? It's damn near just our holiday. And we got a lot of claim to this, so we should really flex our muscles. And speaking of Labor Day, look at what's going on in the truck industry. Look what's going on in the truck industry. The jobs are back for Americans. So I'm guessing this SLLE44. So I'm guessing that this parking lot was used to be full with trucks operated by illegal immigrants that obtain CDLs the illegal way. Look how, yeah, so the truckers are like amazed how empty the competition has been. Like the trucks, how empty the parking lot's been. And they, of course, they loving it. They're in and out. Places that used to take 4 or 5 hours to get their load, they're like 15, 20 minutes in and out. Check this out. Baker Boy, good morning.
Indies. And look at this.
The #1 Switchblade.
Thank you, man. Empty.
Empty, he said.
This is what people is calling the Trump effect.
The Trump effect.
Here we go, baby. Clean the industry.
Hey, I don't give a damn how you feel about Trump. He could be the biggest racist in the world. He is giving Americans jobs back to Americans. The competition with these, the competition with immigrants in that parking lot is gone. There's no competition in that parking lot. Americans won. So he know, like, yo, we won. We are here top of the line. Only people in the line are Americans. You dig? So if people feel like that, people feel like, hey, jobs starting to come back. You dig? Especially just getting rid of illegals. Not even like, we're not even talking about legals leaving. We're revoking their visas, for whatever reason. Lottery green cards. These are just illegals who never belonged in the country, should have never had work. Just with them leaving, look at the parking lot. The job's coming back to Americans. Peace to your granddaddy nurse. Listen, so this is one truck parking lot. We ain't done.
You ain't DAT.
Another one.
Well, don't get at you. You see.
Now, the first guy was a white guy, or he could have been a Latino citizen of America. But this is a foundational Black American, another citizen. And like looking back, like, yo, no trucks here, but foundational Black Americans. So that's letting you know how many illegals were operating trucks illegally. You dig? Employing these illegals. But according to Jasmine Crockett, nah, they're not taking the jobs you want. They're picking cotton on the farms. You don't want to pick cotton no more, do you? Yo, ICE been raiding everywhere but a damn farm to get these guys deported. Some of the best buildings ever ICE been at. Yo, these illegals ain't in no damn farm picking cotton. They're doing career moves. Look at this. Trucking industry. I didn't know that was picking cotton. I didn't know Americans didn't want to drive trucks. What about all the construction sites they're being caught on? I didn't know we were not into construction. I thought they took the jobs Americans didn't want to do. I didn't know we didn't want to do construction. I didn't know we didn't want to drive trucks. And I didn't know we want to work in manufacturing facilities. I didn't know that, Jasmine Crockett. That's news to us. 420.
Man. Well, don't get out here. I ain't ask you, did I speak English and can I read and write English? Boy, look at here. Right here in Dallas, Texas. If you ain't DOT ready. Good. All right.
I heard they pausing on.
They are celebrating, yo. We are celebrating. This is Labor Day. This video's couldn't come at a perfect time. I got these videos on Labor Day. You did?
Good. All right.
Diamond.
I heard they
Peace.
pausing all the visas, which that's a big win for American truck drivers.
See?
Because majority of the truck drivers are foreigners. And a lot of them don't even.
Yo, nah, they could do all those Trump rating reports all they want. But I want them to poll just the working class. Not, everybody. Because people got their bias regardless of what President Trump does. But I want them to do a poll just on the working class. A rating poll on Donald Trump, just the working class. And let's get a real rating for people that really matters. Okay?
You speak English.
Maxwell
So how did you
Jenkins,
get your
peace.
license in the first place? You don't speak English. So now that and a lot of them don't even speak English. So how did you get your license in the first place? You don't speak English. So now that they're putting a pause on all you guys' visas, we told them carriers is coming. Reckoning is coming. Ever since that U-turn happened, I say, yeah, they about to lay the smackdown on these illegal drivers driving these damn semi-trucks. And here we go.
Anthony McDowell,
Let's get it.
peace. Grand Rising,
Yeah,
bro.
bad news for illegals and people who can't meet the requirements. Excellent news for American CDL drivers, though.
And by the way, I love this channel right here. This is Pink Book Lessons. This is one of my go-to channels for some quick information, some quick news and updates. I love this channel. Sister right here, FBA sister. It's very successful. 121,000 likes, almost 500,000 subscribers. I love Pink Book Lessons. She's real classy. Even when she got to cover some rah-rah stuff, she bring the classiness. Let's listen to her pleasant voice.
Look, they're not packed up at the truck stop in New Mexico anymore. Used to be flooded. Now, ghost town. Then out in states like Texas, you have reports of DOT pulling drivers in left and right at weigh stations, asking one simple question: can you speak English?
Now, stop at these warehouses in Jersey. You dig? Okay, that's the road. All right, let's keep going. Stop at these warehouses and hold up a hold up a Dr. Seuss book. The first line, and ask them, can you read this? Watch you clear out hella factories, and you'll see the American public working. You'll see the American unemployment rate go down. You'll see the black unemployment rate go down. I can say black because we're the only black people, so it's only exclusive. When I say black, I'm never including nobody who's not black. And the only people who are black are people with a lineage in this country that go to slavery. Keep that in mind.
Boy, don't get out here. And he asked me, did I speak English and can I read and write English? Boy, look at here, right here in Dallas, Texas.
All right. So now let's move on. Okay, so now Tariq Nasheed played this woman last night. This hating African tether. Look at this fool. Okay. She thinks she dropped the mic. Listen to this fool.
So this woman here,
Black Love
she's
17,
Ghanaian,
Afro Troop.
and she's mocking
Now,
foundation.
I'm telling you, yo, when it comes to the diaspora, from my experience, the people we will less likely ever build an alliance with anytime soon, a friendly or even business relationship, unfortunately for them, are Africans. They are the least melanated people that we got to worry about ever building alliance. They are they take the disrespect, the hate, the tethering to a whole, they make Caribbean tethers look like they're our ride or die brothers and sisters. Like these African tethers, like they take tethering and hate to a whole nother level. I told you that to me, they're really no different than a Chinese person. I look at them as the same people. One just more melanated. But that's how they operate with us. That's how they deal with us. Like them. So why would you expect a Chinese person to link up with you and do something with you or hire you and employ you or respect you? So I look at them as dark-skinned Chinese people. They both are never in our spaces. You dig? They both don't be at the sports bar. They both don't be bowling with us. They both don't do this or do that. Africans and Chinese people are just the two missing links. But it's more embarrassing for Africans because they're supposed to be our brothers and sisters from another mother. But listen to this.
Black Americans
Just bad winch.
talking about, Harriet Tubman, who's an African, saved us. Hold on, let me play this beat real low. Hold on.
Fair use.
All right.
So an African freed your ass. So I'm gonna move a bit down. Her grandmother was a goat. See, the jokes writes itself.
Yeah, she looks just like a damn cockroach. I ain't gonna lie to you.
This woman that saved your ass. Saved your ass. Age Moses that saved your fucking ass. Ghana. Tubman herself was told.
Yes, that's why I didn't mind a boycott on African salons. Matter of fact, I'm putting a pause on all Africans and everything they do. Just me personally. I'm not doing no national nothing. Just me personally. I'm putting pause on all African activities. That's just me. And y'all do what y'all want to do.
Resembled the Ashanti people, ethnic group from Ghana. So fucking African. Freed your ass, bitch. I can never be a favorite.
The Prince of Paraphernalia, aka the Pop Piece.
Okay. And look, I know.
All right. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I just can't do anything with them. Now, here's the question killer, right? This is the question killer. As you see, I just asked tethers and Pan-Africanists, and they all crash out. The one question you asked them is, she said, now I'm going to respond to her with that one question. The question is universal. It's a guaranteed W. All right, she just said, this African freed your ass. My only question to her is, what African sold us? So if she's an African who freed us, it's only right because you sold us. So it's like you're doing your job. You're trying to make it right. This African freed your ass. Okay, what African sold us? And they all get quiet. It's like, okay, see? So it's only right that an African should free us. Now, I'm just playing into her gaslighting, but that question, when you ask about Africans selling us, that hurts their soul. That's almost as dangerous and potent as foundational. Like these are words they don't want to use in their lexicon and their vocabulary. Foundational and African sold. African sell or transatlantic slave trade. They don't want to hear those words. Because they know as long as we talk about who they sold, they know that the gap of friendship or allegiance or alliance, like it just spreads. It doesn't come any closer. This is why they got to revise history and say white folks came in there and stole us, snatched us, kidnapped us, all these different terminologies they use, but they never say white folks came in there and bought us. That word bought is not going to come out their mouth, or trade or sold. Okay? Snatched, kidnapped, stolen, or whatever. From who? And who did the kidnapping and stealing? Because it wasn't white folks. So I just want to humble them with that question. Who sold us? Peace, Somali. And that question usually get them to shut up and start mumbling, stuttering. All of them do it when they come over here. Unc West from the Pseudo Killers, Brother Reggie, Proper Perspective, and Revenue. All of them came over here and stuttered like hell. Stupides, Haskell, Hitchens, all of them was stuttering when you asked that question. Rich Religion LA says they erased their culture and identity and reminded them of Africa. It wouldn't be possible to trace anything to Africa at all. JC said they played a African in the role and the move. Now they think Tubman was African. Right. Right. So peace to Rich Religion LA. Do me a favor, family, just like the video, subscribe, hit the notification bell as I make you guys moderators. All right. Peace to Urban Commute. Top of the morning. The Watcher, you already know what it is. He says morning, 4th, yeah, he in AZ. 5:40 a.m. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, what is your degrees right now? No cap. What's the degrees in Arizona right now at 5:40 a.m.? I need to know. Peace to Armageddon. Peace to Intuitively Wise. Harriet does not have African prototype forehead, is small, and have growing hair. Let's get it. Yeah. Hit the like button, please. You know, I ain't gonna kill y'all too much this morning. Not yet. But let's keep on.
They're not
Oh,
witty.
yeah, and I don't think Dr. Maya is gonna hop on. She emailed me. She acted like she was. I believe she tapped out. I've been trying to keep up with her, keep emailing her. Hey, what's a day? She said 7 a.m. was no good. Now I got more time. I'm like, yo, okay. How about 11 a.m.? How about 7 p.m.? How about 9 p.m.? 10 a.m.? Yeah, she tapped out. So they did a video last night. I'm gonna play it, and the video is proof she tapped out. All right, because she gonna get that same question. She already answered it though. She already answered that question correctly, but I got other questions for her. I got those Garvey questions for her. You know what I mean? So that's what I do really. I talk about the slave trade, they tap out. You talk about Garvey, they out of there. You dig? They definitely ain't coming on. So I'm sure she peeked to the channel. She seen some of the videos. Like, oh no, he's attacking our leader, Marcus Garvey. Oh hell no, I ain't going on there. He knows the truth. He knows he was the biggest scammer ever in Black history in America. I'm not going over there. Yeah, so she ain't coming. Good morning, FBAs. Peace, Miss D. We got the Mandalorian in the building. Grand rising to you. We got Iron Malt 2, Gordon. Iron Malt 2, Gordon. Let us know. Are you of the lineage? Are you a spectator, tether, supporter? Let us know something so we can give you that wrench if you're with the lineage. If not, you just can chill right there.
They try to be witty. Yeah, I know she looks like she's so very musty. She looks so very musty.
Get that root work.
And then not witty.
Root work
She
Jones
got
gonna
the
get
crunch,
you.
her braids coming loose. Listen, here's this thing. They're trying to co-opt our ancestors. Well, let me take it down. Yeah, I know.
Before Tariq Nasheed responds to that, all right, Iron Man, let me give you a lineage wrench, make you a mod. Just like the video, subscribe. Show the other mods how to like as soon as you come into the building. Callie, Kilgore67, peace to you, Grand Rising.
I know she's crunchy and ashy looking. I know. Yeah, these people are so butthurt that we have delineated. Listen, let's be very clear. Harriet Tubman, her birth and identity was rooted in America. Harriet Tubman was born enslaved in America. She wasn't an immigrant. She had no personal or cultural connection to Africa. Her life story from birth to death was lived on American soil. We're not doing that. You're not going to take credit for our icons when we had to get out here and stomp on our damn own. Harriet Tubman, just like all of us, foundational Black Americans, there was an ethnogenesis of foundational Black Americans. By that time,
Mr. Big, peace.
the Africans already mixed in with the indigenous people here, and they'd already formed
And white people, right. She was already a foundational Black American.
a very new and unique culture here in America.
The experience.
And that culture was foundational Black American. There was an ethnogenesis. Yeah? So her spiritual visions, her songs, cultural and coded communication, that reflected a created foundational Black American survival system. That was not no African tribal culture. And there's no evidence of no Asante connection and all of that.
Right, he's just making shit up. But don't let the lights get too far from the live. Right now, we're only 50 likes, 96 people watching. Normally, when that happens, when the likes are so lazy, normally we'll end up with 180 people in here with like 70 likes. It'll just get worse. So just go ahead and just like the video. And when you set that stage, that precedent, folks who come in, they just like it right away. But once they see the gap, folks come in like, well, why would I like it? Nobody else liked the video. It must be trash. It must be about cooning, and they must be tether supporters. You dig? why there's an FBA channel with live viewers, but nobody's liking the video? You know, they get suspicious.
There's some
I know I would.
historians that suggested that her grandmother might have come from Africa, but some people are saying her grandmother was born in Maryland. So it's kind of all over the place as far as that.
Yeah, but her grandmother could be from Africa. Oh, big deal. She's still Harriet Tubman still ethnogenesis don't happen overnight. You dig? It's a process. So she was part of the ethnogenesis. So I mean, if I don't have a problem, it's like a Malcolm X. If y'all want a Grenadian, want to claim them, go ahead. You could claim half of them, and we'll get the other half. You dig? So if y'all got some ties to Harriet Tubman, to direct African, you know, Ashanti, go ahead. But we get the other half. So she's still one of ours. She's still transcended or transitioned into the ethnogenesis. It still was that don't go nowhere. It's still there. So okay, whatever. But y'all thirsty. Y'all sold her. So I don't know why y'all want to get her back. You sold her. Like I don't. That's the thing. You sold her. When you sell thing, why are you trying to get it back? Are you going to repay white people? No. You're just mad because she turned out to be great. She turned out to be part of a great lineage that became greater than the lineage that sold her. Harriet Tubman's like Mike Jones. She was like Mike Jones. Now they want her. You ain't want her before. Now she lit. Harriet Tubman name ringing bells. Now you want her. She's Mike Jones.
But still, she had an ethnogenesis. She was here at the formation of the United States. She had an ethnogenesis. Her resistance
with
was
the African connection.
American, ladies and gentlemen. I want y'all to understand that. Harriet Tubman, her struggle was shaped by slavery in the United States, the fugitive slave laws, the Underground Railroad, the Great Dismal Swamp. Her strategies, her bravery, her spiritual outlook, those were products of the foundational Black American experience.
Right. We just could ask a simple question. Oh, where is she so African? What African language does she speak? Oh, what spirituality did she practice? What religion? What? Okay, yeah. Nothing about her was African, other than you talking about her great grandmother. Everything about Harriet Tubman was foundational Black American. So that's all we got to say. Like you know how that the folks ICE is asking truck drivers, "Do you speak English? Can you read English?" Okay, then you good with me? If the answer is yes, well, we do the same thing. You claim these folks are African. We just got two questions for them. Can you read English? Can you speak English? All right, you FBA. You start speaking that old cockroach language. Yeah, you something else.
Not African culture. That sister risked her life in swamps of Maryland,
back in trolling,
going along these secret American
Dark
routes.
Wing, I'm gonna
Wasn't on
come
no
here for
African
30
battlefield. Yeah. And
It ain't like you
nobody
gonna call in.
Black sold her out like they did in Africa.
Right. See, I said that first. Like, yo, why are you claiming the people you sold? Like, who does that? Can you imagine the slave master be like, nah, he one of us. You're claiming he's a foundational Black American ninja. Nah, he's one of us. I sold him and I want him back. Nah, it's not how that works.
No, we didn't sell her out.
We took her in,
huh?
Embraced her, gave her a great culture.
We didn't sell her out. The people here didn't sell her out. The people of the Great Dismal Swamp didn't sell her out.
Right.
Yeah, you can't claim that now. Y'all would have sold her out like y'all did everybody else. Come on,
yeah,
now. Y'all not gonna
thirsty,
play that
yo.
game.
Yo, they
All
are.
about you from Ghana.
They are thirsty for a hero, man. Give us Malcolm X. Give us this person. Anybody have? Give us W. Du Bois. Like, they are thirsty for a hero. No. Can't have W. Du Bois. Can't have Harriet Tubman. Can't have Malcolm X. They are so thirsty for a hero. Why don't you prop up Patrice Lumumba, somebody, Nelson Mandela? Show us your heroes. So thirsty for a Black American hero.
when you got the damn Elmina Castle, yeah, if somebody's from Ghana, your ass helped sell them. If that's what you're saying, that means you sold the person who was related to Harriet Tubman.
Don't forget the claim they make. Don't forget the claim they make. They claim they didn't sell their own people. This is what they say. This is what Uncle West told me from the pseudo killers, the community of skeptics. They told me that Africans didn't sell their own people. They sold another tribe. So Harriet Tubman ain't yours. So that means we are not yours. Everybody you sold, remember, wasn't of them. So yeah, we ain't y'all. Yeah. That's what we keep getting told. We keep getting sold. They didn't sell their own. They sold other tribes. All right, so we not y'all's then. You can't have it both ways. But like Tariq saying, like you sold her out. Like y'all sound crazy trying to reclaim what you discarded as trash. And then when that trash flourished better than the seller, now all of a sudden, yo, you one of us. Again, it's the analogy I keep making. It's that kid. It's the kid that had like a weird upbringing. He might have been a nerd, some Steve Urkel type guy, some JJ from JJ, you know, the Good Times. It might be that type of kid. So everybody stay away from that person. But then that person ended up getting a height spurt growth, right? At 13 years old, that kid went from 5'4" to 6'4". You dig now, 16, playing basketball, doing really good. Now the kid's 6'9" on some Anthony Davis type shit. 6'9", #1 player in the country. Now all of a sudden, they're getting Facebook friendship requests from relatives. You dig? Relatives want to follow him more on IG all of a sudden. Now he's the first pick of the draft. Now all of a sudden, yo, cuzzo. Like, nah, who are you? You dig? I don't have no cousin. It's just me. And that's how we feel. Like, no. We become that celebrity, LeBron James type of person. No, we don't have no cousins, man. Sorry. Hold your own. And that's where we're at. You know, ain't no more cousins. Ain't no cuzzo. Yo, Africa, look. Let me show you how beautiful Africa is. Nah. I'm in the most beautiful country on the planet. And that's because our hands built it. And that's why Labor Day, we're celebrating Labor Day.
You sold him. You don't get to circle back and start claiming, oh, this is one of our greats. No. You don't get to do that. Harriet Tubman didn't get no help from Africa. Harriet Tubman liberated dozens of enslaved foundational Black Americans. She received help from other foundational Black Americans. All right? Some abolitionists, some white, some in the white church, but that primarily was foundational Black Americans who she got assistance from.
Yeah, so the abolitionists, the Quakers, like they get half credit because a lot of them had a different agenda for us. They wanted us out the country. They said, you know, hey, create a tunnel, get out of, you know what I mean? Like, that's just a fact. So a lot of the abolitionists and the Quakers, whoever was assisting us, they didn't assist us. They didn't fight for citizenship for us and rights. You know, they was against slavery, but they were not for freedom and equality in America. They're like, hey, you can have that freedom and equality in Sierra Leone or Liberia, but in America, nah, this is a white country. That's exactly how the abolitionists and the Quakers and whoever else is supposed to be on our side, that's how they all felt. Or damn near all of them. So we had no real ally with them either.
She didn't get no assistance from no African leaders, no African government, no African tribes, no African dignitaries, nothing. You don't get to claim that. Her network was strictly a foundational Black American-born resistance. Yeah? Y'all not gonna get to circle the block and try to double dip on the claims now, because yeah, too many of y'all non-FBAs were way too complicit in the slave trade. Them African elites, including groups like the Asantes, They were some of the main ones collaborating,
Told you.
selling captives to Europeans and the Portuguese, Lacados, all they were up there in the mix.
Right. That ain't hard research. So it just amazes me when a Pan-Africanist and a tether will reject obvious history like that. Chat. How? Okay. Let's see. Anybody in the chat? Alfred, I already said peace to you. Black Feather, Cherry. I'm saying your name right. Archery. Black Feather Archery. Peace to you. Good morning, Grand Rising. Who else is in there? Sergeant King. Let me see. The Mandalorian. Okay. Let's get it.
No. You can't. No. You're not going to ignore the fact that those African leaders historically helped supply the very system Harriet Tubman fought against. You don't get to circle the block now.
Nope.
Come on now, let's get them. We got over 3,000 people in here. Let's get up to 5,000 people in here in the next 20 minutes. Y'all give us some retweets. Harriet Tubman's legacy is foundational Black American. She was a Union spy, a nurse, a freedom fighter during the Civil War. Look.
Yeah, family, y'all might want to take a look at these likes compared to the live viewership. All right. Let me just show y'all. Now, I keep telling y'all the importance of liking the video. So we at 140 watching now. We're 83 likes. We're like 60 away. And I already told y'all the importance of the likes. The likes is what put this video and the channel and those algorithms for other FBAs, because we rarely get invaded by tethers over here. We rarely get invaded by white supremacists. So a lot the likes we get in the algorithm of other lineage folks, other lineage minded folks. So the likes are very important.
She never claimed an African identity. She was always celebrated as a foundational Black American freedom.
All right, what y'all talking? What Alfred say? Let me see. Okay, all right, okay, Alfred. Yeah, I gotta remove that beautiful wrench from your name. All right, so let's get Alfred in here. Alfred. The chat be active as hell. Oh shit. The chat be active as hell. Alfred, click that link. Let's have a discussion. Alfred. Now, Alfred, here's the problem. Chef Jeff, peace, Buck Baby, peace. Mackie Slim. Let me make Mackie Slim a moderator in the place of Alfred. Alfred, here's the problem now. You're no longer protected by a you're no longer protected by a wrench, buddy. So now you can call in, defend yourself, but it's not gonna work out for you without that wrench, buddy. Because without you calling in, the chat has the right and permission just to block you. No timing out, no deleting. So it is 8:59. Alfred got until 9:01. So family, if he doesn't call in by 9:01, hit that link, just block him. No timing out. Delete his messages in between, but give him to 9:01. And if you don't call in 1 minute, just block him. Just get him. So somebody keep his name right there and just block him. 1 minute. Renaissance woman, peace.
Yeah. See, that's it. People try to get into these historical erasure tactics, trying to brand Harriet Tubman as an African. That's like the Essence Fest. You see, everybody's trying to dip into the history and dip into our culture and rebrand it, and we're just not letting people do that. She never claimed an African identity. Yeah? See, all of this historic cultural erasure, that undermines the reality of the foundation of Black Americans. We created our own lineage and culture independent of African identity. See, everything we do, they have to try to tie it into something African. Everything, if we create a music genre, hear somebody go from some African studies class, well, listen, drill music, you got to understand where that came from. 2,000 years ago.
They be killing me. That drum sound, I heard that. Wait, listen to this drill song by Fabio Foreign. Wait, see that drum sound? That is Congo. That one drum sound, that sample, that's Congo. You couldn't have been successful without that drum sound. So we got Alfred in the building. As long as Alfred, unmute yourself. And so we got Alfred in the building. Get his microphone together. And as long as he don't cut me off and talk when I'm talking, we are good. Alfred, get on unmute. So the rule is simple. Be respectful. You're in the house of the lineage. Unbiased. Ron, unmute. And you won't be able to fast talking here. We're just gonna have a conversation. Okay, so Alfred, what makes you believe that Tariq Nasheed's wife is white?
I seen her.
Okay, cool. So you could look at people and you could tell their ethnicity.
She's white. Yes, I could tell she's white with that dirty, stringy hair. Yes, I could tell. It's not hard to tell a white woman from a black
wait. Slow down.
And
So
she's a
Mariah
smart.
Carey. So Mariah Carey's white too.
Mariah Carey's mixed.
So his wife's not mixed.
No, she's pure white. Have you seen her mother? Like,
okay, all right. I just want to know. All right, brother.
You mute me?
Yeah, you not mute you. It's no longer. I mean, I had to get rid of him. I don't want to argue back and forth with you over something dumb as that. You dig? So I wasn't going to mute you and then talk over you and do that game. I'm just kicking you off. So yeah, if you talk in the chat, they're going to block you. Yeah, like you said, you could look at people and tell they're white. That's interesting. You have a hell of a skill, brother. So we don't need a DNA test. We don't need paperwork for who's FBA, who's not. This guy could tell you. He can look at you and yes, FBA. Nope, you're not. Okay, you turn around, get out of line. No check for you. Like, I'm not going to entertain that. I'm thinking he's going to have some old like deep, see, what happened was most of her life, she was filling out white American, something like that. I'll listen. But this dude said it's her mother. So her mother, that don't make any sense. Her mother can't sleep with a black man and have a mixed baby? Black baby? Yeah, you bugging. Like, better evidence was to show that most of her life, like Kamala Harris, they were putting something else down. You know what I mean? And then watch this. And then, well, let's say if she is 100% Anglo-Saxon. So what? Black people date interracially. And he ain't no leader. Oh, your leader got a mixed white. We don't have a leader for one. And black people, I mean, that's a newsflash. Black people date interracially. Serena Williams, Tiger Woods, and okay. Michael Jordan right now. Travis Hunter. So are they not foundational Black American because they chose to date interracially? Like, so like the talking points are just garbage. Like, let's assume his wife is 100% from Italy. Now what? Oh, see, the leader, he's not a leader though. Oh yeah, he's a leader. Okay, so you're just making up a narrative to argue. That's why I kicked you off. There's no point. We're having a great morning. It's our holiday. It's Labor Day, and you ain't about to ruin it. Oh, you gonna mute me? No, I'm not gonna mute you. I'm kicking you off. It's a big difference. I'm kicking you off. I don't want to have that crazy conversation with you where you can't prove it. And you got me going crazy, asking you crazy questions, and you can't answer anything. This dude said her mother. I'm speaking about her. And then at the bottom line, let's say if she's white, now what? Okay, now what? Hey, that's also part of FBA culture. We interracially date, whether you like it or not. That's a real option in America for some folks. And guess what? They're still FBA. You got FBAs who coon, like Larry Elder. He don't become an un-FBA because he's cooning. He's an FBA who coons, and he will most likely get a check in his coonery. You dig? So that falls apart. Like, we're talking about something bigger than that. I'm not interested in who is diamond dating or who is Satchel Ohio is dating. That's not my interest. Maybe when everybody's on code, you dig, majority of the lineage is on code, and maybe we can come to that discussion. Like, hey man, let's date within the race. It's important. and get on that Malcolm X shit. But right now, this ain't the day and time for that. People don't even know FB. People are FBA and don't even know what it is. And that's what I was trying to explain to Unique when he was saying, "Hey, man, we could do FBA, we could do federal contracts, all these glorious things." And to me, that's kind of like going too fast, especially after a Umar fallout when he fumbled the ball. Like the last thing I want to do is be part of a promise to FBAs after Umar. You dig? Oh no, I will not be after that guy. Yeah, FBAs, let's all get together and let's get the federal contracts. Nah, I'm good. I will not be behind Umar trying to gather nobody to do something with money. No. Let other people come in between, make sure the coast is clear. Then I can say, hey, yeah, let's do that Unique thing. But nah, no. My thing right now is just to galvanize as many FBAs as possible, get on code, and then make awareness, signal boost it to folks who are FBA but unknowingly, okay, let them know. And then we want the FBA talking points and the word FBA. We want it in the mouths of politicians, Republican and Democrats. It looks like, well, we know for a fact that Republicans are already using the term FBA before the Democrats, which is ironic because the Democrats would say they're racist, they're this and that, but they are using the term that we embrace without us even asking them. They just took it and used it. They're admitting we built the country. They're admitting Labor Day is our holiday, and the Democrats are silent or anything that we are pounding our chest on. So, yeah. Anyway, Tariq, take it away.
Village in Nairobi, there was a drum circle and people used to go around singing drill raps. No. Let's be real. Harriet Tubman, her spirituality was distinctively foundational Black American. Her vision.
Oh, wait. Let's get that back. My fault, family. Let's get that back.
Hear somebody go from some African studies class. Well, listen,
here we
Black
go.
Americans, we create.
This is funny. I want to get back to it. My fault.
See, all of this historic cultural erasure, that undermines the reality of the foundation of Black Americans. We created our own lineage and culture independent of African identity. See, everything we do, they have to try to tie it into something African. Everything, if we create a music genre, hear somebody go from some African studies class. Well, listen, drill music, you got to understand where that came from. 2,000 years ago, in a small village in Nairobi, there was a drum circle and people used to go around singing drill raps. No. Let's be real. Harriet Tubman, her spirituality was distinctively foundational Black American. Her vision, her prayers, her songs. She understood hoodoo and root work.
Yeah, I had a African tell me, wait, what did he say? What did he try to take from us? Oh, breakdancing. Yo, he gonna share a video of a starving African slipping on cow piss and try to convince me he's breakdancing. Like, dude, will you stop, man? Yeah, so what he's saying is like the chase is crazy, man. The dude is slipping on cow piss, trying to catch his balance, and she act like he's trying to do the dime. Like, and he fell right on his ass. Like, dude, stop it. Stop it. Like that. Yo, be proud of what you guys are doing. Don't show us samples of what we're doing and samples of this comes from this place. And no, what did you do with the samples? Nothing. Exactly. What did you do with the minerals that white folks come over and take? Absolutely nothing. Like somebody said that the other day. An African will literally trade a pure 24K gold bar for a bag of rice. Like that's where they're at. Yeah, no country would be successful without the metals and this and that from Africa. Well, why ain't y'all successful? Y'all got more than anybody. You give it away for liquor. K2. You dig? Scissor. Y'all give the minerals and resources. Y'all have no value in that stuff at all. And then when you guys got lucky and got black gold, which is oil, you just stop producing. This is a fact. They stop producing everything else. They said the hell with the other imports. We're gonna only import, no, export. The hell with the other exports. We're gonna only export this oil. The hell with the fruits, the sugar cane, whatever else they had going on. They said screw that. We're gonna focus only on this oil. And then guess what? In 3 months, the country's rich as hell because the stock market, oil go up and down. So in 3 months, they're balling out like Jim Jones. And then 4 months later, because oil goes up and down, the prices drop and now they back with flies over their face. That's literally what happens in the countries with oil because they depend on oil, and oil goes up and down. So that's literally what happens. They're balling out some of the year like Jim Jones, and then the other half of the year they got flies in their face because the oil market went down. That's literally, y'all can easily Google that. They call it the resource curse, by the way, family. I think I'm lying? Okay. Okay. Watch this. They call it the resource curse, and it's mainly dealing with, it mainly affects Africans. Look. See, this is what the tethered dreams can do to revenues. They can't just honestly research stuff. What is the resource? Look, it says right there, top one. What is the resource curse? I don't be capping. And it got Africa right here. The image is Africa, and it's the bottom of Africa. So these are the darker nations, not even up top with the lighter Libya, that type of stuff. The bottom of Africa. Watch this. The resource curse or paradox of plenty is the phenomenon when countries with abundant natural resources like oil or minerals experience slower economic growth and development compared to countries with fewer resources. This negative outcome is driven by factors such as volatile commodity prices, Dutch disease, which harms other economic sectors, increased corruption and authoritarianism due to what I can't read that. Move out the way. What is it? Oh, reliance. I couldn't see it. When you have Zoom, this thing blocking it. Due to reliance, look. They have corruption and authoritarianism. That's your Ibrahim Traoré. Due to reliance on resource revenue rather than citizen taxes and conflict. Did y'all hear that? It's called the resource curse. They rely too much on resource, the minerals and things like that, rather than citizen taxes and conflicts. Is literally called the resource curse. So when they talk about all that come from Africa, yeah, but that's why you're failing. They're not incentivized to build nothing because all they got to do is, hey, you want to buy this, you want to buy that. That's the resource curse.
Yeah, that was us. That was our culture. Harriet Tubman, she became a symbol of foundational Black American self-determination. She represented that resilience that foundational Black American have, the self-liberation, family reunification, community.
So when they talk that, the resources, the minerals, everything, but y'all losing because of that, man. Y'all over focus on that. Y'all don't want to deal with nothing else that's civil. It's so, you see, like they're so used to grabbing something and selling it. They are so used to grabbing something of value, see no value in it, and sell it to folks who have value in it and could make use of it. That's what they're doing. The resource curse. They got a bunch of FBAs over there. Here you go, white man. Take these guys. They just used to just grabbing and selling. We got oil. Here you go. We got gold. Here you go. We got sugar, cane, rice. Here you go. They're just used to grabbing stuff and just selling it. They never do it themselves. Just put the hard work in. Where's all the hard work in your land? There's nothing hard working about, hey, you want something? What do you like? That's like a garage sale. Hey, what do you guys like? Sold. Like, what's so special about that? What's so innovative about that? Then you sell it to people who makes use of it. Then they become first world countries and they come back and kick you in the ass and just take it. Like, that got to stop happening, man. It's the resource curse.
Community defense. She embodies how foundational Black Americans fought for freedom without outside help. See, they talk about Harriet Tubman because some of the church people were involved, but let's be very clear. The way she was able to move up and down was because of Black maroons. She was going in and out of the damn Dismal Swamp, and that was a place where white people couldn't even go. So that was us. So trying to put her into the African bubble, that's them trying to really erase her true identity. Because a lot of these folks, they can't point to their globally revered heroes, unfortunately. And I'm not trying to beat up on nobody, but we just got to speak truth to power. And going back to Harriet Tubman, let's look at her own words, family. Because see, we can't let people disgrace and lie on our ancestors who were riders. We can't let people do that. Now, in 1859, our good sister, Queen Mother Harriet Tubman, did a speech. She did a speech.
Yeah, also, I'm going to tackle one of conservatives' biggest arguments against FBA culture. They like to bring up, or our position, they like to bring up the lack of wedded homes, right? Single parent homes. So I'm going to do a video explaining the origins, the root, and the reasons why we have a single parent home issue, epidemic here in America. All I'm gonna say is some of what you think, but it ain't all of what you think. It's a really maze, like M-A-Z-E. It's a really it's like no one thing to pinpoint. It's a whole bunch of different things. When you want to talk about connecting dots, that's how you connect some dots. Like, there's a lot of dot connecting. It's not just one thing. Oh, this, that, and it's not that. It's a lot of different things involved, and they all got to work perfectly for this thing to work. So it's definitely systematic, but it ain't one thing though. See, people lose when they point it to one thing, and then they debate, and then they get, they point out something else that contradicts that. It's an L. So, but it's a lot. I've been avoiding it because it's so much research, so much preparation. But I see people talking about it more and more and more. So I'm like, you know what? Let me just do the video.
And where's that? And let me show you guys an excerpt from that speech, August 2nd, 1859. This is her own words right here. In this speech, she said, let's go down here. Just so the white people had got the N-word here to do their druggery, and now they're trying to root them out and send them back to Africa. But they can't do it. We're rooted here, and they can't put us up, or can't pull us up. We are rooted here. This is Harriet Tubman.
I'm gonna fact check that right now. Hey, ain't that going into the ACS? I told y'all what I just say. I said those abolitionists, those Quakers, they might have been against slavery, is wrong to enslave people because they're religious, whatever, their religious views. But that's half of the fight. The other fight is citizenship and rights. They were not for equal citizenship, equal rights. Citizenship and equal rights under the Constitution for foundational Black Americans. Y'all find that research where abolitionists and Quakers were fighting for foundational Black Americans to have citizenship and equal rights under the Constitution, and then we can give them their credit. That ain't happening. John Brown did all that slaying only to get us up from plantation slavery, but he wasn't doing no slaying for us to get citizenship and equal rights. That ain't happening. All right, so let me see this right here. This quote. Let me see this quote. Hold on. I don't know. I don't want to waste another chat with GPT search. So I'll take the word. Let's assume this is correct.
Tubman's own words. She said, we are rooted here and you can't pull us up. That's her talking. That's her own words. All right? She knew what it was.
Darkwing, you still in here trolling, bro? Darkwing, I'm gonna have you. You don't know anything about that culture. Yeah, Darkwing, bro. I'm about to have you. I'm gonna have you sleeping with the fishes in a second, because you don't really add no value to this channel at all. You just a critic, a dumb critic at that. But we got No Love Chuck. He said we don't need foreigners in our government. No Love Chuck, bro. I'm gonna make you a moderator. Give you a lineage wrench. Please like the video, like the other ones that are not doing. You dig? We're still behind on likes, big time. We got Guillory. Most countries that have natural resources, they have a lot of poverty. It's a curse and it's also a blessing. Exactly. Let me make Guillory a mod. Guillory will bless you with a lineage wrench. Just go ahead and bless us with a like. So Scorch Source, his message got the. He said, what did he say? He said, no men present in this chat is opposing information causes you to block the person who has different view. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, Scorch, I disagree, so I'm gonna block you. But Scorch Source try to give us a lecture on why we shouldn't block people. Well, brother, I don't receive your lecture. I'm gonna block you. Listen, man, I hate this notion where people got the right to say what they want to say in your spaces. Yeah, and then they lie because, dude, you're not doing that in court. You're not going to court for something, whether you're the plaintiff or defendant, and you're just going to talk and express your First Amendment right, Second Amendment right to just freedom of speech, freedom of everything else. You're not doing that in court, bro. So stop. You're not going to your job and it's a quiet environment. It's it's a meeting, and you're gonna express your freedom of speech right there. And dude, stop. Dudes be trying to make you accept abuse. Hey, man, you should let me talk bad about you while I'm in your sacred settings, because you're weak if you got to block me from talking bad about you and your lineage and your sacred. What do you, man, block? What are you talking about? Yeah, I reject your lecture and I blocked you. Let's see. See somebody else that was new. Somebody else was new in the chat. I want to give the lineage, the new folks, their mod. Yeah, if let me see Darkwing. Let me see Darkwing. If you say one more, oh yeah, okay, bye. Okay, you know what, bye Darkwing. You know what else is weak? You chatting in our spaces, man. That's weak. All right. Anybody can say things are weak. You're blocked though. Goodbye. And by the way, like this Tariq thing right here was not supposed to be part of the live stream. Just so happened that I was watching him this morning, catching up, and I heard him go over. I didn't even watch this whole video. I just heard him play the sister, well, not the sister, the African tether, who was said that Harriet Tubman was African and that she freed us and we need to thank Africa. So I said, let me play that little skit on the live. Okay. But I never watched this live all the way through. So that's why I'm kind of like learning for the first time what's going on with that thing.
We ain't going to no Africa. We're rooted on this land. She knew we were foundational. That's what foundational means, rooted. You can't.
Yeah, I'm trying to block Darkwing. And I gave him a wrench. All right, with Darkwing, look. I try to block you, I give you a wrench. Look, I'm gonna give you the link. So you said I can't prove anything. That don't make any sense, bro. You gotta be talking about something in particular. But let me give you the link. Click this link and tell me what I can't prove. Okay, so Darkwing, go ahead. Now I try to block him, but I gave him a wrench instead. Hey, Darkwing, there you go. I don't even know what you're saying. Just click the link. Let me find out on the fly. What are you arguing? What are you saying? And give us your block speech. Why people shouldn't be blocked. I would love to hear that in real time. Why nobody should be blocked ever. So Darkwing, click the link. Stop wasting your time. Hebrew native, peace. Stop wasting your time in the chat. Trying to convince us in the chat. Convince us on the live. Click the link. I mean, like he wanted attention. He wanted some type of interaction. There you go. There's the link.
Pull us up. Please don't let nobody lie on our Queen Mother Harriet Tubman. Damn. Y'all not gonna do that.
All right, Darkwing, man. I will. Listen, man. Let me just block you. All right, there we go. They should have a block. See, the block button is not on the bottom. The block button is right before the bottom. On the bottom is the wrench moderator thing. That's dumb. You would think the block would be on the bottom. So naturally, when I went to go block them, I clicked the wrench tool. Okay. African on top. Call in. 7-Up, peace. African on top. Call in. And we can explain why. Well, first of all, there's in this title, my brother, this title is called FBA Built the Country. Happy Labor Day. So we're not talking about Africa so much. But brother, see, the problem is all of your titles are FBA. My last 3, 4, 5 live streams, African was not there at all. But African on top. Click the link and explain how Africa, who's actually on the bottom. I would love to learn that logic. How can Africa be on the bottom and the top? And y'all dealing with a resource curse. So let's have a small dialogue. Myself and African on top. I would love to learn how Africa's on top. Damn. Yo, these guys come in here and say the most craziest stuff and then leave. Straight cowards.
She
It's probably the same guy with hella accounts. That's also a possibility.
knew we was foundational. That's that FBA talk right there.
So African on top, you got to 9:30. J Truth, peace, FBA Convo, the awakening of the FBA. That's a good name. That's a great name. African on top, you got to 9:30, and somebody have to. Matter of fact, have you? Let me African on top, dude. I know you hear me, dude. Okay, you're new here. Good. So let's. Okay, you're new here. So let us get to know you. Do you want the phone number or do you want the computer Zoom link? Let us know, bro. Okay. Do you want the phone number or the computer Zoom link? You're new here, so let us get to know you and you can know us and we can understand each other without you projecting crazy ideas on us. So do you prefer the Holy FBA Codex TV one piece? African on top. Would you rather the Zoom link or the phone number? But you have to interact with us because, like you said, you're new. So we can't have you gossiping in the chat and you're not trying to let us know anything about you. Like you're coming off as somebody who's unwanted. A Tether Dream. Well, I had something for Tether Dream. Damn. I was gonna tell him something. I forgot. African on top. You got 30 seconds, family. Do you want here's the link. Click that or ask for the phone number. Because I believe you're the same person who called in who I threw off the Zoom a minute ago. All right. So to prove you're not that person, you must hit the link. 30 seconds, guy. Hit the link or ask for the phone number to call in. But either way, you can't stay. All right, so I'm gonna play a little bit more Tariq Nasheed. Let me see. All right, he's out of here. All right, you know what? I'll give somebody else the satisfaction of blocking him. Because it feels so good. Somebody else, you know what I mean? Can y'all block that dude? That troll.
Come on now. She was a rider. We knew this was our homeland. This is our homeland. We've always known that. Frederick Douglass would say some of the same thing. They were talking about the colonization.
Hey, family, we are still 50 likes behind. We always been 50 likes behind. Can we get the likes next to the viewership. Thank you. The live viewership.
Society sending people to Liberia, and Frederick
Okay, there
was
we go.
like, no, we knew this is our homeland. This is our homeland. We've always known that. Frederick Douglass would say some of the same thing. They were talking about the colonization society sending people to Liberia, and Frederick was like, no, we ain't doing that. No, he was vehemently against that. No, this is our home here. This is where our roots are. This is us. So family, we got to watch folks out here who are trying to remix history and rewrite history, ladies and gentlemen, and try to denigrate us and then try to get into the culture talk. Oh, we got to start checking people when it comes to talk about culture. Now, there's a video that's been circulating for a few weeks now. We got to get into this, and I think y'all know the one I'm talking about because it's been all on TikTok. This video has been circulating heavy. This is a man from Benin. He's a Benin immigrant who's over here. He lives in the U.S. I think his name is Zanu.
Oh, yo, ain't that crazy, yo? Yo, that's the guy I was playing. Yo, I'm telling you, yo, FBAs, yo, we think alike. I was just playing this guy. I started recently playing this guy. So once he said the guy from Benin, I'm like, that can't be the guy who I was playing. Okay, see, the guy caught wind of Tariq Nasheed. I'm telling you, sometimes I be thinking, I don't know, but sometimes I be thinking, all right, Tariq be over here watching, yo. Sometimes I'm like, yo, because it'd be a coincidence. Like, it'd be like that. Folks around here know. New people ain't gonna know. But let me get that Harry Tubman quote, because I'm gonna be right here. It's called Rooted Here. Again, Tariq Nasheed was not supposed to be part of nothing here. Oh, I was gonna say this. I know a Jamaican Dream. You still there? Jamaican Dream. Are you still there? Jamaican Dream. Let me know if you're still in the building. I don't have a question. I was gonna just say something to you. Let me see if you're in the building, brother. Okay. So let me go back to stop. Let me go back to where I was. Hey, you're gonna lay here. You gotta stop doing that. All right. Let me go back to where I was. Yeah, so the fact that he's gonna play Zanu, that's crazy because I just started recently playing him. Remember, I gave him a little credit because he had like an interesting twist on the Haitians Revolutionary War rebellion. So I gave him a little credit, and then ever since then, he made me look dumb. He's just saying some anti-FBA stuff. We don't have culture. White supremacy doesn't exist. Systemic racism doesn't exist. He started saying like he went every time I give an African credit. Hey, it might be a writer. Somewhere down their resume, they just said some anti-FBA stuff. Like, oh my God. I remember I gave Godfrey some credit. And then look what he did. Oh, FBA, you start trouble. Every time I give an African some credit, they all come back to say something crazy. And I gotta lick my wounds. You dig? Like, oh, I'm sorry, family. So I got a new thing. Before I give an African person any credit that I just come across, I'm gonna give them like the 3-month probation period where I'm watching them for 3 months, reading about them for 3 months before I give them credit. Because I give them credit for 1 video, 2 videos, and then the family be like, "Hey, I'm biased. So check his video 3 months ago." Like, ah, shit, man. I just co-signed this guy. I would love to see what Trey says about
Black American culture, talking about we ain't got no culture. I'm like, why are you talking to a Haitian woman? Now, this video has been going all over the internet, and we got to address this. We're going to break this down. Now, hold on. We're going to slow walk this one. Hold on.
African Americans in this country are the only groups. They have no culture. It depends on who you meet, where you meet them.
But currently there's not an African American culture?
No.
Yes, there is.
What is it? Name 2 value systems in the African American culture.
Okay, now we cooked this guy. New name, like he tried to give his own requirements of what culture is. Like, dude, shut up. Our culture is being great. How about that? Like, let's sum that up right there. Our culture is being great. That's what our culture is about. It's about being great, rising to the top, being great, innovative or innovators, innovations, inventors, and inventions. That's our culture. What is your culture?
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna just break it down in real time. Okay. Okay.
So, Tether Dream, I'm glad you see we're still great, even though with an FBA title. Okay. Nothing about this title suggests tethers, African booty scratchers, Africa, Pan-Africanists. This is a beautiful title, and we're still great. We're lit. 185 folks, 200 folks in here. We're lit. All right, Tariq, take us away with this tether, this African tether.
We got to break this stuff down in real time. Foundational Black Americans, ladies and gentlemen, like I've said many times before, we are the culture of America. Everything that's culturally great about America, which he moved to,
we got our hands in,
comes from foundational Black Americans.
Which he moved to.
The food.
Yo, they be killing me, yo. They be in their country, they be in our country telling us how to be great or greater. Like, yo, what about you in your country? Like, he's from Ghana. Dude, why don't you give the blueprint and answers to how Ghanaians can be greater?
The soul food,
that's that Marcus Garvey
culture.
Syndrome.
Ladies and gentlemen, soul food is our culture. All
hey,
the
McMill,
popular
peace.
music
For
genres is our culture. We created all of the popular music cultures and genres.
Good job.
We did that. Our civil rights activism is a part of our culture. Nobody gets down and fights for civil rights like we do.
Nobody.
The list goes
Sam's
on and on.
too.
All the great things in this culture is ours. He said, name 2 value systems. Okay, for foundational Black Americans, 1 value system, ladies and gentlemen, respect for elders. Foundational Black Americans generally have a strong respect for our elders.
Facts. Okay, now let me respond to Revenue. Revenue is in the chat under the name Humble Presidents. Okay. He thinks, because now this is what he's saying, and this is a tether talking point. 300,000 black women lost their job, right? This is, who knows if that's even factual. But brother, we're smart, not even brother, we're smart enough to know that black today means everybody, including FBA today. That's why we're repoing black. So we're smart enough to know that that don't trigger us, because those 300,000 black women, in my mind, is a bunch of immigrants. Okay. Not FBAs. So miss us with that. When they use that talking point, 300,000 black women lost their job. Yeah, those are DEI tethers, bro. All of them are African immigrants. Prove me wrong. Exactly. So that don't mean nothing over here, bro. I'm not sad because of 300,000 black immigrant women, DEI hires are fired, bro. I actually applaud that.
From top to bottom, even in the hood, we respect elders. Even on the streets, in street culture, the underground economy culture, you still respect elders. Hey, that's OG right there. Old dude over there, yeah, he's been in the game for 60 years. That's the OG. We still give them respect. Even on the streets, we give you respect if you're a certain age and you've earned respect in the community. Our value system is hardcore respect for elders. We respect our elders majorly. A second value system we have is standing and fighting against white supremacy. That's what we do. We fight against white supremacy like nobody else. Fighting against white supremacy consistently. I ain't talking about a little one-off every 100 years. A consistent battle against the oppressive system of white supremacy is foundational black American culture. They're not doing over there that in his homeland.
At all, that part.
Yeah? That's our value system.
Okay, so we got a Adi head. Let me make you a mod, give you a lineage wrench. Just like the video, please. The likes are crazy off right now. Yeah, the others. Maxwell Jenkins said, I love the others. Right. So no longer brother. We're going to say others. Like, yeah, the others, man. Yeah. Hey, they're not brother. Brothers don't talk like that to us. That's not how brothers talk. So AG 1961 says, we shouldn't involve these people in anything. These people have shown their disdain and envy for us. Facts. That should be all the proof we need. If we allow these people in, they will have us slaves. Yeah, facts. They'll sell us again. That's 100% accurate. So let me make AG 1961 a moderator, give you a lineage wrench. And brother, just do me a favor and just like the video, subscribe, hit the notification bell. But right now, the most important thing to do is like the video, because that's what got you here. You know, it got in your live feed because people are liking the video. So Country Ray says, it's in our DNA to fight. Let me give you a lineage wrench, make you a mod. Same thing, brother. Don't be like the others. The others don't like the video. They come in here with straight hatred and negativity. Yeah, right. Israelite 1865 said they don't even acknowledge white supremacy. 100%. Like, matter of fact, I'll go even one up on you. They are team white supremacy. Yo, the African guy from Bimelek, whatever country that was yesterday, he said his mom would do anything to come to America. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Anything? Wow.
Contrary to what people believe, education is our value system. We value education. Yes, we do. We value education. We didn't sit up here building some of them HBCUs for nothing. We weren't walking down to fucking Tuskegee. We were walking to Tuskegee. We valued education and still value education. We always value education. They try to sit up and pretend we don't. We do. We know how to value education. Even the street dudes value education. We've always valued education. There's a reason why my documentary series, Hidden Colors, was the best-selling documentary series ever on history, on Black history, and it was sold all through the streets, all through.
Yeah, it's crazy because I was not supposed to play this video, but it's so good. It's like, God damn, I'm like really pirating his video. Somebody said, let me see. So Bruce said lineage wrench. That's a cool idea. Yep, facts. I said, you know what? Everybody that comes here that's of the lineage or even a support of the lineage, that's a ride or die for the lineage, I'm gonna give them the moderator tools. So therefore, if you don't have a wrench, I know you're not of the lineage for sure. That's why it's important when y'all come in here, you guys let us know, your FBA or supporter. That's very important. We got the Holy Codex we got the Holy FBA Codex TV one in the building. Peace.
Peace and grand rising. Ron,
Yes, sir.
what's
Grand
good?
Rising. Also, let them know, man, you're an author. You got a book. Let them know about the link. You can share your screen. You can do all that. If you want.
Yeah, I put the link in there several times, you know what I mean? I don't
Okay.
like to over push, you know what I'm
All
saying?
right.
But yeah, man, y'all should go cop that Holy FBA Codex, man. It is a spiritual cultural book. I like to call it like the Black American Bible in a sense, part two. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But so it's like all of our ancestors, events, spirituality, history, sciences, future outlooks. It's a heavy book, man. Yeah, a lot of work was put into it. It's the code in literary form. You know what I mean? And as they try to erase the history of our people and everything, it's a good book to get to your children too, man. It honors, all the it's the gospel of the ancestors, man. Like, you got the book. It's kind of set up, like kind of like a Bible or Quran for FBA
Right.
Codex. You know what I'm saying? You
Right.
got the book of Harriet Tubman. You know what I'm saying? Then
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
got spiritual things in there. I got, man, things relating to STEM in there, how important STEMing is for
Right.
us, and man, it's all type of stuff in there. So definitely go check it out, man.
Yeah. I'm
Peace.
sharing my screen the Amazon of the book. Also, I put the link of the book in the chat. So
Appreciate
yes,
it, man.
yes,
Appreciate it.
that's my deal. Like, so every live, I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna add that in my intro. When I do my intros, I'm gonna throw your book in there in the intro. Then I'm gonna put the link in the chat for people to order. Yeah, because we have to. It's imperative to use that trillion dollar spending power in our own pockets, right? That's how
Right.
we
Because
circulate
the
the
thing
dollars.
is, I think it's very important when we talk about code, you know, what now that a culture is about what it you can judge it by what it produces. These
Right,
Africans keep talking about what cultures, but all we gotta say is look. You know what I'm saying? You ain't
right.
like what did it produce?
Yeah,
That
yeah, right. You can see our culture in full
right.
display.
A strong culture produces things. It makes people move. But part of that, you notice when culture is developing, because our culture is still. That's another thing about our culture. It's not no. It's dynamic, not static. Meaning it's ever evolving. That's
Right.
why. That's why we're FBA today. That's an evolution of our political awareness within our culture.
Oh, that's deep.
You see? You
Yeah,
see what I'm saying? And so
that's pretty deep.
as cultures go and develop, the literature starts to come. The one reason why the small hats have been so successful, even though they've been evil,
Right.
is because of the so-called codification of their culture in the Torah.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So, what I mean, we got to produce, and I hope more people start to produce more literature around our culture. you
Right.
know, in terms of where we're at now. You know what I'm saying? So I just took a step in that direction. But yeah, man, I'm just here to kick it with you, bro. And I like
Okay.
what's going on this morning. I'm just chiming in. I'll be in the background throwing my little, claps or whatever as you talk.
Yeah. Yeah, appreciate it, man. Definitely.
Peace to the
Family. That's
people, man. Peace to the FBA family, FBA youth. Rise up, FBA youth. It's all about the youth.
yep.
You know what I'm saying? That's one reason why I wrote this book, because they'll be reading this in 2050.
Right.
And they'll, and all this stuff will be recorded. You know what I'm saying? The book of
Mm-hmm.
Tariq Nasheed is in here. You know
Really?
what I'm saying? Yeah. All our elders, man, where I kind of put their words and achievements in a scriptural form. You know what I'm saying? In the FBA Codex, he's called the Great Clarifier. Because one thing about Tariq, what people always say, oh, y'all follow Tariq. One thing people don't realize is, no, Tariq just hit a button that people was already feeling.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it was like everyone was feeling this stuff for a long time. And then
Long
he
time.
just, that's why I call him the clarifier. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Right.
when he said it, it's like something turned on. Like, yeah, that's what the hell I was, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like people just followed. People agreed with the
Right.
sentiments. You know what I'm saying? And going all the way back to Dr. Claude Anderson, even some of my early ancestors. A lot of people, they don't even know. They keep talking about why y'all delineating. We never talk about the Black heritage flag. He created that to delineate. When you go look up the story, those Caribbean, everyone was saying, oh, they don't have no culture, no flag, and all that. So that's why our homeboy created the Black heritage flag, for delineation. So it started way before even Dr. Claude Anderson. And you know what I'm
Wow.
saying?
I gotta look that up. Black heritage flag.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
The
interesting.
flag with the
You talking about the one he got behind him, the white red one. Talking about that one, the FBA,
not the
or
FBA flag that
was it the maroon?
The African American heritage flag with the little flower thing, red, black, and gold one. Pull up,
ain't the
look
one
up,
with,
Google the African American heritage flag. It'll pop up the image.
see. The African American.
Or the Black heritage flag. I don't know which one they call it now. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all.
That was created for delineation.
Who created
You know
this?
what I'm saying? Huh?
Who created this?
I forget the guy's name.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna look at. Yeah, this is pretty deep right here.
Indeed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that right there. He said that was created for delineation, and they get mad at it. That's
Right.
hilarious.
That's why it was created, to give us our own flag. Because I was reading something about it, and people were saying that they were saying the same thing. Like, yeah, where's y'all flag? Everyone else got a flag and culture and all of that. So dudes created the flag. You know what I mean?
Right. Ain't that the ironic thing? They'll tell us what we don't have, then we go get it. They say we're being divisive.
Exactly. Exactly. You got to understand the
Guys.
FBA delineation, man, is like, man, it's so powerful right now. And the more they talk, the more powerful it becomes. It lets you know that they know they was tethering, because there really doesn't have to be any beef. Why is there a beef? Even with the Pan-Africans, you can be an FBA Pan-African. We might not agree with you from the lip, but like, why is there beef? Why don't you just say, yeah, you know what? Like Seti and Pharaoh said that. They're Pan-Africans, but they're like, yeah, I'm rocking with my tribe first.
Right.
You see
Yeah,
what I'm
just like
saying?
W. Du Bois. W. Du Bois was Pan-Africanist, but he prioritized the civil rights movement before it.
Yeah. So the fact that you got a beef with delineation, y'all told on yourselves.
Right.
Because they could have did, you know what? They should have been happy because they kept, if you're the one saying we had no culture and this and that, then like I got Haitian partners that are actually, you know, the ones I noticed, like, I'm glad Black Americans are finally delineating and taking pride. Why aren't they happy about that?
Right.
It don't, because we didn't say we was going to do nothing to you. So that's only an enemy. It's just like the white man when we used to gather in groups and he just figured we was plotting on him because you've
The
been
guilty
doing
conscience.
something.
Right.
You
Right.
know what I'm saying? Like, why are you getting all paranoid that we coming together? Like, unless you've been doing something to us. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, that's what makes it deep, bro. So,
That's the
man,
guilty conscience.
exactly. So keep delineating, man. Keep supporting each other. Support all the FBA channels, man. Subscribe to the Holy FBA Codex TV. Subscribe to FBA Convo. Anybody who's live streaming, create more spaces.
Right.
Support Ron. Hit that super chat. Hit that like button. And cause we got to do this for real and start producing things in real life, man. That's why I wrote this book, so the culture can start producing more tangible things. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it's gonna rev up, man. And this movement, I believe is spiritual, man. This is coming from the great spirit and the ancestors. It was inevitable.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Just like the Israelites say, man, our downfall was the rise of the world. They
Yep.
know our uprising is the downfall of the
Downfall of
world's
the world.
riches. That's
Facts.
facts.
Yeah, that's why
That's
they're
fact.
mad. Like, okay, these guys they're getting together. Let's save our money because this ain't gonna last long.
Exactly. That's why they you see all these systems falling and things, and I won't say it's just due to this, but markets are changing, and the market is still based off FBA, man. No matter what they
Right.
tell you, the stock market started with FBAs being traded.
Yep. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So they. Oh, and I don't know, man. I did a show the other day talking about one thing. I want to say, man, stop being shamed about food stamps and assistance.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
That's my argument.
I keep hearing, you know, I heard these Africans on the TikTok panel talking, and they was trying to insult the sisters. And yeah, you got food stamp, nigga. Food stamps is a very partial down payment on reparations. We deserve
Right.
all that, and they're just mad because you can't get it where you're from.
Right. Right.
We
That's
deserve
not
that. That ain't
there.
no handout. That is it. We are entitled to that. I mean, that's the
That's right.
least they could do. You see what I'm saying? So
Oh
don't
yeah,
be
nah, bro.
defending that.
Listen, bro. I had debates. I had actual debates on this channel, like because folks are demonizing welfare and shit. I'm like, yo, what are you talking about, bro? Like welfare established the middle class, the white suburban. But when folks don't understand why food stamps and welfare is there, they're going to make their argument, but their argument is really a conservative argument. Like that's the shit JD Vance in his book.
Yeah.
Like that's a white conservative part. And that's what I was saying to like the FBA family. I said, some of y'all talking points, you don't know where it's rooted from. It just sound good and you agree with it, but it's rooted in weird places. Bro, everybody who's in this country got on food stamps and welfare as their head start, except for us. We were the only people to never get it. Even when it was available, they had wealth reform that the restrictions became harder for us. So, and then don't forget the Man in the House Act. And then you had to have one parent for us only, not white people. And even now, when Hispanic, I already did the research. Spanish folks, when they come over here, it's not required that they have only one parent in the household. They can have two. So that was just for us. But welfare and food stamps is designed for the needy so you don't hit rock bottom. See, white folks always want us to hit rock bottom and pull our bootstraps up, but nobody else in this country has ever hit rock bottom. They always had assistance, and nobody ever had more welfare than white folks. Their welfare started in 1862 with the Homestead Act, and they had welfare ever since. The HOLC, the FHA, and, I run it all down. The New Deal, all type of shit, unemployment insurance, the GI Bill. I run it all down, like the whole history of welfare. And we were the only people who never had welfare, and we're barely getting it now. We don't even have welfare now, bro. Like TANF is welfare. We get SNAP. SNAP is like state assistance. Welfare is federal. So even
Right.
now we don't get welfare.
Right.
But those illegals and legals do. Those same Africans, bro, get welfare. Like
And
I
remember,
worked at
sis.
a one more thing. I worked for a property management team in South Carolina, man. Low income housing. Bro, anybody black was on welfare. Like, cause it's our job. Anybody that's in that field will know that we know all your financial business, and we know how many baby dads you got too. But bro, nobody was on welfare. All these gully get people were not on welfare. And I would ask them, like, why you not? Why you not on welfare? And they don't really do child support either.
And
But
then they
guy,
talk about Section 8 and stuff like. Are you serious? Hey, bro, I know a dude, right? I know you ever go to some of these apartment complexes, and it's like one group of people for some reason. Like there's an apartment complex where I'm at. It's all East Indians. There's another apartment complex. It's all Africans. Come to find out, one of my partners, he had an African sounding name, right? And he applied for this
oh,
apartments, and they told him they're giving those apartment complexes incentives for like Africans.
wow,
And he said only reason why he got in that apartment is because his first name was an African name. But the
wow,
whole complex is African, and they're doing this stuff on purpose. That's why
right,
you go to some of these apartment complexes, it's all one group. Like,
right,
how did
right.
all the East Indians just end up in this one apartment, bro? Complex. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yo, that is Edison, New Jersey. That's Island, that's Woodbridge, and now it's like South Brunswick, whatever. Yeah, but yeah, same thing. I said the same thing. How did all of your applications get approved? And there's like whites and blacks around here, so it's like and Latinos. That's impossible. Like for y'all just to only get housing here, and nobody else, and it wasn't no
Right.
housing discrimination.
So they got down low little government incentives going on with these apartment complexes, man. Don't let these people gaslight us, bro. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So Section 8 and all that belongs to us, sisters. Don't
Right,
feel when somebody bring them feel, don't be like, nigga, my ancestors earned that.
right,
At the least, you know how they and see, like you said, the conservatives tried to rebrand it as entitlements, like, oh, people just think they entitled. Hell yeah. We are entitled
right.
to that shit in America, bro. You displaced us, and they still dealing with what's called white man's burden.
Yep.
That that was just a well, what are we gonna do with these people that we didn't allow to build anything for a while? And instead of just paying them, they try to just give us shit, but it still is not enough for us to build and thrive on. So it was a way of what do you call it? Um when you go into surgery and they put the what do they give you?
Oh, yeah, the Novocaine type shit. The
Yeah,
to
yeah.
sedate you. Yeah,
Sedating us. Yeah. Just like, okay, here's a biscuit. You know what I'm saying? Like, shut up.
yeah,
So like stop, you know what I mean? Stop the gaslighting. It is so real out here, man. You know what I mean? So I'm just glad to be a part of this at this time, for especially for the youth, man. Remember, it's all about the youth.
right.
And I'm glad to see, as a former Pan-African, you know what I mean? I didn't heard elders say F Pan-Africanism. You know what I'm
Really?
saying? You check out Pharaoh said that. He said, man, I wasted my whole life as a Pan. He said, I dare a
Oh, I gotta see
Pan-African.
that.
Yeah, I played it one day on my show one day. I'll send you the clip. But he was like, man, I wasted my whole life as a Pan-African. Man, these people ain't saying nothing. He was like, if you got beef with any Pan-African, send them to me. He's like 70-something years old. He was like, they
Damn.
was never real. Even when I was young, they was never real, never built nothing. He said it's been a scam from the beginning. And we can see that. And the reason why they're fighting back is because, you know what I'm saying, the truth is, man, when you look online, Pan-Africans, man, they been making money, bro. That's what
Right,
they're worried about. They're
right,
worried about FBAs funding all their programs. Everything they do, they say is Pan-African, but FBA funds it. They
right.
schools, whatever they want to. When you look at these dudes building schools, Dr. Umar and the other dude, Doodoo Butter, whatever his name is, there was no Nigerians donating to their shit like that. There was no,
Right.
you know what
At
I'm saying?
all.
There was no African. It's Pan-African. Where's the African contribution?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's all a scam, man. It's all a scam to get everybody. You got to get FBA on board to get shit moving because we're God's people and don't nothing move without us. The energy behind shit, especially without the energy of black women. And I'm gonna tell you another thing that I had a revelation the other day. Pan-Africanism is about them dudes wanting to get Puerto Rican punani. You see what I'm saying? Because it includes it's
Yeah, you are
about
crazy.
pussy. It's
Right.
about pussy. They want because they get access to these so-called other women. And them dudes, what they do is they have events and the women come out and all of that, bro. It's about NWA. Life ain't nothing but money and bitches, man. They're all. It ain't about really doing nothing, man. So they just
Right.
worried that they're gonna lose their access to the little Afro-Latinas. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
Telling you, man. I was in that
Yeah.
shit for years. You know what I mean? Like they don't get along with each other, but talk about we're divisive. They was
I know that. I
attacking.
know that to be true. Yeah.
They was
And
happy
they see what each
that
other girls and everything, man.
yeah, they was happy that Dr. Umar's school fell because half of them was jealous of Dr. Umar, especially the other ones trying to build schools. They was happy
Right.
about that.
Right.
Now, what
And
kind of
then
sense does that make?
now they trying to say he's not a Pan-Africanist now. Like
Right.
what?
He's the prince of Pan-Africanism. Stop it.
Right. He's a
If Tariq is our leader, Dr.
right.
Umar is yours.
Yep. And he's the second leader, and the first one was Marcus Garvey. That's their two leaders, two scammers, alleged scammers. Well,
You
Umar
know what I'm
alleged,
saying?
Garvey
So
for
don't
sure.
don't don't let nobody shame you and with them little sneaky word tactics and all of that, man. This is definitely the
Mhm.
right move. You know what I mean? Peace to the people.
Peace. Yeah, I want to speak to that. The white people in America has been getting welfare for over 100 years, starting 1862. All right. They've been bailed out. Welfare is just simply government assistance. Again, so you don't hit rock bottom. So they've been bailed out of hitting rock bottom since 1862, and maybe earlier, but I'm gonna give you 1862 when they were awarded, I think it was 270 millions of acres, right? And each one got 160,000 each, I believe it was. And all they had to do was till the ground for like 5 years, and it was freely there. So it wasn't owed to them like reparations. It wasn't earned income. It was a gift. It was gifted to them, right? So that's worse than welfare. It was just here, take this and level up. And when you define systemic racism, it literally means holding one group up, giving them advantages that's undeserved, and bringing another group down, providing disadvantages that's undeserved. So you're really just creating a situation where one group thrives over the other, and it's not due to hard work, intelligence, none of that stuff. You just planned it. It's a pre-planned system of two groups, one to do well and one to do bad. So like I said, so now from 1862, we know what happened after that, the Civil War, and what they do. They help rebuild. They let the South rebuild itself with cheap free labor, which was the peonage system, convict lease, and sharecropping. So the South got built back up by free labor, basically, which is welfare again, right? You're getting cheap free labor. And then when the war ended, that's when the war ended. But around the the Great Depression, when that happened, black folks, what we get? We had to endure that, and we still had the Madam C.J. Walker, the A.G. Gassens, all throughout that. So, and the Black Wall
Right.
Streets around that time,
And
right after
remember,
that.
they gave the masters reparations.
Yeah, yep, repaid them.
Come
Yeah,
on.
and what about this? What about the Freedmen Bank that had so many millions of dollars in there? Like they sabotaged that bank and took
Yep.
the money and ran with it. So that's more assistance. There's more welfare took out millions of dollars and ran with it and made us start from zero again. So like I said, we're the only people who had to keep starting from zero. We'll build ourselves up.
Didn't she just give away the Freedom Bank or something?
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I heard people saying that. I'm not sure either, but I heard she transferred that to some different ownership or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
she did
will try
something
to
with
look
the
into
Freedom
that.
Bank. Yeah, it's
Try to look into
crazy.
that. But so when the Great Depression happened, the country collapsed, obviously, and everybody's doing bad. And then here they come. Yes. Okay, go that way. Okay, go in the kitchen. So then they came with, but they already had zoning laws already there. And then they came with the HOLC, was pretty much incentivizing, those were like government-backed homes, like mortgages. So basically, it was giving white folks a second chance to have home ownership because they knew home ownership is the beginning of generational wealth. So what they did was they gave them government-backed loans, like insured government-backed loans. So they incentivized, the housing market to take these folks' applications. Their credit's bad, they got a real down payment, but the government backed it 100%. So even if they defaulted, the government would cover. So it was like really no risk at all for banks to take on these poor ass white people. Yeah, go sit down over there. So then from there, you had the FHA, but all of these things were to make it where white folks can own a home when it was broke as shit. And
And
the
remember,
go ahead.
redlining didn't stop. Redlining only changed form. Remember, the banker came out and said that they was using zip codes to discriminate. That was after the physical redlining. They started using, like, if your zip
Yeah,
code was in Compton, you know what I'm saying, that was a red flag. You see what I'm saying? So the banks were using zip codes and names to discriminate. If your name
right.
was Tamika Johnson and your and your zip code was in Compton, they was denying people loans.
And don't forget that the zip code thing was something they created because they had the zoning laws where you could not literally move in the city because of the zoning laws. And then when that was shot down in 1917 as unconstitutional, then they came up with restrictive covenants. So these were private deals between homeowners and home buyers where they say, hey, you could buy this home, but you got to sign this contract that you're not allowed to sell it to a foundation of Black American. So they created a zip code atmosphere, but not letting you leave out your area, that area code. So they knew exactly where you were. Yeah, but the what you're talking about, the redlining, the physical starting with the FHA of 1934. It was the Federal Housing, I think it was. Yeah, Federal Housing Act, and that was the beginning of redlining, physical redlining, and then it picked it up after or during the civil rights, where they started to around that area where they started to do the map thing, the color map thing. Yeah, but all my point is, all of what I'm saying has been assistance to white people to be great and not fall on their face. All the while we got nothing. And then when you bring it to the New Deal, New Deal's when welfare came, the ADC, FDC, all that stuff was welfare, and that was given to white women, and there was no requirement, and they definitely didn't do a man house check to make sure no man was living there. So you got hella white families collecting welfare without any real restrictions, real eligibility, hard requirements. It was just lax. So a lot of them got on welfare, ADC, AFDC. Meanwhile, Black folks were blocked out of all that stuff, right? So we didn't even get welfare when it was available. Matter of fact, we never got it because even when it was available, bro, think about this. When welfare was finally available, that was where they can't discriminate legally. That was 1968. But 1965 opened the floodgates for immigrants. So
Right.
when we finally get a chance to get welfare, we gotta wait in line for behind these niggas over here because that's what it is now. It's up for everybody. So all these immigrants came over here and now they're in line for something that we were deprived from for 100 years. So it's a crazy, crazy, wicked
Right.
system. And so
And
when
right from the
African talk
beginning,
that shit,
right
that
from the beginning too. Remember when Europeans are migrating over here, they were getting land grants to start. They was getting
right,
land grants, free land
right.
to start businesses, and like not only land grants, I think even like equipment and all type of stuff, bro. They was getting set up right from the beginning when they was coming over here. They was getting welfare and loans. You know what I'm saying? So um all of that stuff is capped when it comes to this whole conversation about black people getting handouts and looking for help, and we was the least helped people, and now that we come and get a little bit of welfare, they're gonna
They want
try
to
to
block that.
label our women welfare queens and all. I say get all the welfare, get all the food stamps. I wish I can get a food stamp card right now. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be shamed at all. They just finished handing out immigrants. It was giving them 10,000 in food stamps, man. 10 grand
Dang.
a month. So stop playing with us, man.
Yeah.
Y'all
What
better
about the
stop
white lady
playing with us.
who just recently got locked up for food stamp fraud? She had accumulated like $22,000 worth of food stamps. But let me say this: this is why conservatives don't want us to take advantage of assistance programs, which is for the needy. And keep in mind, if you're not in need, you don't do it. But if you're in need of it, it's there for you. Our government it has it there for you. As an American citizen, you're supposed to take advantage of things that's for the assistance programs, that's for the needy. What conservatives do is they try to shame us out of it because they know that this is a starting point to do better. So welfare and these assistance programs is for you not to hit rock bottom. It's to keep you afloat. It's not designed for you to do good. Okay, it's not designed for you to live it up like how some people abuse it right now. It's designed to keep you afloat as to get yourself together, go to school, earn a trade, read books, like level up. That's what it's there for. It's there for you to level up. It's a starting block. It's not the ground. You're off the ground. So that's all it is. It's to keep you off the ground. Once you're on the ground, it's gonna be hard as hell to do anything. So welfare, it keeps you off the ground because the ground means you're done. Like you failed. So it keeps you off the ground so you don't fail. And now you can get your life together, school, job training, things like that, maybe do some entrepreneurship. But that's what it's for. And the Republicans know that, conservatives know that. So they want to shame you out of it to make you start from the bottom, and you're going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, yep. Shout out to the people. I heard everyone talking about, like, I thought this guy, FBA Convo, was telling me about, how Sabir Bey's been putting out. Yeah, I went on Sabir Bey's channel yesterday and confounded him in less than probably 10 minutes, man. You know what I'm saying? With that Moorish nonsense that he
I
was
be telling the
talking.
dude is dumb as hell.
Yeah, he ain't even making no. I thought he was so. People was like, oh, Sabir Bey's going to FBA and he charging $400 for a debate and all this.
Yes,
So
he is. Yeah.
I
By
went
the way,
over there, man.
hold on 1 second. That was me that got that out of him. I was in there trolling, and that was me under my troll account challenging him. He said $400. I said, I got his ass. I said, I got a clip. But go ahead.
Yeah, and he was just getting flooded. I wasn't even really challenging him, just asking him simple questions. You know what I'm saying? So all these people, and see, even with that, even with the Moors, I'm gonna tell y'all what's going on with the Moor thing. The Moors don't really have a problem with FBA outside the name and the fact that the Moorish Science Temple is dead and dying and ain't gaining no traction. That's their beef. They're confused with what Moorish Science Temple is a religious organization, but yet they are intimidated by FBA. Everybody's intimidated by FBA because they think it's an organization and it's a threat to their organizations.
Yeah, it's gonna take their members.
Yeah, you can be a Moor and still be like, I'm FBA and still identify as a Moor. Why y'all the ones causing division? If the people are saying this is what we agree on, this is what we moving on, you're the problem now. Because they don't need to be a problem. You could be a Moor, Christian, a Muslim, you could be a Pan-African. Just represent your group. Ride with your team. What jersey are you wearing, nigga? The Pan-Africans, they're wearing a goddamn Nigerian jersey sitting on the FBA bench. How we gonna win the game like that? Because they all wearing jerseys, man. I always compare it to sports. Everybody's wearing a jersey. What jersey are you wearing, bro? You got half Nigerian, half America. You gonna block the shot on you doing
yeah, you're gonna shoot the shot and they go block it.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So they're trying to make this thing trivial and gaslighting about what it is. Y'all just got a problem. Another problem they have is that you're not you're not really in tune with FBA culture, because like I said, it's an evolving culture. You're stuck. You won't upgrade. You're like old men and women who can't change. You can't teach these old dogs new tricks. You won't find no more. Nigga, Pan-Africanism starts at 40 and above. Like, bro, it ain't no 25 and under. You ain't gonna find no Pan-Africans and none of that old shit. They watch what we did. So why would they're saying, nigga, nah, y'all left us with nothing. So why would we go back to doing what you were doing? No, we moving on, bro. The youth are advancing and they smarter than y'all. Let the youth grow, man. They ain't going back to what you did in 1950.
Right.
It didn't, it had this little, aesthetic, emotional feel good, but you didn't win. And that's fine. We didn't lose either, but we got to keep evolving. And that's what our culture is. It's an evolving dynamic culture. And FBA is the evolution of our struggle.
Yeah, I like that breakdown right there.
It's the evolution of our struggle, bro. How do you think we survived this whole time? We didn't just stick. We had to adapt and change. And one thing that Tariq did was get the youth into political awareness. See, that's what they don't like. Because a lot of times when you was growing up on the black power, blackity black shit, it was like, oh, we don't get involved in the white man's politics. No, that ain't his politics. So we're in position to take over the country. You know what I'm saying? Once the youth get involved in politics in a real way, when these young brothers start running for office and really getting involved in politics, people talk about the National Guard, the Army. Nigga, we make up over half the Army. How you coming against us? I know there's coons, but nigga, that's why black people are a threat to America, because we are engraved in every institution in numbers, especially the military. Nigga, if you talk to the brothers in the military, they'll tell you them white boys act like bitches on the battlefield. It's the niggas winning all them wars.
Really?
Yeah, one of my boys tell me them white boys be crying. Soon as a motherfucking bomb go, them niggas be crying, bro. Like, I'm gonna go back home to mommy.
Damn.
Why you think the Vietnamese told them niggas, y'all need to go home? It's niggas that win they wars. We won all the wars. I'm not saying there ain't no white boys that's about it out there. I'm just telling you, if you talk to the brothers in the military, it's the niggas that hold it down.
Wow.
So everything they're talking about in terms of power, we have all the power. We just didn't exercise it politically. And the fear is when we wake up and realize that everything's in place, just think about it. People talking about, oh, Trump is coming with the National Guard. I don't really think that's for us, by the way. You know what I'm saying? That's just a ploy to get back to the immigrants. But
exactly. To get them in no country, those sanctuary states.
But how much of the National Guard is FBA anyway?
Right.
I guarantee you a large percentage. So they can't come at us in no way. They can't send the military. I hear people talking about like they going, how? When it's 40% of it is niggas.
Right.
You got no wins with us in America, bro. No wins. This is our country. And even though we've been asleep and, the Europeans have, running shit, is only because we wasn't involved enough. But once we wake up politically, man, that's why you notice when the leaders, they're fine with you. The leaders that didn't get shot, like Farrakhan, for so long, you know what I'm saying? Because he let him run for office and see if he don't get shot. If he would, and when you think about it, all the leaders that got political, people forget, Fred Hampton was 19, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
People don't forget. That's why, you know how young that is? You know how they murdered a child. Shot him 15 times with his babies in the bed. When he was 21 years old. Why? Because he was talking politics. The Black Panther Party was political. That's why why didn't they attack other organs? You notice, because they were political. They was talking about getting involved in politically. And by the way, the Black Panthers wasn't no racist organization.
Nah,
People
they were
always say
very
black
inclusive.
power.
Yeah, nah, they were
They
very inclusive. White folks, Hispanic, for everybody was in there.
right. It was black power, power to the people, power to white people, power to those
Right.
people, power to every people. So they was against, the capitalistic, systematic vulturism on the people in general, but specifically black people because they were black.
Yeah. Right.
So it's always been a systematic political fight. They don't mind us just talking about black power and black pride, but once you
Right.
start getting
There's
involved
nothing burgers.
economically and politically, then it's a problem. So the youth out there, some of y'all need to run for office. Like Tariq needs to run for office.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We gotta, so once we got to get our FBAs in place so we don't have to deal with the tether. See, one thing that the Caribbeans, the African Caribbeans know, they get involved with politics. That's why they're able to tether
Right.
and undermine us.
Yep. Yep.
We shun politics. I used to be like, man, I ain't dealing with no white
Yeah, me
man's
too.
politics.
Me
That's
too.
the devil's politics. No, you youth out there, get into economics and politics. Start running for office. Run for your city council. And you ain't even gotta go to college to run for office. You see what I'm saying? So get involved in your local politics and we'll be all right, man. We gotta take over. And that's what's inevitably gonna happen once the youth wake up. They're gonna take over what we already built. People, what we built, we already built what we need. We just got to take over the processes and who's running it and who's in control. Because I'm gonna tell you one last thing, man. I'm gonna stop talking. When I was in college, I took a political science class, and the question the professor came up and said, "Can anybody tell me what political science is?" And everyone was like, giving out whatever they thought it was or whatever. And the professor just went to the chalkboard and wrote power on the board. Political science is about power and who gets what.
Right.
The distribution of resources. That's it. So think about that. So if we ain't got no representatives, you know what I'm saying? Of course you're going to get tethered.
Right.
Of course you're going to get tethered. So the youth have got to start running for office, man. And we got to get them old white men the hell up out of there.
Yeah.
My
God.
Peace to the people, man.
Yeah, let me put your link back in. That's the book, family. Deep brother, very, very, very conscious. Let me put his link of his book. So you got a piece of his mind. That's definitely in the book, plus more.
There's a book in there called Street Military Science, subtitle Free Larry Hoover, where I broke down how the gangs are the biggest threat. That's our military threat. The gang's original purpose was to protect the community. People forget that. That's why they fear those gangs. You know what I'm saying? But once they that's why they scared to free Larry. You know what I'm saying? If they really cared about all this gang violence, why don't you let Larry Hoover go? He got a voice. Larry Hoover can bring peace to Chicago in a day. So you got our leaders, our chiefs locked up. And a lot of our brothers, there's a book in the Holy FBA Codex called A Song of Hope to the Imprisoned, where I demand that they release all of our brothers from their prisons. You wonder why, bro, if you look at the wars, right? In any war, what they do, that's why they sent, you look at the Pequot Wars, or you look at even some of the Indian wars here. What did they do? They shipped all the warriors to Barbados.
Really?
Yeah. Go study the Pequot Wars. Pequots are black people. They sent them all. They were sending so many warriors to Barbados that Barbados actually made a law that you can't ship them over here no more because they're too much of a problem here. Now, where are all those so-called people that was not just the Barbados, all throughout the Caribbean?
Right.
So where are all those? They say there was no black Indians here. Well, where are all those so-called Native Americans in the Caribbean that they shipped over there?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So those prisons show you that we was here, because whenever you go to a colonized place, the prison population is the indigenous population.
Damn.
Because those are the people they're targeting the most. Our warriors are in jail.
Yeah.
They're in jail. That's why, you know, a lot of people talk about where's all they're in jail. That's why they're in jail, because they rebelled against the system. And that means you're a criminal. And they bout that life. A lot of, you know what I'm saying? A lot of the leadership. Think about 2 million men. That's a goddamn army. So we got to get our brothers out of
2
prison.
million.
Man.
Not
all of them. Some of them deserve to be in there. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. Some of them, you know, going back to Michelle Alexander, you know, some of them were just targeted low level crimes. You dig, a handful of maybe marijuana on them, and don't even lock them up. Just give them a felony and watch recidivism play its part.
Man, I know a brother who got 5 years for one piece of crack back in the 90s. They was giving out shit like in the 90s with crack. Niggas was getting years. You could have a little piece of crack on you. Cocaine, because it was a white drug, they give you probation, slap you on the wrist or whatever. That crack era, you know, another thing when they talk about reparations, people always talk about slavery. Bro, we could actually get reparations for the crack era alone.
Yeah, mass incarceration. Yeah, yes, sir. I got a video on that, you know, explaining exactly what you just said, the disparity, the racial disparity between powdered cocaine and crack cocaine. Yeah.
And now that they legalize marijuana, what you gonna see? They know, bro. We got cases all over the place. You done legalized marijuana, but you still got brothers in jail doing 20 years for weed and shit like that. For trafficking weed, and now y'all selling it legally and getting licenses for it. So now you got to pay back them brothers that you locked up for 20 years. Thought it was so bad that it was illegal. You see? So they gaslighting and playing our people, man. But yeah, man, peace, Ron, man. Your show was one of the hottest.
Thank you for the build, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the build. Good, insightful information. I threw your link in the chat. I spammed the chat with your link, and folks. There you go, man. Ride or die for the lineage. Definitely contributing. People will say, what are we doing? What are you doing? I done this. Well, he's doing something. He got a book together, discussing everything, and even got solutions in the book. You know, so I definitely feel like that should be in everybody's, you know, house somewhere being read and appreciated. You dig? Some of us is out here putting hardcore, tangible stuff out there to, you know, weaponize our minds so we ain't just talking. Right. So yeah, man, I appreciate when folks like the Holy FBA Codex TV1 pull up, SLLE44, and everybody else, Tiger and whoever else be called, the sister, Aspiring Heights, and everybody who's called up and contributed in a positive way, not the tethers and the Pan-Africanists, but those who actually called in and contributed, you know, let their voice be heard. I know y'all feel the energy from some of these brothers and sisters' voices, pure sincerity. They want us to win, and they ain't backing down. They ain't backing down. They in this for the long run, the long haul. Okay, so with that being said, Brian, so let me put the link in the chat again. Family, if that's the link right there for the book. And if you know, some of us pockets might be a little tight, it's okay. Just click the link, save and bookmark it. It's about, I think the price is about $40. Yeah, just bookmark it until, you know what I mean, where you can support. So, so somebody asked Pinky, is this channel how long? You know, this channel is pretty much brand new. This channel probably just go back to about, who knows, like January, like this year. Yeah, somewhere around there. This channel is pretty much brand new. I think I created this channel in January of this year, but it's around there. It's not an old channel at all. Brand new, to answer that question. But peace, child of God. Let me just do some quick shout outs as I'm looking in the chat. Peace to Brian Fuller says the FBA lineage is a movement on steroids. Exactly. Let me make Brian Fuller, my computer screen, dusty. Brian Fuller a moderator. Bless him with a lineage wrench. Hopefully he can like the video, subscribe, notification bell. Roses. Ambition Justice says, I want to have a Black American owned cruise line. Let me make Roses a mod. Bless her with a lineage wrench. We got Clear T Dimensions in the building. We got Aquarius Minded. She's still here. Iconic pulled up. FBA Convo. That Flea Rider. He's in the building. Hebrew Native RA, that girl Chicago. So I love this channel. I appreciate you. And we love you. We love the lineage. We love our relatives. We love our family. That's bottom line. That's why we all here. That's why we're all everywhere else on these spaces. We're in Afro-Elite, Tariq, Dr. Claude, Dennis Sperling. Like we're in all these spaces because we love our people. That's a fact. And we love our people above anything. Any religion, any organization. That's what the Holy was talking about, Lex. He was simply saying, yo, you can be a Pan-African. That's your personal right. You can be part of the LGBTQI plus community. That's your right. You can be a women's feminist suffrage movement supporter. That's your right. But it's your duty to hold the lineage as priority over everything else. And that's why I gave you W. Du Bois as the best example. He was a Pan-Africanist. But you wouldn't know during the civil rights movement. Like people only knew when it was over, like when it was it ended in 1968. He went to wherever he went to, a different country in Africa, and died there and taught there and became part of their body politic. And that's when folks really understood he was a Pan-Africanist. But you didn't know that during the civil rights movement, and you shouldn't have known that. You got Hubert Harrison, another one. He used to be a Garveyite. Matter of fact, he helped expose Garvey. So when folks talk of that old J. Edgar Hoover, Garvey stuff, like they are revising history. It wasn't just J. Edgar Hoover. It was folks in his own camp seeing the BS, seeing the finesse. And it was our activists who seen the finesse from the beginning. Because you know why? Because Pan-Africanism has always been a scam. It can only be a scam because they're promising something they can't deliver. That's why that's a scam. When you promise something you cannot deliver. People say Umar school thing is a scam because he promised it and didn't deliver. And a lot of us saying it was undeliverable. All right. It was undeliverable. So people promise things they can't deliver. And a lot of people promise things that's undeliverable. It cannot be delivered by anybody. It's just a dream just to keep you in that high realm. Mama Deb in the building, Lord Maul. Let me finish shouting out. God Body, Maya in the building. 3M. Christ is a Black man in the building. William Johnson. Stephen Wilcox. We got Kiel Hall. Says B1 FBA. Let me give Kiel Hall a lineage wrench. And I'm going to finish playing Tariq, which was never supposed to be part of the show. He did this live yesterday. I didn't even realize it. I was trying to catch up this morning before I went live. And I only got to the 14-minute mark because I had to go live. And at the 14-minute mark is when he brought up the African woman who was acting like Harriet Tubman was an African who saved Black Americans. And we need to be thankful. So when I heard that part, I said, all right, let me share that on the live. But that was all I was supposed to share. I didn't know that his live was that great. Where I end up sharing damn near 30 more minutes of his live. You get straight copyright infringement. You dig? Taking the risk. Sport Lee in the building says, right, Ron, lineage first. Right, you be whatever, Muslim, you dig, whatever you want to do, man. Gigolo. We disagree with some of these decisions. Interracial relationship, that's what you do. You're a human being. You're one of 43 million. We don't got to agree with it, but you're still FBA and you should have lineage first, even with your interracial relation partner. So if you're a Foundation Black American woman, you find yourself with a nice Hispanic man, nice white man, nice Nigerian man. You dig? I'm not against you guys dating a Nigerian person or Jamaican person. If they're nice and they can hold it down for you and things work out, just make sure that it's lineage first, not tether first, or some Jamaican bullshit talking point, some old Bob Marley stuff. And if you are with a Nigerian woman that's nice and a rider for the lineage, yeah, still be lineage first. Don't be scamming first, okay? That's all. And if you find a nice white man, you dig, a white woman, that's what you're into. You have a right to be into what you want to do. I'm not your leader. You dig? I'm not your advisor. Go do that. Just make sure that it's lineage first, even in those situations, and it'll work out. It'll work out. And then when we're ready, when we're all on code, or enough of us are on code, when we're ready, we can talk about that. Like, hey man, maybe we should start focusing on dating within the lineage. So, there's room to have, no, you're gonna spill it. Go back in the kitchen with your water. Yeah, so there are, these conversations need to be had, but there's a time and space for these conversations. And right now ain't it, because it's gonna bring about arguments, division amongst the lineage. So no. We're gonna focus on galvanizing the lineage, signal boosting our talking points to unsuspected lineage members, put it in the garbage. And then, when we got enough people on code, we're in the millions, you dig, we're big body politics, then we can have some of those controversial, sensitive talking points. Right now, it's not the time. We're like fragilely linking up. So why would we talk about anything that's going to bring about a split within us? That's why I'm all inclusive of, you call yourself Adolf, come over here. If you call yourself a freedman, this channel is for you. If you call yourself FBA, this channel is for you. If you just call yourself Black American, and even some of those folks who call themselves African American, but their lineage first, this channel is for you. This channel is about inclusivity with the lineage, and then the riders and nobody else. That's how it should be. Pinky Wells in the building. Yes, I got some of y'all links. So matter of fact, somebody sent me a link, email. They sent me an email, and in the link, I'm going to read off some of their stuff, because they was talking about, because what people do, you were dropped off in the same slave ship. Okay, well, we're going to talk about that. Somebody sent me a link, and I said, you know what? Yeah, let me talk about that part. People being dropped off, where and what percentage. So I said, yeah, let me look into that. We got Damon Reeves in the building. So at some point, we're going to touch that. We got Brooks Sinclair. At some point, we're going to touch on some of these diaspora war videos and dissect them. We got Woman Queen in the building. We got, so Silverhawk says, what's up with Tariq background pick? Dude, I have no idea what you're talking about. Out of all the things you can say on this chat with all these folks in here, you care about his background pick. Like, that's some zesty shit right there. Hope you're not a man. Somali Peace. We got No Love Chuck in the building. Carlos Magus. Just a quick shout out before I play the video. R.A. the real Chicago. I think I read you. Okay, we the Watcher. All right, so we are here. We're caught up. We're caught up. All right, so let's go. Let's run it.
Through barbershops, people watching it in prison. I don't know how they got a VCR in prison. They're watching it in prison.
I think he's talking about his Hidden Colors series, that so many people, so many Pan-Africanists are so mad about. Oh, Hidden Colors, man. Some of the information isn't accurate like that. It's like, bruh, whatever you found out, great for you. But what you cannot deny that Hidden Colors did something that Pan-Africanism couldn't do. Hidden Colors did something that Islam didn't even do. The Hebrew Israelites and all these other organizations. The Hidden Colors series got the nation, you dig, talking about it. The Black nation talking about it. So you can talk about how some things were not historically correct. Okay, it serves a purpose even within that. That was really the starting point of delineation. I could even make that argument. Hidden Colors was about self-awareness. You dig? Black people, no matter what you were into, you could be in the gang culture, the street culture, pimp culture, whatever you was into, they all watched Hidden Colors in that state. You dig? And it brought about self-awareness. They start to like reevaluate themselves. Like, man, you know what? Maybe there's more than life than pimping, dancing as an exotic dancer. You dig? Gangbanger, average day 9-to-5 worker at Walmart. You know what? Maybe there's something more. Maybe I am great. So, it kind of, again, it was like a self-reflective series. So whether the information is 100% accurate or not, it did more than that. because knowing your history ain't enough. If it like Holy said, the Holy FBA Codex said, what is that going to do if you don't produce anything? Okay, you know your history. So now what? Now what? Okay, but it improved. So the Hidden Color series produced some things. It got people to work. People start to reevaluate themselves and then rebranded themselves. Like, yeah, like a Jesse Jackson quote, I am somebody type shit. That's what Hidden Colors did. It made you feel like I am somebody. I am somebody special. I'm not just this person working at Walgreens and the clerk. You know what? I think I'm better and more beautiful than this. So as I'm doing this, I'm going to try to, be creative and do something better. Maybe I could crochet some stuff and sell it on the internet. You dig? Like people start digging deep within themselves to do something greater than what they was already doing at that time. So if nothing else, it did that. And nobody can deny that. It made, if you was a foundation Black American, it made you feel special. It made you feel like you were somebody and you need to be heard one way or another. Right. But yeah, so the people want to argue the simple, petty stuff. Like, yeah, but what did it do overall? All right. So anyway, he's speaking about Hidden Colors. Let's go.
People are watching it at schools all over Black America. We value education. You understand? And we value education on our own terms. We value it on our terms. So yeah, those are some of our value systems. Hold on. See, they value education as long as you get a pat on the head from somebody white.
So his they, so he mentioned a plural pronoun, but he already established who the they was. He was talking about tethers who seek white approval, a pat on the head. So yes, who said that? Guillory said hit the like button. Yeah, definitely hit the like button. As you in here, hit the notification button. So when we're live, you can do that. And then I'm gonna play the FBA national anthem. I think I'm gonna like it.
It's a whole different vibe. We generally just value education, period. Now let me play some more of this guy.
Okay, this is the guy who I was just playing just recently. And it's funny how she just got wind of him and started playing him. But yeah, so he sounded like he was thorough at first. He was clearly from Ghana, Africa, and he came off as he was thorough with his research and assessments. But somehow he just like people get attracted to undermining FBA. Like, yo, you were doing good in your lane discussing the Haitian revolution, what went wrong, what went right, what should have happened. See, you stay in Africa, you're doing good. But once they peek over here and start to assess America and give opinions, it always go left because you cannot give an opinion on us if you didn't live the experience. You have to live. There's some things you'll never know. Like these guys will never understand white supremacy because they was dealing with Black supremacy their entire life in Africa, Haiti, and Jamaica. Okay, they were dealing with Black supremacy. You will never fully understand what white supremacy is. I don't care if you start to experience a little bit of it, bro. We experienced 400 years of it. So your little 5-year experience, you still don't understand it. Just like I can never understand apartheid in South Africa, no matter how long I go there and have second gen, third gen babies over there. They'll never understand apartheid, South African apartheid. And I would never try to dare have the answers. You know what? I think I figured it out. What's going on here? I would listen to their leaders and see how can I assist the leaders or add some innovative ideas to what's already there in South Africa amongst their leaders. I would never, as a foundation Black American, ascend to leadership in South America. I don't give a damn how right I thought it was. I will constantly be in the ear of the leaders, giving ideas and solutions to the leaders, let them lead South Africa. Like, we're not that disrespectful as a collective.
We'll walk this thing. We're going to take our time with it. Hold on. Let me play some more. Hold on.
Name 2 value systems in the African American culture.
Value system?
Yes. Name 2 taboos in the African American culture system. Name 2 traditions by the...
Okay. Ooh, okay. Let's slow walk it. Okay.
I just did this the other day.
Where do I start? He said, name 2 taboos. Then he said name 2 traditions.
Oh well, then one taboo is dating a white woman, and another one could be like selling out and being a coon. Shit, that's 2 right there.
You know that one taboo in foundational Black American culture? One taboo we have is collaborating with the white supremacists against.
I just said that. This is obvious. So to ask those questions, it's like I just named 2: dating a white woman and being a sellout, being a coon. He just said that. That's one. Let's see if you say my other one: dating a white woman. These are 2 taboos.
Black people, to harm Black people as a whole. That's a major taboo. Sitting up here collaborating with white supremacists to harm Black people as a group. Major
spitting. Let me read the chat. Spitting on somebody. Woman Queen says Jesus without color, right? A good one. Okay. What else we got out there as taboos? Y'all list some of them. Tradition, family reunions. Fort Lang says scammers is a taboo, right? Family reunions is a tradition. That's a must. Like, what foundation of Black America who has never went to a family reunion? Like, come on. And hospitality, Southern hospitality is a tradition. You come to that goddamn Black South, you better have hospitality. You better learn how to adapt and adopt to it. All right? Yeah, I said that, 3M. I said interracial relationships, but specifically white women is considered a taboo in FBA traditions. Memorial Day. Okay. You never go against family. Right. What else? Stealing from old people. Goddamn. Cooking like white people. Oh my God. That got to be one of the biggest. Cookouts are traditional. Our hair, right? The way we treat our hair, the way we take care of our hairstyles are traditional. Sweeping someone's feet. Don't you do that. How about, I'm about to be funny, but this is one with older folks. How about daring to cut the light on during a storm, a lightning storm? Using toilets, CRU says, is our tradition. Facts. Being a liar is taboo in FBA culture. Facts. You don't want to be tagged as a liar, a thief. Wait, what's that? Liar, thief, or is one more? That's the worst thing you can be called in FBA culture because you won't be trusted. Once you get tagged as a liar and a thief, good luck in FBA circles. Good luck restoring your image and good luck rebranding yourself. You got to almost move to another city or state. All right. So anyway, Fem82 says, I'm American, I'm American, I'm American Negro or Indigenous American or Copper American or AIM Recian, like Puerto Rico. Okay. All right. Well, well, based on that, you foundational. Let me make you a mod, give you a lineage wrench. Taboo, food in the bathroom. I said that yesterday. Don't you dare talk about some collard greens in a tub, because what is food doing in the bathroom? Period. I just addressed that yesterday. Like, yeah, okay, you ain't gonna be selling no food to Black people, let alone in a tub. But I said going in the bathroom, period, with food that you're selling, your business won't be around for the next week. Your business is done. If the word get out that you brought any food for sale in the bathroom, you're done. Collard greens in the tub, all that stuff. If you could just go in the bathroom with food just to look in the mirror. You could be mixing up cornbread. And you just looked in the mirror real fast to see if your eye was red. Just doing that, you just compromise your business. You did. So you're right. Food does not go in the bathroom in FBA culture at all. Your business is done. Okay. Hygiene issues, right? You better smell good. Marrying carried the seed of the race. Another one, no raisins and egg potato. no raisins and egg. Oh my God. Rearranging the whole house when you clean. Yeah, you don't do that. You don't do that. You don't touch nobody's furniture if that ain't your space. And matter of fact, don't even put something. How about this? If you see newspapers or something on the couch and you want to sit there, don't you dare touch that and put it somewhere else. You ask me, yo, can you get this? Don't you dare touch my stuff and put it somewhere else. Don't you dare do that in my house, in my space, in my car, nothing. Don't you dare do that. You're going to get out. Okay, I know I came to give you a ride, but if you see something in that front seat, you let me grab it. Don't you grab nothing. Okay, or this ride gonna disappear on you, bro. Smelling bad, facts. So Michael Williams says all African culture we came with was buck broken out of all of us. Right. Well, you can say I won't really say buck broken because buck broken is a specific action, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Like it was stripped of. I would use the word stripped. It was stripped of us, and that's why none of those folks was African, including Harriet Tubman. What else? Before I play Tariq answering the questions, what else? Don't change the station. Oh yeah, don't do that. You don't go to nobody's house and take the CD out and put your CD in, take the record. You don't do that. Like that's worse. You know, that's a taboo. Like you are definitely about to get beat up. Sport Lee said leaving seasoning on the counter. Yeah, I learned the hard way right there. Get your ass in the house while the street lights is right. You ain't gonna be out all night acting a fool, and you definitely ain't talking back to elders. No women force men to be whoremongers, talking like white people. Respect your elders. Facts. Hot sauce. Yeah, you gotta have hot sauce somewhere in your house. You don't invite people to dinner and you don't have hot sauce somewhere in your cabinet. Okay, that's the big no. And you might drink water, you might be healthy, all that type of stuff, but you better have some soda in there for the company. And then cussing around elders a big no. Keep your hands to yourself. Facts. Yeah, you are healthy and you are into your alkaline stuff, but you invite folks over. You better have that hot sauce and some soda. And then some grape soda, something in there, ginger ale, because most folks ain't gonna be into that eating healthy stuff, man. Being young and grown folks businesses, right. Don't touch the radio. Hilarious, but all facts though. So when he say that stuff, you're like, dude, are you stupid? Don't wave off your elders. You don't do that. You don't challenge that. You don't challenge an older person in the house. You could be right as hell. You let that older person go in and you shut up and you only wait till they leave. Then you say, hey, how wrong they were. You dig? But you don't try to prove they're wrong in front of the household. You don't do that. Like, yeah, like that's a big no-no. Like you're gonna be smacked in the head by anybody. Okay, so all right, so let me see. So we have universal law. He said, is Labor Day really a happy day for blacks? Yes, it is. Okay, I don't know what black law dictionary you read, but fourth edition's page 792. But yeah, Labor Day is a win for us, and so is 4th of July. And I wish they had a Civil War Day and a Civil Rights Day. You dig? Those are all wins for us, buddy. I don't know what cow pissing on your head in your country. That might be your holiday. That's not ours. Okay, yeah, that's not ours. That's your primitive culture, and I ain't mad at you. You ain't on trial. You ain't Tupac. Peace. The public square TV, Sunday dinners, facts. That's tradition. Let me give you a lineage rinse. I know you have the culture with something like that. Tashi D in the building. Okay, pour out a little liquor for the dead homies. Right, that became culture. Like facts. That became tradition. And how about this? If you off on your day off, don't you dare volunteer to go to work. That might be something that's like taboo. Okay, man, you off? We trying to kick it and hang out. You volunteered? You didn't sign that overtime? Man, you nuts. Yo, it's Sunday, bro. Let's watch football. You volunteered to work overtime on a Sunday football day, dude. I'm gonna cut you off, man. I'm cutting you. Yeah, Universal. If you said something else stupid, I'm blocking you. I'm getting you out of here. Let me see. What video? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Universal Tether. Bye. Thank you. You got you didn't. Damn, your trolling was horrible because you got out of here as soon as you got here. Yeah, that was an unsuccessful troll. Yeah, Israel, peace. Don't roll your eyes at your parents. Like, don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, that's a quick. Yo, that only comes with a slap. Yo, there's no other way to discipline somebody who rolls their eyes at an older person other than a slap. Like that is probably the only disciplinary action that comes with a slap right away. There's no talking to. There's no sit down. There's no go in your room. Rolling your eyes usually come with a slap. That's like the most disrespectful. That's like worse than spitting. Rolling your eyes while somebody's giving you game or chastising you or letting you know the real. So we got Beverly Davis, certified salute. Okay, fam, amen. So let me give Beverly Davis their moderation status and a lineage rich. And Beverly, sweet sister, all I ask is you like the video, first and foremost, subscribe, and hit the notification bell when we live again. Okay. That's important. Your FBA Codex said something real. He said, move your feet. He said, you could be broke and impoverished, but you better find a way to keep your sneakers fresh. And you know what, mate, man, right now, man, like I really look, I'm one of those people who buy clothes and don't need to buy clothes anymore. Like far as my like nothing is really fashionable like that. Like for one, like my shirts are usually like they stand the test of time. Like I got polos. A lot of my shirts are polo. You dig? So like though polo hardly ever go out of style, and I keep them upkeeping. So now we know there's updated polo and outdated polo, but polo is polo. Polo usually stay around. So all my shirts are pretty much polo. So I don't gotta buy shirts ever again. I got like 20 pair of polo shirts, and I don't get fat, I don't get thin. I'm the same size my whole life. So I don't gotta buy another shirt really. My jackets, I got a North Face, which is in top tip condition. I got a lighter jacket for the spring, early fall. You dig? I had that for years. I take care of it. Yeah. So and then my sneakers, like most of my sneakers are in top tip shape. So I really don't have to buy clothes like that. Now my jeans, because I wash them so often, I don't dry clean my jeans like I do my shirts. So my jeans, I find myself buying jeans pretty much and socks. And every so often boxers, because boxers, women don't know, but boxers be lasting long as hell. But jeans and socks, you could find yourself buying if you're not dry cleaning your jeans. All right. So anyway, let's get to Lazy E in the building. Lazy E says everyone gathering around the table to pray over the food and bless the cook at the yep. That's big down south. Yes. So let me give Lady A lineage wrench and make Lady E, pardon me, a moderator because she's definitely FBA with that. And let's get to the video. So Tariq, answer Frank Zanu's rhetorical questions. He said, name 2 traditions, name 2 taboos. Again, this is people who speak on us but know nothing about us, don't want to know about us, and they're just disrespectful at that point. Here we are.
Taboo. They would have to put people in witness protection programs when they did that type of shit. You understand? Hold on, let me get, oh, my bad.
King and Glenn, peace.
Yeah, that was a major taboo. Major taboo. Working against black society with white supremacists, which they do over there.
So let me just update you, Beverly. She said, I'm old school. What did I just get myself to? Okay, so Beverly, this is a channel that's specifically for people of the lineage. If you can trace your lineage back to slavery or somewhere around the 1870 census, this is for you. Okay, we are educated people who understand the value of lineage-based discussions and tangibles, right? So that's what we do. Like we talk about lineage-based things, right? How to level up, get on code, and galvanize and spread the message, the need for self-identification and delineation. We're separating ourselves. We're drawing a line that separates us and the entire world. We're not, now we can cross the line, you dig? Obviously, you got to do business, go to work, go to school, you know what I mean, move around. So obviously you can cross the line, but we're just saying from this line to there, this is our space. This is our stuff. This is our history. And we are called foundational Black Americans. So we're still Black Americans. We're just adding the foundational part because that lets people know our contributions in this country, what we have done. Labor Day, this is a perfect day. Our labor built the country. And that's why we're foundational. Labor Day is basically saying we're foundational. Black Americans built the country. You know, we put a lot of work in. That's all. And we just say we're foundational Black Americans. Some folks say freedmen. Some folks say ADOS. We say FBA. All right. And we just say the lineage just to, combine everybody together. regardless of what you call yourself. That's that.
In his homeland all the time. Another major taboo, foundational Black American society, open trafficking of children. That open pedophilia and child trafficking.
I forgot about that. You don't touch the kids. I forgot about that taboo. Yes.
A major no-no. That's a huge taboo in foundational Black American culture. We have the only culture where that is 100% not allowed.
Beverly, I know it's Sunday, but put your Bible down. Moderator just means that you can share links now. Okay, you have the ability to share a link. All right, that's all. You can't really share links and you can't redo things in the chat without a wrench. But I only give wrenches to people who are of the lineage. That's why I call it the lineage wrench. So it ain't no spooky, crazy thing, Beverly. Put your Bible down, just listen. It's just you have the ability to freely just give a respectful conversation. And if you needed to provide a link of a nice song you like, or a book you wrote or read, or a video you would like us to watch one day, you just have that ability. That's all. And you also have the responsibility of checking the chat and making sure a troll is not in here disrespecting the lineage, like saying stuff like whips and hateful, derogatory white supremacist talking points. You got the ability to time them out, delete their messages, or even block them from the channel altogether. That's all. You're just helping clean house. You're keeping a clean, safe space for us to galvanize and exchange ideas. That's all.
The only culture in which that is 100% not
welcome.
allowed openly. I ain't talking about what somebody's doing what you don't know about. Because people do little shit, but you do it behind the scenes and don't nobody know about it. We don't play that shit with no kids. You can't go among foundational Black Americans and be like, hey, where can I buy a kid to give you? You can't.
Yeah, I'll be lost on days, yo. Yeah, for me, the days go by so fast. This is Monday. Sorry, Beverly, this is Monday. I'm bugging. Thank you for the correction, because I would have literally ran my day like it was Sunday, and it would have been mad as hell by time 8 p.m. because I would have realized it ain't Sunday. It did. That's why I hate Monday holidays, man. Oh my God, it killed me.
Can't do that around us at all. I'm talking about not just a little bit you can do. You can't do that around us. We are the only people who don't play that shit. Now, you can do that in the Caribbean. They used 100%. To go. The Caribbean used to be a hot.
Listen. I used to cook Jamaicans when they called in, because I'm like, I know more about your politics and laws than the average Jamaican. Like, I know that Jamaica had just passed a law in 2010, finally, where women got some type of protection from SA assaultees. They just passed a law in 2010 where Jamaican women got some protection from people who like to not keep their hands to themselves, men who can't keep their hands to themselves. Before then, they were snatching up women like Fred Flintstone and having their way. And women really got no justice. This is 2010, not 1910, not, 2010. They just started to do something about that. And by the way, the sex registry in Jamaica for people who are found guilty is private. Yes, it's private. The average Jamaican woman or man cannot go and look to see who has been found guilty of that taboo act that Tariq speaks of. So therefore, your neighbor, the person you're praying with, the person you're working out with, the person you're dating, you would never know their filthy, dirty secret. Now, in a first world country like America, what we help build is public. But Jamaica sides with the offender and not the victim. So they don't make it public. Only people with special privileges can see that, like a church, like maybe your employer, if him. But it has to be like a big deal for one to see your sex registry status. That's Jamaica. That's 2010. So when they come here and talk their talk, it's like, all right, I can cook you just on Jamaica, just on how primitive Jamaica is. Like, we don't got to touch the United States. I could just cook Jamaica all day long. I could cook Nigeria all day long. I could just cook your country, cook Sudan. We ain't got to never touch America. I could just deal with your country no more than you and just cook how degenerate your country is all day long. Jamaica is also, they talk about Chicago. Oh, all these murders. Well, guess what? Jamaica been the Chicago of the world for like the last 20, 30 years. No country commits more murders than Jamaica. Jamaica had that trophy, that first place trophy, that record for like the last 30 years. Jamaica is the Chicago. I'm just freestyling. Jamaica is the Chicago of the world. Okay, so when they talk about the black on black crime Chicago, well, your country is the Chicago. It always had been. Matter of fact, it started. Check this out. Look at the irony. The irony. When Jamaica had the white man in their affairs running them, they were the safest country in the world. Literally, Jamaica was, when the white man's running Jamaica before the independence, Jamaica was the safest country in the world. What this? Wow, that's crazy. Jamaica was the safest country in the world when the white man was running the country. As soon as they got their independence, Jamaica has been the most violent country in the world ever since. So you could say, I'm being nice saying 30 years. I could say 50 years. But Jamaica, once they got their independence, they became the most violent country in the world. So like I said, I just could stay on Jamaica all day and cook revenue, which I already did, and tether dream. That's why a lot of them don't claim Jamaica. They'll claim a state. Hey, where you from? New York. Where you from? Maryland. Like they won't say Jamaica for those reasons. Like they're ashamed of it. But yeah, so we could stay in Jamaica and get it popping.
Spot for that. They used to have little magazines telling you where to go in the Caribbean to do that. You can do it in Africa.
Ursa, we love you too.
Let's be real. Over in Gambia, people take their kids out there to them white tourists. You want to be real? You want to talk about your culture? Yeah, y'all better get these people straight when they start talking that culture.
Good question. That one brother said, is it taboo for us to run instead of stand and fight? Yes, 100%.
Shit. Do you really want to talk about culture? Y'all go out there and do little weird stuff with the kids over there when them white tourists show up over there. We don't play like that. We don't do that at all. And I ain't talking about somebody doing something behind the scenes.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Don Jeter. Yeah, like we know countries, we can't condemn countries. We know it's a tether class in all the countries. It's the white supremacist class even in the European countries. Every country would be cool if they didn't have the white supremacist class or the tether class. We understand that.
Don't know how, because let me tell you something. If they're doing it behind the scenes and they get caught and they go to jail, that ass is getting stomped on. You're going to have to get PC'd up.
But Eric Ford says FBA all day, every day. You dig? You heard? Yes, sir. Let me give Eric Ford a lineage rich, make Eric Ford a mod. Here's a question for you. Has everybody clicked? Look, more important is this. Everybody with a wrench should click select the video. I don't expect those without a wrench because they're most likely a hater or a tether. But everybody with a wrench should already like the video. Okay? Thank you.
If you do get caught doing that bullshit, you persona non grata when you get behind them walls. Your ass gonna have to get PC'd up.
Hold on. We got what's that name? Vinoni in the building. Thanks for the channel, fam, and selfishness over the welfare of the family, including fleeing extremely taboo in Black American culture. Let me give you a lineage wrench, and you can like the video as well. Subscribe, notification button. We're back.
Yeah, that's our taboo right there. Now let me play some more of this dude. Hold on one second. All right, where are we at?
And culture system. Name two traditions, by the way, in the African American culture system. There is no value.
Okay, let me get on that. Traditions.
All right, so Shades Cal. Let's have that conversation, Shades Cal. Let me give you the link, okay? Because you guys be having some interesting statements. So Shade Cal, there you go. Let's talk about how we're African. Go ahead. So there's a link, Shade Cal. Now, if you don't click the link, you're gonna come off as a troll, bro. We're gonna block you. Okay. All right, so you don't understand nothing, so you shouldn't be talking. You should be asking questions. So let me just delete that comment. And now Shade Cow, you said you don't understand it. There's the link. Here's the link. You can call in and understand as much as you need to understand. There's the link. Hit the link and hop in. Or I got a phone number. You can call in. Let me get the phone number out there. If you're rather the phone number, but you claim you don't know anything, cool. So be quiet and learn. So let's V4 peace. Let's put the link in the chat for you. And by the way, family, the super chat button does work in case you don't think it works. It does work. Okay, let's put this in here. Here's the meeting number for Shade's Cow. Okay, Shade Cloud wants to say we're African with his logic. Okay, so there you go. Shade's Cow. You say you don't know nothing. I gave the link up there. Here's the phone number. Okay, now you just said you don't know nothing. You want to learn. So call in or hit the link, or we got to get you up out of here.
Juneteenth is a tradition. That's one of our traditions.
That's right.
Family reunions. That's a foundational Black American
the chat
tradition.
Already went there. The chat.
That's something that we started. So we can just go on down the line. We have several traditions, but that's one of them. But let me go ahead. Let me play some more. Let me play some more. Hold on.
For freedom, if you don't understand what it is, the concept of free, you have to have a foundation on which it would balance when you ask for it. Civil rights, they give it to you. You have no culture. Nancy, you've been here, born here. Why would you be surprised if I say African Americans don't have a culture? What, twerking? So anything
but I feel.
See, he said, what, twerking? Like y'all ain't shaking ass over there in Africa.
Like African American culture has definitely
you say
mainstream.
No, you say the word, the African American culture. What is it? Okay, fine.
Like hip hop.
Oh,
not hip hop. I mean, I don't want to.
Because this woman is Haitian. What two tethers talking about our damn history?
Look,
yes, I feel like
you haven't thought about it. It's fine. Don't make things up.
I'm not making it up.
Okay,
I feel like
then educate me. You feel. You should know. You were born and raised here.
I'm so glad that I had the microphone on mute because y'all would have heard my son, 3-year-old, trying to talk in the microphone. I let him say something yesterday because he cooked. He helped me cook Tether Dream, so I had him come in the microphone and drop the mic on him. And ever since then, he's been on the mic. But yeah, why is he asking a Haitian? And she is a Haitian. She is absolutely a Haitian. We know that because I played the videos already over here. But why would he be asking a Haitian these rhetorical questions as though she can speak for, represent foundational Black Americans like that? I mean, that's just a nothing burger. He's from Ghana. She's from Haiti. She's from Haiti, and they're talking about foundational Black American history. Like, of course, we don't think either one of you is going to know much. Like the answers the chat gave about what's taboo and what's tradition. I don't give it to him how much I cosplay. Y'all won't know those answers. And that's what we keep trying to get y'all to understand. Like y'all can cosplay just from a outwardly thing, but inwardly we would know right away that you're just a cosplaying Tether, man. It's not hard to figure you guys out. Some of you really look like us. Some of you really look like us. So outwardly, you might get that off. But as we talk to you and try to peel back your lineage, we're gonna immediately know you're Tether, a cosplaying Tether.
Yes, but I have a Haitian.
Are you African American?
I'm Haitian American.
That's correct. Do you see why you were being specific with that? Because anybody who encounters you already knows you before, if they know you are Haitian. At least two things comes to their mind.
What is that?
All right, Shades, your time is up, bro. You didn't call in or hit the link, so I'm gonna block you so you could create a new name. Bye-bye. Somebody in the chat said something. Rashad Wallace, peace. That's right. The African booty scratcher stuff is gone. So somebody said something. I can't find it because that damn Tether distracted me.
If they've been to Haiti, they can look at work ethics and they say, yes, Haitians,
from 82, peace.
Service industry, they know.
Said work ethic? Okay.
Hey, oh, here we go.
So they can look at work ethic? Hold on.
Yeah. Oh my God. If you look at our country and see what we did, you look at their countries, like who is the hard worker, man? What are we doing? These guys just make stuff up. And then they all want us to come to their country. Hey, we got dual citizenship because they seen the work. They seen the work over here and they want that over there. That's why they all offering dual citizenship all of a sudden. No, it's not going to happen, man. We're not going to build your country up, bro. You guys got to do it. We're not going to build it up. I'm definitely not interested in building up Africa. That's something you guys got to do for yourself, man.
Hold on. And shout out to Haiti. I did a movie about Haiti, the Haitian Revolution. He said,
right, Michael Williams, there's no such thing as African culture. And that's a lot of my argument about Africa. That's why I say there's no such thing as an African. So we can never be African American because there's no such thing as an African. There's 54 countries and none of them represent Africa. They got their own culture, own language, own everything. There's no such thing as an African. They're just different people, different tribes, different whatever, live on the same continent. And Pan-African is when they group them all up as a monolithic African, the big African person.
when you go to Haiti, you see work ethic. That's not what you think when you go to Haiti. No disrespect to the people,
right? At all,
lovely people, but that's not what you think.
I ain't never hear. I heard of coups, but I ain't never. But coups are military people, rebels. I ain't never hear of a gang taking over the country. Like, yo, the Haitian gang literally is running the country right now. Of course, they're running it further into the ground.
Not what you think. And I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna let Haiti catch no strays because he's spewing all that. But that's not what you think when you go to Haiti. But I'm not gonna hit Haiti with no strays right now. We focus on this Benin dude. Hold on.
Know where they do well. Food, they can say yes. And even language, create.
Did he say food? Okay, really? He said when you point to Haiti, you can point to food.
Oh boy. All right. I think it's time for me now. I think it's time for me to play the national anthem song. The national, because he said food. Okay. So he said food. So yeah, this is I'm going to segue real fast into the national FBA anthem song. Then I come right back to the video. I'm only doing that because he said food. Like, really, bro? This is the wrong time to talk about Haiti's delicacies. This is the wrong time to talk about what the Haitians eat. That's not a good look. Here is the national FBA anthem song. It's lit. Get ready to turn your damn speakers up. Here we are.
That show me subscribe.
Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking. With the linear in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, we built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, wiggling and eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say,
right, so I'm gonna run it back one more time. I'm gonna let V4 Vengeance get in here one more time. I'm gonna do the national FBA anthem one more time. Y'all got. I'm giving everybody the right to share it, download it. I'm not flagging nobody. Play it, spread it, share. You know what I mean? Retweet it. Whatever you gotta do. This is the national. I'm declaring it. This is the national FBA anthem. One more time. One more time. One more time. No copyright strikes in this song. Upload it, re-upload it. You got it.
Make no mistake, we're the only black people in y'all that only eat rat, eat cat. People, you ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking. With the linear in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat. People, you ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, pause. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, wiggling and eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say,
There we are. Share it, re-upload, download it, put in your car, bump it. You dig? Have fun with it. That's right. FBA anthem. We don't run away. We stay. We slay. We pray. Hey, that's FBA. What's the culture? We could make great music. That's our damn culture. You dig? We make international music palatable for every ethnicity. Even the white supremacists be bumping FBA music. They hate our guts, but they playing our music. They prefer our music. I remember going into like a basketball event, like a white town. They was playing a black town. Their DJ, all they did was play hip hop rap, and like the most hardcore rap too. Not one, lily white song. No, none of that pop stuff was in there, bro. All hardcore rap.
Yeah, outside of Haiti, Haitian food is not a thing. No disrespect, but yeah, outside of Haiti, that's not a thing. What Haitian food? Hold on. I'm not trying to give Haiti no. I'm not trying to let Haiti catch no strays. Hold on.
Right, that's another tradition that Fort Lane said. We talk to each other through our music.
They say yes, and even language, Creole. Right. And they can say, oh, I love Haitians. Because they saw the culture in abstract before they encountered you. So people
What's the culture?
go over the bridge of your culture, your tradition, your customs, and that helps them to know how to address it. Exactly. I'm saying to you, any people who ask for these things, which are abstract, freedom for them.
Now, this is a woke African, quote unquote woke. You dig? And again, they always do this. They always get educated in their system. They know how to respond and articulate what's going on in their countries, but then they come over here in America and all of a sudden they got the answers for us too. This is what usually happens. And then they get banned, blocked, then they get mad at us. They do. Stop speaking on us. At least be accurate. At the very least, if you're going to speak on us, be accurate. That's one thing y'all got to understand. non-FBAs, if you come into our business and speak on us, you better be right. Because we give one warning. No, we give no warnings. Once you're wrong, you're done. Tyler came on the Breakfast Club. Charlamagne asked Tyler, hey, do you consider yourself black? Now, Tyler, before you answer this, know where you're at. You're in America. Okay, so that's why I get mad at tethers and Pan-Africanists that say other Africans are black. They're not black. They're African. They're Zimbabwean. They're Jamaican. They're Haitian. That's their identity. Our identity is black. We use black as a standalone identity. They don't. So, and it's not a nickname. It's not a placeholder. It's not a whatchamacallit. No. So you're not black and Haitian. You're not black and Nigerian. You're not black and something else. You're just that. Haitian stands by itself. You don't need black there. What else? What else would they be? You don't need, let's say, Kenyan. Kenyan stands alone by itself. Once you say I'm Kenyan or from Kenya, we already know who you are. You don't need black there. Likewise with us over in America. Once we say we're black, that's it. We don't even got to add American there. Once we say we're black, you already know who you're talking about. When we say the first black man to do something, the first black woman, you know we're talking about people from America that has a slave lineage. We're not talking about nobody else. So that's why the song says we the only black people. Y'all the only eat cat, eat rat people. That's what y'all do. That's what you do. You don't do what we do over here.
Example, independence, for example, and civil rights, for example, voting rights, for example, you must have a foundation on which these things are going to balance.
Amir,
because
peace.
The people there have to uniformly agree with consensus. This is our way of life. The do's and the don'ts.
That's exactly what foundational Black Americans did with the Civil Rights Movement.
Right.
We had a foundation and a culture. That's why the Civil Rights Movement worked, and it helped people like you.
These guys are crazy.
See, a lot of these people do a lot of projecting.
Yep.
Hold on.
They project their stagnant progress on us.
An artificial culture.
Is that why the Civil Rights Movement is considered dead?
It's dead and useless. They got it, but they could not balance it on any foundation.
No. We got it, and then all of a sudden, a bunch of people started benefiting from it and snatching up all the data.
Right, yeah, this dude is crazy. We got it, and a bunch of yous came over. You dig? A bunch of Frank Zanus came over. That's what happened, buddy. We got it, and we couldn't even like manipulate it and take advantage and mold it and cuddle it and love it because a bunch of Frank Zanus came over. That's why we couldn't take advantage of anything that was for us. A bunch of yous came over. A bunch of others came over, bro. That's what happened. All right.
Damn benefits and undermining us. That was the problem. They started snatching up all the benefits, and then it started to represent every and any damn thing. You understand?
Yeah, they'd be crazy.
And then they get to talking about language and all of that. And I've heard some of these tethers talk about language. Well,
now, the language part be killing me. And that's why I came back to bite you. Because when you tethers, you say we don't have a language as though I'm not speaking English. I don't get that. But listen, your English better be up to par. Because from what I'm hearing, ICE is stopping folks and saying, and have you read sentences. They're asking, can you speak English? I'm hearing ICE is pulling you guys over and asking, can you speak English? Can you read English? Okay, well, read this first sentence in this Dr. Seuss book. That's the word on the streets. The word on the streets that ICE is looking at foreheads and hairlines and pulling you over and have you demonstrate your ability to read and write English. Now, I'm telling you before, yes.
Yo, Ron, I want to say something about the language thing, right?
Yeah.
I would think their language is messing them up right now because they always bragging about their language, right? Always brag about their language. As soon as they open their mouths right now, ICE is running down on their language.
Right. I said, yeah, that's ironic. It's the worst time to brag about your language in America. Your language is your discriminating factor, right? They're listening to your language, like, yep, get them.
Yo, I want to show you something. I don't know if you recognize this. You recorded his hypocrisy in a video you did with the same dude before. You got a video you did, you titled it Foundational Black Americans, Don't Forget the Foundational.
Okay, right.
In that video, about between the 3 hour 59 minutes 40-second mark through to the 4 hour 1 minute and 50-second mark.
Okay.
He starts outlining some things about Africans and Caribbeans, right? And he said he outlines how Africans and Caribbeans can't maintain a country,
Oh
nor
yeah, you're
have they
right.
ever
Yes,
innovated
he's talking about
anything.
maintenance. Yeah, maintenance thing.
Facts. Nor have they ever created or understood or developed political or economic systems, right? This is what he said. But right now in this video, he's running around talking about when people run across you as a Haitian, but he's using that to mean anything, any quote unquote, I'm gonna say this air quotes, any air quote blacks other than foundational Black Americans. He's using Haitian as a placeholder, saying you have a
Right.
culture. So people, they know how to address you over the bridge of your culture, right? So he's trying to push a narrative now that, okay, because you have culture, you're a greater people. But at the same time, he just said that they have never built anything, developed anything, and they don't know how.
And they don't know how to maintain nothing the white man leaves
Nothing. So
behind.
what's
Right.
the sense of having? So what's the sense of having culture where you know how to dance, speak to each other, and you know how to cook some damn nasty ass food, but you don't know how to do anything that deals with civilization building?
Yeah,
This is why
they
they ass
are.
backwards, bro.
Yeah, they are super great at filleting cats, but they can't maintain a country. White folks leave tools behind, leave machinery behind, and they
Yes.
can't use it at all to level up.
You recorded it in real
They
time.
have all the culture in the world, though, all the language in the
Facts.
world, but they can't maintain a country.
You got all the language in the world. And then here's the thing, even in their culture, because think about it. When you talk to most Africans and they start talking this culture talk, they use language as the foundation of culture. This guy said, the same guy said, without a language, you don't have no culture.
Right.
So with that being said, he turned around and also said, because they don't have the word for maintenance in their language, right?
Mm-hmm.
That
They
means
can't maintain.
they can't maintain, therefore they can't even build civilizations.
Right.
And I watched your video and made notes of this from your video.
Wow. Yeah, that's a great observation, man. Like, yeah, that's called comprehension. You're able to listen to something, understand it, see what's important, and then put it in your own words and highlight it later. That's comprehension. That's what a lot of tethers like him can't do.
Facts. And they're so arrogant, they think that'll come up fly. They don't know there's going to be one or several of us that's going to catch that. Another thing is this. He said civil rights is dead, right? That girl and his personal, their lived experience personally, their physical existence in America testifies against what he just said. Because without the civil rights movement, civil rights act being alive and working, he wouldn't have been over here because he was educated over here. I looked him up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was educated over here. So without civil rights being alive.
What does his education say? Did he have a degree of any sort?
Yeah, he has a degree. I think he went to school somewhere in Boston somewhere. I got to look it up again. I didn't memorize it, but he was educated over here.
Okay.
So, and he has a little. He's not even all of that. He's not even some extra. When you look at the accolades, he went to Harvard here and he went to this. And he's not. He's nothing. He's just the average guy that went to school, bro.
He barely got by. All right. Yeah.
Average guy that went to school, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So he didn't take advantage of the opportunities, right? He wasn't great in education.
No, he's not great at anything. He's not great at anything, right? So, but the fact that he was able to go to school over here testifies to the fact that civil rights is alive and well. Because without it, if it was dead,
he wouldn't have done what he did. Right.
He wouldn't be able to. He wouldn't be able to go to school.
If it was dead, then he couldn't have capitalized off anything that it produced. Right. I got it.
Facts. You know what I'm saying? That's all I wanted to say. These dudes, man, when we watch their videos, we got to take notes and record what because they tell on themselves.
Right. All the time. Yeah, that was a great catch. Connecting dots.
Yeah. He also exhibited something Jason Black and Tariq like to say, that these guys have They liars and they have backstabbing cultures, because in the same breath he's giving her, because he really thought, I don't know how, but he really thought she was she was foundational Black American, right? And in the midst of him finding out, oh, he made a mistake, he made a quick adjustment and started complimenting the Haitian situation. But previous to that, on other videos, he said no Caribbean or no Black country, African or Caribbean, will ever develop industrially.
Right. Yep.
On its own. That's, you know how disrespectful it is? That means you're basically saying that you guys are so dumb you can't get nothing off the ground.
That's crazy.
So he's exhibiting his backstabbing, hypocritical nature right here, right in front of our eyes.
And guess what? That's their culture. What you just said. Backstabbing, being a hypocrite, contradicting. Look, one video he says this about Africans, and then the next video he forgot that and said this and forgot that they contradict. Like, Africans can't be smart people with culture when you said that they have no ability to maintain a country. Even when the white man leave tools, y'all still can't get it done.
See, in that same video is when I recorded when he said that that Africans didn't sell their own people because those people existed within kingdoms ran by chiefs. So the people they sold weren't their people, which means
somebody else, right?
They were somebody else, right? So with that being said, right, those same people you're saying that weren't your people came over here and went through an ethnogenesis, developed a different language, right? Developed a different language, different morals and customs that you know nothing about. That's all. You know nothing about.
Yeah. So hold on. Wait. No, go ahead. Drop the mic on that one. Go ahead, brother. And I'll come behind you.
Yeah. So if you're saying they didn't, so you in this statement, you're saying they sold Africans, but they didn't sell their own people because there was no such thing as an African as a collective group of people. There were chiefs and kingdoms. So those tribes belonged to particular kingdoms. So they sold people of other kingdoms, other tribes. So they weren't their people. That's what he said. So with that being said, those people that you said that were sold over here went through an ethnogenesis here. They already weren't your people.
Right.
But on top of that, they went through an ethnogenesis.
Right. So they're really not your people.
So they're really not your people. And I think even though he talks shit, we can take that from him and take him and what he just said with that type of stuff, what he said, and use him against his own people. This is what your people say about you. This is what your educated say about you. Your educated say that you will never develop and do anything. You don't know how to build nothing and you'll never do it. Your people, your educated is saying that we aren't you and you aren't us.
Yeah.
That's how we use him.
And yeah, great point. And that's what we say. Like, these guys, like, they talk so much because they're so educated, quote unquote, but they're dumb because why get mad at us? Why get mad at us if we're saying we're not African? We're not you.
Thanks.
You just said it. You're not us, right? Because you didn't sell your own people. So there you go. We agree.
We agree.
What's the whole diaspora war about then?
Hold on, but I want to say something. Here's the thing. He said that they never developed any. This is important, very important. This is hard hitting. He says they never innovated or created, or they don't understand and have never developed any political or economic systems. Tell me what kind of culture you have as a people without a political or economic system.
Yeah, that's a really bad culture.
You don't even exist as, you know what you are? You are a barbarian. Think about it.
I always say primitive and degenerates, but they get mad at me. But yeah,
you are barbarian. He said in the video you got, I'm telling you, go back and watch your own video between 359 and 401, 402, right? He outlined they never developed political or economic systems. Without that, what do you have?
Yeah, right.
You're a barbarian.
Right? Yeah, you just eating mud cakes all day. Like, what are you
Yeah.
doing? And you just
You're
pooping in the
savage.
roads. Yeah.
You're a savage. Think about it. If y'all don't have no economic systems, right? He just said we bartered. Bartered what?
Exactly. That's all they do. Hey, what I just said, they treat their country like a garage sale. Hey, what you want? All right, $5. So that's how they sold us. Hey, what you want? And then their resources and minerals they brag about. Hey, what you want? $5. Yeah, so he's right. To them, that's all they know is a bartering system.
Now, even
Garage
with
sale
that,
country.
in
What do you
another
want?
video,
Here, $5, $10, $20.
I gotta find it for you. In another video, he states that people like to brag about Africa having all of these minerals. He says you don't mine them and you don't know how to process them. You're not even in control of them. So how are you gonna brag about something you don't know how to use? They don't mine them.
The reason why they brag about the resources, that argument comes from us in America. We were bragging about the resources for them.
Yes.
Because they don't really value them. That's why they always up for sale. We were being Pan-Africanists and we were bragging about how rich Africa, that was our arguments. Yo, Africa's rich. Oh my God. They got all the sort. Oh man, the kings and queens. Like that was us from the outside looking at Africa, romanticizing and bragging about how beautiful African is. Then they took that argument and ran with it. And they don't even understand that we were romanticizing them.
That this is what we do then, right? You see how they brag about it, right? We say this. They say, yeah, because they like to say, well, yeah, if it wasn't for Africa, you would have the cell phone that you love so much. We be like, no. We came and we sent our white boys over there to take the cobalt from you. And then we used the FBA to create the goddamn cell phone because you didn't know what you was doing with the cobalt.
They had no sense of value. Now we got to call in. Call in. What's your name?
Yo, it's SWLE 44, bro.
Okay, peace, brother. How are you?
Hey, bro, I'm doing good, bro. I appreciate y'all letting me speak again. You know what I'm saying? I just had to chime in again with what the brother was saying because I watched the show the other night too when you had this guy on there, and I think we had some conversation about this. But this is the problem that we're really having, bro. This is a sickness now. Look. Bro just went through that about what he did. Now, you know you can run that back, right? So basically you can run back what he just did and he's destroying himself. He's doing that with a straight face. And what's happening in America is that this sickness of fleeing that they got in that coward nature is destroying them, man. And we have to do something about this. They have to come to grips with this. Look, we're not going to be able to survive with folks like that. That dude right there was educated. And what he's doing right now is putting on tape of himself, destroying himself. He destroyed Africa. And then he tried to come back and sort of shoehorn us because they always got to, you have to help Africa out again. That's part of that coward nature, right? See, you have to go back and try to rehabilitate Africa because you can't go back home. Because look, when you go back home, they're waiting for you. And to go back home in Africa, they are literally throwing each other out now. Right. He never said what his culture was when he was talking. So he's already dominating the conversation with someone, but you can't do that with FBA because FBA, look, this right. So look, we have already studied the science and knowledge and all that stuff and gave credit to Africa. He just said Africa don't deserve it, nor have they ever done it. And what we're getting in live time is what you showed last night, bro. If you was to bounce that up against those young people that you had talking last night, it would be the same thing. They are suffering bad from this coward flea nature, man. It is tearing them apart because when they see us, when they see us, they always feel terrible because they look at us and they just say, why can't we do anything? How can these people be like this? How could they have done all of this? And we supposedly have transported them everywhere. Look, you're supposed to have these same folk in Britain right now, British. They're not doing anything we've done. They're pissed off too. They're all on the internet trying to come after us. I thought we all was from Africa. Listen, if we all was in Africa, why they didn't create hip hop or the blues, the jazz? You don't find that anywhere. These people will try to say they did something like us because they got 2 arms, legs, and a head. Only thing they have to do is be able to move, and they say, okay, well, we created that, but we can't find anything in your lineage that you did it. You can't find them even doing.
You said they just got to move and say, we created that.
Right.
These guys are crazy, yo. We created oxygen. You talking comes from us, man.
Right, because everybody born in Africa, so we created how to breathe. And what's happening to them, and if you see them young people last night, I felt very sorry for them, because when I looked at them, they have a straight face like him. And that right there is the effect of this sickness of the diaspora. The diaspora is always comparing ourselves to them. It's not a comparison, right? It's like a giant stomping an ant. We don't see them. They're not important. We don't know what they're doing.
Can I interject?
We're not. Yeah,
can I
just 1 minute.
You just said?
Yeah, sure, bro. Yes, sir.
You said the comparison thing, right? It's not a comparison. It's not a comparison for us, because we see ourselves in the light in which we truly are. We know how great we are. So we're not looking around to measure ourselves against other people. However, they're coming from a space and a place where they lack self-confidence. They lack self-esteem, because they know they can't look to each other and say, who among us is the greats that the world recognizes? So the closest thing that possibly looks like them is us.
Oh.
So they have to look at us and measure themselves.
Yeah, which is why I had to chime in.
Even when they go around the world, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Even when they go around, when they move around in Europe and they try to move and act like this, I'm pretty sure y'all seen it online. They run around telling people they are us, and you got white people telling them, y'all not no Americans. We know what they look like. We know what they sound like. The measurement stick is us.
That's
weird. Google, if you don't, I think Ron is old enough. Remember Return of the Body Snatchers?
I say that all the time.
This is what this looks like. You know what I'm saying?
It is, without a doubt. That's what a tether is.
So we are the measuring stick, without us even trying to be. They say we trying to center ourselves. They call us centering ourselves. They say that, but what they're really referring to is us speaking about ourselves.
Right.
When we speak and honor ourselves, they have a problem because they can't match it. It's like, okay, like bragging about Afro beats, a flash in the pan thing that they had for a second, right? Bragging about how great Afro beats was. No matter, let's give them great credit for Afro beats, right? But for us, it's a small thing, because we've created so many genres of music that creating music is that's just a hobby for us now.
Yeah.
Right.
But to them, it's a great thing.
Right. We over here playing with it.
Yeah. Look what's going on. Look what's going on with the country music thing. It's so bad, right? That even with the white tea people with this country thing, they now are talking about creating a separate award for country music, where there's going to be 2 awards, contemporary and I guess old school, because they know standing next to us, they're not going to win without throwing salt on the playing field.
Right.
We're reclaiming our stuff, and everybody has a problem with that. And we're not asking. There's no asking. We don't care how you feel about it. Give me mosh, SHIT.
Yes, sir.
That's what it is.
Bro,
I'm listening.
I just want to finish up, and I definitely appreciate that. And see that right there is what's happening with these folks, bro. Because you have to look at that our family. We have to be concerned about our children. It's like they are trying to protect everything about them at the expense of our youth, of our children. Our children go to school with these folks, bro. They be at college with them. They're looking at them. They're dealing with them to this very day. They're HBCUs with them. And what they're trying to do now is they're trying to do something about this fleas coward culture. This thing is a real thing. This is terrible for them. because delineation is like that song said, like bro put that song and he said, now the earth shaking, the ground is shaking all around the world, all because of delineation, because now you find people popping up saying, oh, well, we discovered that black people are in another place. Well, you didn't know nothing about them prior, but you did because they didn't do anything. See, if you see them anywhere in any corner of the earth, you know what I'm saying? Then you will just go see them. They're not making any noise. They're not making anything. They're not doing anything. You have to wonder why are they so dormant? They're dormant because they have been watching us. Look, our life is chronicled around the world. Everything that we have done from the beginning, prior to America and before, is so rich that everybody wants a piece. But in order to get a piece, you have to come here. See, this is what a lineage is. See, you actually have to come here. So when they come here and they tether, they find out this greatness of these folks. And I keep telling our people over and over again, they idolize our icons because they don't want to deal with that's just regular for us. So our family, our uncles, our aunts and stuff that went through all that things, that's just another Malcolm X. That's just another. Look, Malcolm X is FBA because his father, they wasn't trying to fight for wherever he came from. This man had to meet Elijah, bro. Look, and when you meet Elijah, and until you meet Elijah, you in Farrakhan is absolutely nothing. Matter of fact, you can see it. They ain't nothing without Elijah Muhammad. So that's just, well, not Muhammad Ali, but Muhammad Ali still had to meet Elijah. He don't become Muhammad Ali without Elijah. You got to come to America. And when you come here, you know that everything you see when you see black people that time, you in your heart of hearts, you want to hit your knees. But White T won't allow you to do that because he's already been where you are. Look, you got him over there where you are. Look, these folks got every freaking flag that Caucasians got in their own country, teaching them different languages. So you have been dealing with him for thousands of years. He has done everything for you. And when you come here and you see us, you try to make comparisons. So you say culture. That man didn't mention one time what his culture was. And then you say he like from Bien or wherever that is that they now saying that they're from. You be like, well, what's your culture? You know, what have y'all done? You know, he don't want to talk like that. He don't want to talk because he's speaking almost perfect English. He needs to be able to try to convince somebody, but you'll never convince the owners, ever. Bruh, when the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad was teaching stuff, and even in the Moors, the way they be tripping, look at the science that we teach, bruh. Look at the science that we teach over here. We got people that's in a 5% nation. And then we got people that's in our indigenous nation. Then we got people that teach other things. We can go anywhere on this earth with just that little bit of knowledge. We walk around every country we go to like we own it. And the reason why because look, this earth really belongs to us. When we go everywhere, I guarantee you, they say, that's an American. That is American. Everybody else is doing too much. And that term came from us. Our kids now saying that in school. You're doing too much, bruh, please. Everything that we do become a cultural thing. So when you see our kids walking in school doing certain things, all of the colored kids are doing that. They doing that stuff at home first. We got to deal with them in the house. We got to deal with them in the middle of a circle or right outside creating hip hop, creating jazz or whatever we're doing, or the gospel. They could not create this stuff, or we would have learned it from them. That hurts them. They want to really give us reverence. And they keep on thinking about resources, which they give away. They gave away all of their leverage. So when they come and look at us, they wonder, how are y'all doing that? Well, you went to an HBCU. You going to school to study that, and we don't have to. See, we don't have to study that. That's why Tariq coming up with FBA, well, just coining that, like that one brother said, it's so detrimental to them. It does everything to them because it takes the cover off of them. Look, the Underground Railroad was not a Harriet Tubman thing. Everything that we do is underground. Where do you think that term came from? We take that through our raps and our music and James Brown, and then you get with you know, all them songs that we come up with. All those songs that we come up, those things be underground. You think about the Green Book, that's underground. When you come to our neighborhoods and they tell you we're the sundown town, that's underground.
The hip hop is underground.
You see what I'm saying? And look, it starts that way. Even when we were on a plantation and we were dealing with the indigenous, that first relationship with them was underground. But somebody's always trying to tell them don't mess with them. That was a separate part when they brought a lot of so-called slaves over here and they went straight in the house. You know why those particular ones went straight in the house? They was already indoctrinated like this dude that's talking. They got some folks from Africa. A lot of them did not want to leave from him. Look, a house Negro used to be underground. Who came up with these terms? We do this stuff right here to identify. And every time they identify, it spreads across the world. It spreads across every state in the United States. That's why when we do a dance, all of us know it in less than about 3-4 weeks. You can't get the Dougie, you get all these dances. You can start going from Cali to Detroit and everything else. Then you see them all doing it. Next thing you know, nobody saw it, then it start coming out. Nobody else does that. Nobody can do that. See, our brain is not made the way theirs are. That's why they keep talking like that. They always talk and they always leave out a lot of stuff. When I was saying, bro, always about math. And that's what our brothers talk about all the time, the science of the day. What is the mathematics, son? What is all of this stuff? All of this stuff is rooted in solving those letters like X, and then bro said was S. Every time you see people running their mouth like that right there, they are covering up something. And normally when they're covering up something, they're covering up us. They're covering up Wall Street. They're covering up women to race master. They're covering up I-10, I-20, I-95, all those roads running through covering up our people. Look, we can't go back because we never, ever go backwards. We never go backwards. We always going forward. These people are waiting on what we're going to do next. Why do you think they're saying, well, come on out here. Come protect us. Every race is in America saying, why aren't y'all doing more? There's no way you're looking for more to be done unless you're talking to the owners. See, the landlord is the only one going to evict you, but you look at us like we doing it, which tells you right there, you know who the true owners are. They the
Yeah, let me step back in here real fast.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, let me step in real fast. I want to finish out this video. I got really a hell of tabs. I got, and each tab is like an hour or something long. And this Tariq stuff was never part of what I had in mind today. It just was so interesting. Wow, this was like on point. What I was going to go into, but I do want to. So after this, I do want to play a video that just happened yesterday. So I was supposed to have Dr. Mayat on here. We emailed. She said, "Oh, I would love to be on the show," but then when I try to get on the show, she's like, just not around ever. Every time I give her is always wrong. Every day I give her is always wrong. But I look up, she's either live herself or she's on somebody else's panel. So I'm like, okay. And then like those panels, they're like 30 people. It's one thing if she's like doing a show on somebody else's panel, and I get it. If there's like 900 people live, attending, like, yo, she's on panels with like 10 people live. Like, okay, what are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, come on, like you come over here, you're going to have good exposure. You're Pan-Africanist, so we're going to really come up in numbers because we want to hear you speak and represent Pan-Africanism in 2025. And we want you to explain to us that it's not dead, how it's alive and how it's beneficial to the Black community. We want to hear these questions, and we want to go back and talk about Garvey and his Pan-Africanism. We want to be honest. And did Africans sell themselves, or, let's have all these intimate conversations that you guys normally avoid. FBA is here now. Like the dude Frank Zando, he could say what he want to say because there's no FBA person is across from him. So I'm trying to give them the opportunity to sit across from a FBA, channel. Like everybody who call in just now FBA. So Holy FBA Codex. So you is going to be exposed to a bunch of FBA. So whatever question I miss, whatever answer I miss, one of you guys, I'm biased. Let me get on. You get on. Now you get to ask the question or answer the question. You can ask or answer, vice versa. You dig? So we trying to provide that for them. Like, yo, come over here and defend Pan-Africanism. Try to teach us or show us how it's not dead. It's actually thriving, and you got some tangible things, and it has something to offer. Here's the space. There's a bunch of FBAs here. Here, tell us. And then while you're doing that, we're going to explain why FBA is where it's at, and we want you to ask questions and criticize us and show us where we flawed at. You dig? And they seem to not be available for these conversations. Another guy, and I ain't talking about Sabir. Another guy, I'm like, hey, that been on here before. Got cooked him a few times. I'm like, yeah, come back on. Let's talk about Garvey. Oh man, you gotta start paying me for paying you. Excuse me. Like, why are these broke niggas like always looking for Sabir Bay? This guy like, yo, dude, what you mean paying? Like, who asked for to get like who? I'm talking about the guys who really draw the audience. They don't even say pay them. They just pull up when they can. Like who actually says pay me? Now, yes, if I'm telling you, yo, come over, like Vlad and Say Cheese, yeah, they want you to come over to their studios. Yeah, so yes, they're going to the Breakfast Club. Yeah, so they're going to compensate. I'm saying pull up on at your own space. Pull up to, call in or Zoom. That means you're still in your state. You're still in your car, your home. Why am I paying you? And then consider the source. Consider the guest. Like, dude, you ain't worth a rock. You ain't worth a mud pie, my boy. Like, stop. Like, you're benefiting more than me if you come over here. Trust me. Yeah. But anyway, so if you called in, you're going to have a delay because the phone is not going to be as updated. When I play the video, it's going to be a delay on your end as opposed to my clicking the link. The video is going to play exactly the same time. So you ain't going to hear it till about 5 seconds later. I'm trying to pre-warn you now. All right.
Culture starts with.
So you might got to watch from your computer or phone.
Language. Oh, what is the language, nigga? What is your language? You nigga speak English. She speak Creole. Listen, language is not culture. Let's get something straight, ladies and gentlemen. Language is not culture. Y'all give me a retweet. Y'all retweet me. We in here heavy. Let me say that again. Language is not culture. Listen, culture is a shared system of values, rituals, aesthetics, norms, institutions like food, music, kinship rules, spirituality. Language is a symbolic code for transmitting information, sound, signs, grammar. You can change the code without changing the values. See, culture can survive language loss or shift. Like people here enslaved in America, the indigenous languages were wiped out primarily. The African languages were wiped out. Yet the core cultural logistics that we've practiced, they've all persisted. The way we worship, our polyrhythms, our communal chow rearing, our culinary techniques, new languages. We had Creole languages. We had AAVE, which I call Foundational Black American Vernacular English. Tut language. We had the Tut language that we created and practiced secretly. So yeah, we had different languages that we utilized, but we had a continuity with culture. And the language adapted around our culture, and it still does. Our culture is consistent. Because listen, you can have the same language in different cultures. Look, English is a shared language across the United States, Jamaica, Nigeria, the UK. Look, Jamaicans speak English. Our culture is completely different from damn Jamaica. They have their own unique culture. We have our own unique culture. You understand? Language doesn't mean culture.
Right. So kind of what SLEE 44 was saying, they know who the standard is, right? A matter of fact, we're not even trying to be the standard. We're just living our lives. But that's how they look at us. They look at us as the standard, like where they need to be. Okay. And some of them are insecure and a pessimist, but they don't believe they could ever be there, right? Where we're at. And they're probably right. So in order to justify that, right, they have to now start strip away from us to bring us down. And that's why I did the video last night. I said, FBA, we just think about winning. We don't think about other folks, white people outside the country. We don't think about Black. We don't think about Africans outside the country, Latinos. We just focus on the country. And in this country, we're just trying to win. Okay. Whatever that means to you, we're just trying to win, be successful, take care of families, pay bills, own a home. We're just trying to win, right? So the title yesterday, last night, I went late last night. It was called FBAs Think About Winning. We don't think about losers. You dig? We don't think about people below us or somewhere else doing less. When I say lower, it's been less than. We don't think like, why are we thinking about you? our struggle is still like heaven to what you got to go through. So like, why be thinking about you? Like, we're thinking about winning. The difference is that's our culture. We think about winning, getting ahead. We got the Rice brothers, all of our inventors, innovators. We think about winning and getting ahead. They think about us. That's the difference.
Yep.
We think about winning, becoming greater and greater and greater and better. They're sitting around thinking about us. How can I be like that person? And we're thinking about how can we just be the greatest on the planet? Like, we don't think about being great as white people. We think about being greater than white people. That's why when we are allowed to compete, right, without discrimination, which is only really in sports, they let us compete without discrimination and roadblocks, we crush them. Whatever sport or entertainment thing they let us involve, we kill them. Even with country music, we kill them. They got to create a whole new thing for awards. So when they let us in without discrimination and racism and things like that, we run circles around them. And they don't own. The only time we're let in like that, we're not being bothered, is like sports, entertainment, comedy, things like that. All right, but we run circles around them. So we don't. My point is, we don't even think about being equal to white people. Like, they are not even the standard. We're trying to crush them. We're trying to be the best on the planet. Right? That's what we're trying to be. So we don't think about y'all like that, man, at all. We don't think about nobody. We just think about winning, being successful. That's it. But while we doing that, y'all hateful people are thinking about us. How can we, undermine, no reparations, you ain't got no culture. This is all they talk about. Like, when do we say that? We don't talk about them, man. Hey, Africans got no culture. Africans, really, we don't think about y'all, man. Maybe white supremacists talk about y'all, but we don't think about y'all at all. And that's the elephant in the room in those Pan-Africanist tether circles. Like, yo, we really, and that's probably piss them off that we don't think about them. Like, dude, you're not on our radar, man. Listen, trust me, you're not on my radar at all. My personal radar, no African Caribbean person is on my radar at all, for good or bad. I ain't trying to sabotage you, and I ain't trying to include you either. I'm just focused on winning. That's it. So play a little more.
Yeah. Even in the United States, we have foundational Black American vernacular English, and then there's general American English, and it shows how a shared language shell can contain different cultural worldviews, different aesthetics, different norms, and even with foundational Black Americans, regionally we have different slang terms and language that we utilize and customs that we do within the totality of the culture. So there's different slangs out of Philly. That's why when we talk to people, we can kind of understand where they're from if you are well-traveled around the United States. Back when I was dating, I could figure out where a girl was from just by her accent or her slang. You understand? You meet somebody and they like, hey, what you trying to do? Okay, this girl's from Baltimore. Or they say something about I just saw this John over here at the store. Okay, she's from Philly. You understand? So we can pick up on certain accents. See, language is an infrastructure for coordination. It's not the blueprint. See, when you think of language, language is like a road system. It's not the city plan. It just facilitates the rituals. You understand? Language is basically an archive and an amplifier of the culture. You see? Language is a site of power. Yeah? It represents the culture, but it's not the culture.
Right.
So I want y'all to understand that. Because understand, look, foundational Black American culture, we have the most dominant culture. And we can go on and on about what we do culturally that's unique to us and that's spread around the world. The hoodoo culture, the conjure, that's our culture. The patent juba, which turned into stepping, which what we see our Q dogs and people like that, the fraternities, That's foundational Black American culture. The band culture, where you got the big bands, the marching bands getting down and doing dances, that's unique to us. The marching band culture. Nobody gets it in like our marching bands. That's our culture. Who else gets it in like our foundational Black American marching bands?
Right.
Even family, the way we barber and the way we do hair, the lineups, the square lineups, that's our culture. The unique hairstyles we created. Innovative barbering is our culture. Not just the innovative barbering, barbershop culture and beauty shop culture, that's us. We have a culture with barbershops and beauty shops. That itself is a
fact. If anybody, I mean, they would tell you, because we cut each other hair. You know, like I see white barbers cut Black people hair and Hispanic. I see Hispanics that cut Black people and white people hair. And of course, Foundation Black Americans, our barbershop, we cut Black people, Hispanic, and white people hair as well. My point, and even like the hair salons, like cultures pretty much let people do their hair, like regardless of their ethnic identity. But the point is, they acknowledge the difference when, like, let's say if a white guy or a Spanish guy go to our shops, like he know that man knows that our shops is more lit as far as conversation. Like our shop be busy as hell. Be busy as hell. You dig? A lot of conversation, a lot of arguing, a lot of debating, a lot of laughing, a lot of like getting together, watching maybe the sports, maybe Saturday, the college football. Like they really identify the difference between our barbershops and theirs and others. Because we talk to them, and they'd be like, yo, yeah. They're customers, so they're gonna come and have a conversation. They're gonna join the conversation with us, especially like sports. So, but yeah, what he's saying is right. Like they recognize it's a different world when you enter into a Foundation Black woman salon or a Foundation Black man barbershop. It's a different world, different experience and exposure than what they learn from other ethnic barbershops.
Culture. Because it's not just a place where you can cut your hair. The barbers, and the movie Barbershop was about that. The barbershop, that became a cultural staple in foundational Black American society. I want y'all to understand, the barbershops were safe havens during segregation, even during slavery, during Jim Crow. Remember, we were excluded from a lot of white-owned saloons and institutions and barbershops. So the Black-owned barbershops, those became safe spaces where we can gather freely without outside surveillance and hostility. Also, it represented economic independence, man. A lot of the first Black people to get some big money were the barbers, because they
or salon, Madam C.J. Walker.
Too. You would have to go to the Black people to get your hair cut if you were white. You understand? And they had some of those early barbering schools out of Philly where they were meticulous about that. That's why some of the best haircuts still come out of Philly today. Philly is infamous for their tight haircuts. You can't go around Philly with a fucked up hairstyle. I seen homeless niggas with tight fucking fades in Philly. I went to Philly. I saw a homeless dude with a shadow fade.
Hold on, the Renaissance woman said, we have a few trolls with wrenches from the chat. I get them. Just tell me by name. I'll read what they say. Woman Queen, $3 super chat. Thank you for the love, the Lenny's love. So Woman Queen just debunked some of y'all that believe that the super chat feature does not work. It works. Woman Queen just proved it. So anybody with a super chat message, go ahead, the cash up at the top end. Okay, and like the video. Thank you. Woman Queen, let me mind you up over there. Oh, you said, Lady Chef. I stay and do what's happening in the barbershop today. Yeah. Exactly. What happened in the barbershop, stay there. So you can be low key fade in the barbershop and they just stay right there. And Lady Chef. Look at that name. See if I read anything seconds. Oh, wait, so you got two women queens? All right, so I just gave another mod a wrench to a movement queen. Which movement queen is the real McCoy? I don't see a lady show.
Fade, nigga, nigga, you home nigga on the corner with a tight fade laying on the damn curb with a tight fucking fade. The homeless people in Philly got tight fades. That's another. You don't go around Philly. That's one city. You don't go around Philly with a fucked up hairstyle. That's a major cultural thing over there. Huh?
Homeless bum got a tight.
Dude, I think they used to say Jay-Z used to take trips down there to Philly to get his hair cut. That's how he was clicked in with all them rappers down there. Yeah? Wasn't that true? I think that was the rumor that Jay-Z used to go down there to Philly to get his hair cut. And that's how they got hooked up with some of those Philly cats. Yeah, we created the lottery, the whole shebang. But yeah, the barbering, that was for economic independence because we would cut white people's hair too. We would ear hustle and listen to their little money-making techniques and plans. So we would get some game from them. And also, everybody had to go to the barbershop. So the barbers were some of the first people accumulating wealth. And they would hire people within the community. And the barbershops, that became like a center of community dialogue. You know, that was one of the places where you could go and you can talk politics. You can talk.
All right, so now let's move on. So, he just over expanding on our culture. He's debunking Frank Zanu. So this is what I want to talk about right here. So this video right here, this is hold on. I think I see another super chat there. Yeah, Mama Deb, peace. Thank you, Mama Deb. Yeah, so Mama Deb also proved that the super chat feature does work. So thank you for the lineage love. $5 in there. Thank you very much. Yeah, I almost missed it. I just happened to look up. Then we got $5 from Bantu Mandinka. Peace. And if anybody else sent, just tag me. I'll read. Shout you out. I was playing the video and cooking. Thank you, Bantu Mandinka. $5 super chat there. So yeah, so they show that it definitely works. All right, but here we go. Now she was supposed to be a featured guest on the channel. It looks like she reneged on her invitation, which she agreed to. She's not really responding with me email as much at all. She's not trying to set up anything. So, all right, cool. And I think this video she did right here was an indirect message to me. Okay, specifically. Because her guy that's going to come on here, I cooked him 2-3 times on the show already. So, they like, yeah, the person you're going to be speaking with us unbiased Ron, he on this right here, he on that, and this thing gonna be saying. So as a result, I believe that's why she stepped out. She stepped away. But that's okay though, because I'm linking up with another brother that's part of I don't know where he's at now with his head, but I know that he was part of he's not as popular as her, but he was cool with her too. Like they were really tight. He's doing his own thing now. He's back on the scene actually. So he already agreed to come on, but I'm just forewarned. Listen, this is what I do, family. I just forewarned them. I said, hey, like I did her, hey, I know that you were a Pan-Africanist or you got Pan-Africanist views or ideologies. I want to let you know that I'm against those Pan-Africanists, damn near all of them, right? So I don't want to, set you up, ambush you. I'm letting you know that I don't agree with basically none of that shit. All right. Secondly, I am, a Foundation of Black America, and I adopt the talking points of the lineage. So just know that you're running into one of these, I'm letting them know who is interviewing them, who they're going to be sharing the platform with in front of the FBA, audience. So I don't want to catch them off guard and make them feel uncomfortable. Yo, you are coming into a hostile environment, basically. We're going to ask you the tough questions about what you got going on with Pan-Africanism. If you're into that, if you're not, cool, then we're going to talk about FBA delineation and the diaspora wars, and I want your opinion on all that type of stuff, how you feel about that. You know what I mean? So I'm letting them know like what you're going to be faced with. No questions caught off guard to embarrass them, because these are people like, no, she has a platform. She teaches kids. She got videos. So I don't want to embarrass them. That's not the goal. The goal is to prep them what they're stepping into. You dig? But I think she's like all the way in on Pan-Africanism. She ain't trying to, learn nothing or hear any debunk stuff. She's like just religious with it. That's what I'm getting. Unless she emailed me back, I'm getting that she's just religious with this ideology. Go ahead.
Hey, bro, you got somebody in the chat going after people with straight up profanity and everything, bro.
They got a wrench?
Look like somebody, got a wrench. Somebody, named Rose Ambitious Justice. Man,
hey, hold on.
You got to see some of this. Going wild.
It's Roses?
Rose Ambition Justice with a wrench. Calling sisters bees and everything.
All right. Yeah, Roses, you wildin'. Like, we're not on that right there. So now Roses, see, I'm not even okay. So now I gotta take your wrench, Roses. I don't even know what you're on, but you can't be doing that. You dig? That's not what we're doing. It's okay to have a debate in the chat, right? Because we're 43 million. We're not gonna get along. We're gonna debate stuff in the chat. That's okay. I'll stay out of those personal lineage debates. You see, I'll never step in as long as it's respectful. But if you calling people names and things like that, like you got the wrong perception of what this. And you're new on top of that. Like, damn, this is your first day. Like, why are you wilding out your first day? So I got to take your lineage wrench, let you calm down, let you, baptize yourself. The problem is now they can do something. The problem with losing your lineage wrench protect you, right? Now you have a right to freedom of speech in the chat. Right. The lineage wrench affords that to you. But once that's taken from you, you don't have a right to freedom of speech anymore. Unfortunately, whatever you say can be used, will be used against you, okay, in the chat. So now the moderators that have been here since day 1 or day 3 or day 10 or day 12, like the damn group, they are going to get you back now. So I would walk on eggshells, or like if you appreciate the channel and the guests and what we're doing here, then walk on eggshells. If you don't give a damn, you don't value the channel, then wild out, and they're going to time you out and delete your stuff, and they're going to have their way with you. So it's up to you. But you're new here, so we're not going to miss you. So bottom line, you're new here. We're not going to miss you. All right, let's go. So anyway, so I was talking about her. So, but the other guy who's going to be more sensible anyway, I don't think he's as, the guy who's going to replace her, I don't think he's as Afrocentric, as Pan-Africanized as her. So I think he would give a better honest, open-minded conversation on this than her anyway. I think she was sold into her Pan-African beliefs. So when I bring up Garvey Pan-Africanism, which I believe is a white supremacist rooted organization, I'm gonna bring that up, like the origins of Pan-Africanism. Like, how is it not white supremacy? You dig? We're gonna talk about that, but she would have probably got more emotional and called names and spazzed out. The guy that's going to replace her, he's more level-headed. He's more composed. He doesn't do stuff like that. You dig? So it worked out anyway. So she ran. He replaced her. It's all good. All right. So now let me play again. I think this video was an indirect message towards me. So instead of talking to me like we're talking SLLE44, like she agreed to, she decided to let me just video bang. You dig? Let me create a video to bang at him, and hopefully he'll respond. Okay, but I am going to respond because I don't know what you're saying. So her video is called this. Now this is a Pan-Africanist. When they call it xenophobic and these titles, that's a lie. That's them. All of the Pan-Africanists, they always say how we don't know something. They got to teach us. We're dummy this, fool, they all do that with us. They all got to teach us. We can't read a SLLE444. We can't read a simple book. We're just dumb. We need a Pan-Africanist to teach us what we can read for ourselves. This is how they all think. Look at her title. The title is disrespectful. Do Foundational Black Americans Know Our History? Carter G, Booker T, Dr. Ben, and Pan-Africanism. Okay, let me take 2 off that list right now. Dr. Ben is a pseudo historian. He's not a doctor at all in no way, shape, or form. And Pan-Africanism is garbage. Okay, and we were supposed to have that conversation to see what we know and what we don't know. I'm sure you should. I'm sure you should know more about Pan-Africanism than me. Like, that's just common sense. I'm not a Pan-Africanist. Never will be something like that. So you should know more about that than me. But when it comes to Booker T, well, I don't think. Okay, now that's a debate. But Carter G, like, that's your hero. You dig? He's a historian, author. I think he got the book, The Miseducation of the Negro, something like that. So, no, it's in the room. Go get it. Go get it from the room. Go get it in the room. Your water in the room. Go get the water. Go. Yeah. So Carter G, like, The Miseducation of the Negro, something like that. Like, come on, man. Like, why do I like? So we gotta read every book. Like, stop it.
Right.
Like, people prefer books over other books. Like, stop it. And you have to read Carter G, No, I don't have to read that stuff. But let's look at it. Now, I ain't gonna do that.
This should be good. Oh, yeah. Brother Ankh is getting ready to pull up to have a conversation with me on this.
So now, Brother Ankh is the guy who I cook on a regular basis. He's the one that said he don't mind Africans tethering on to reparations, right? He said he don't mind. He said even though they don't deserve it, he don't mind if they literally scammed onto our money and siphoned it out. He said he don't mind. I said, all right, bro. Yeah, I know you're an agent. I know you're op. Okay, so he got cooked. Then he later said, Africans did not sell us to white people. He got cooked there, and now he's trying to say, well, I mean, I don't know what he's trying to say now, but I got the video. Okay, I unlisted it because I was going to give him a chance to, like, correct himself. I'm not trying to embarrass people. So once he called me personally, like, I was tripping. So I unlisted because I made a video, just he himself and myself debating that part, like, because it was a long video. I took that part out. You know how we do. Took that part out and made a video by itself. But when he called me and started saying, I was tripping. So I'm like, all right, we'll come back on the live and say you were wrong and let's go forward. He didn't do that. So now I'm going to take it off, let's make it public so you guys can see that he definitely said that Africans did not sell us. The white man came and kidnapped us. You know, some weird Pan-Africanist lie that's being retold in their circles. All right, so let's just fast forward. So I'm just going to fast forward some of the video and get straight to some of their talking points. They got to educate us. We read English, but they're going to educate us on our history.
Where different African nations come into the conference and talk about scientific ideas. Pan-Africans did that. No FBA.
Don't get into that yet, because I just kind of wanted to build. Don't get into that yet.
Okay, so what he keep doing, which is very disingenuous. All right. So, bro, stop telling us about a Pan-Africanist conference, boy. Tell us about something they actually built that we could touch, smell, and hold right now. Stop with this intangible stuff. Well, they had talks. Well, and Cobra had talks. You got the HR 40 bill. That's talking. Like, we're past talking. We're about demonstration now, bro. You remember demonstration beats conversation? Ain't that y'all talking point? Yeah, but we're past. Well, you guys are certainly past conversation. You had 200 years to do something, family. I don't think I know that, and I don't think they know that or would admit to that. But Pan-Africanism in this country goes back almost exactly 200 years, and the best they can do is get on a YouTube panel and convince us of a conference where they just talked all goddamn day to themselves. They had literally 200 years. Like Pan-Africanism go back to about 1822. Matter of fact, a little earlier, 1815, 1814, Pan-African. It goes that far back. So they had over 200 years. And the best they can do is convince us of a conversation they had first. And then what they want to do is they want to group up FBAs as a particular group. That's not a nationality. That's not an ethnic group. But not nationality. That's not an ethnic identity. Okay. They want to act like there's just a few people who just believes what Tariq Nasheed says, and that's it. So they keep trying to frame us as a cult when they're the real cults. Matter of fact, a lot of them only joined cults, over and over. And now their biggest cult is the Pan-Africanist cult. But yeah, but that's the thing. So when we had that talk, like, dude, what is the difference? The brother asked the tether yesterday, what is the difference between a foundation Black American and a Black American? And none of them can answer that question. It's the same shit. So now these Pan-Africanists that was at this conference. Well, if he's talking about in Trinidad, then those are West Indians. They're not foundation at all. They're just a bunch of talking ass Caribbeans that did nothing. All right. But if he's talking about W. Du Bois, okay, that these are FBA Pan-Africanists. So they keep dividing. They say we're divisive. They're divisive because they keep acting like Malcolm X and these guys are not FBA Pan-Africans. And Malcolm X joined that ideology at the later end of his career, by the way, the later end of his life. This whole Africa stuff, like that was late. And he probably did that as a rebellion to the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. He probably just did that just to, you know how you do, you leave something, you want to piss them off. So he probably just did that just to throw shots and rocks. He's going to join up with John Henry Clark, who's a goddamn lying ass historian. His work is worthless. So when you just throwing shots, it just became a pissing contest at some point. And Malcolm X was we loved the brother, but he was very unsuccessful when he left the Nation of Islam. Like he was not successful at anything. His organization flopped and failed. All right, let's just be honest. Okay, so let's stop romanticizing people. Dude, they're FBA, but their history is their history. We're not going to add to it. The dude really didn't accomplish shit after he left the Nation of Islam. Matter of fact, he was no longer Malcolm X, literally. Like Malcolm X is known worldwide because he was known worldwide as Malcolm X. He's not known worldwide as Malik Al-Shabazz or no goddamn Pan-Africanist name. So let's just like be real. So, but without doing all that, because we can do that, we can have that conversation. Like, do you really know Malcolm and what he did afterwards? And it's really nothing. Okay, so nothing tangible, but his great works was with the Nation of Islam. That's a fact. He's known worldwide because of his works with the Nation of Islam. That's a fact. He's not known for his works with the Pan-Africanist circle. Matter of fact, there's only two known Pan-Africanists that the world knows. That's Umar Johnson and Marcus Garvey. And both are alleged scammers. Yes, so that's not a good look. That's not a good look. There is name a worldwide Pan-Africanist that started off as that and never was something else that the world knows. Yeah, nobody. Just Umar Johnson and Marcus Garvey, two alleged scammers. Yeah, so they want to rewrite history and make Malcolm X to be this super Saiyan Pan-Africanist. Like, oh, Malcolm X said it, so it must be true. No, that Malcolm X was different than that Malcolm X. Matter of fact, he's not even called Malcolm X when he said that shit about Africa. Oh, Africa, which was Africans and American. At that point, when he said that, what was his name? Because it wasn't Malcolm X. So stop saying Malcolm X said that. Malcolm X didn't say that. That man with that new African name said that. You did, because Malcolm X would have never said that shit. All right. So anyway, let's go.
You about to get into the bill and lineage and ethnicity over race.
And by the way, if he did say it, so what? He's just a person, right? He's just a man. If he did say this Malcolm X, so what? Just a man with an opinion. We're men and women with opinions too. That don't make it like the doctrine.
Said prior to 1980s, the vast majority of our ancestors made it clear that we were American Indians. That's not true. That's not true. And I'm gonna leave your ignorant statement up here, lineage and ethnicity.
So that's the thing to see, ignorant statement like that. That's the whole Roland Martin's approach. Your ignorant statement. That's why all the aggression towards FBAs. Okay, let's say the person is slightly wrong or absolutely wrong. Why they gotta be ignorant? Like now, if that was a tether who said, hey, Malcolm X is Ghanaian, we love him, she wouldn't have said, that's a stupid statement, I'm gonna leave it up here as ignorant. She'd have been like, no, brother, he's not that. Like, they have all the love and compassion for everybody besides Black Americans. So nobody hates Africa more than an African and Pan-Africanist, and nobody hates Foundation Black Americans more than a tether and a Pan-Africanist. They hate us more than a white man, a white racist. Wow. As they do. They got all this vitriol, disdain for just simple shit. Now, she had a chance to talk to me. Her video didn't get no views. It wasn't like she got a whole bunch of views out there. You would have had more views over here. But let's hear this garbage.
The over race. And see, this is what I want to say, before you jump into your presentation.
Presentation?
So
oh, shit. Now, all I'm gonna do is just hate on FBA and Turk and Sheet. This dude got some zesty, like a lot of them. He got a zesty, strong obsession with Tariq Nasheed. A lot of men, like Afro, what's that, Think Tank? A lot of these guys got a zesty obsession with Tariq Nasheed. And a lot of them just jealous because they've been around as long as him. This is the thing, SLLE44. I know these guys. They've been around as long as Tariq Nasheed, and they can't tie his shoe. And they always disagree with everything he was into. So they are faced with, why is this guy way more successful than me when I think I'm right and he's wrong? The whole time he was around, I think I was right, he was wrong. How did he turn his information to success, and how did I fumble my shit? How did I become so unsuccessful with my message? I'm so unsuccessful with my message that I can't even get a YouTube following. You dig? I can't even give a YouTube audience to listen to me. Yo, Pan-Africanism, look at their platforms, family. Ain't nobody checking them out. Now look at Jason Black. Listen, Alpha, the guy, or Afro-Elite. Look at their audiences. And I didn't say Tariq, but look at Dennis Sperling. Thousands. Dude, like that, there's no audience for Pan-Africanism, man. They don't even listen to themselves. So Baba Small's crew ain't listening to this crew right here. And this crew ain't listening to him. Like, they don't even support themselves to make it look like they're so numerous. Like, the evidence is clear. Just go to a Pan-Africanist channel and you're going to see no numbers. It's old, it's dead. And is that not the most clear sign? If you are a famous book author, right? And you out there got a book, right, signing. Like, the greatest example is successful is the people there getting their book signed. If you then write a new book and you go to sign your book and there's nobody there besides your wife and your uncle, that is the greatest sign that your career is done. It's over. Try, retire, sit down, relax, or do something new. So the greatest sign that Pan-Africanism is dead is that the lack of audience that they're getting on YouTube and these social media spaces and even in real life attendances. That is the absolute best sign that this is a nothing burger, is dead, RIP. Nobody shows up to listen to it. So the only little life you get, you already know, the only little life you get in viewership is when you mention FBA like she did. When they mention FBA, that is the most life and views. So really, they're dead. They're dead. They just hold on to us. That's why they alive. Appears they're alive. They're dead. They're just holding on to FBA's name. That's the only life they got. That's ironic because they hate us and they talk about us. We ain't nothing. But the only life they got is to hold on to what we're doing. So here we are.
G. Woodson, right? The father of, well, he was the father of Negro Week, which turned into what evolved into Black History Month. Okay. And Carter G. Woodson understood the value of us knowing our history. Okay.
Oh boy.
The value of knowing our history. So much so that in this book, The Miseducation of the Negro.
They're always holding up books. Listen. Let me guess. He's a Pan-Africanist. You dig? Like, it's the cherry. I don't know. Maybe he is. I don't know that if that's where she's going. But it's just so obvious. They usually just hold up books written from Pan-Africanists. Dig? So I don't know if he is or not. But let's see, because they also revise history and make people Pan-Africanists. They make Booker T. Washington a Pan-Africanist. They just said he is because I said so. But let's see where this book is going. Okay, what's your point? Land your plane, sis.
That he penned in 1933, he said that the education of a people starts with the people themselves. And so he went and for 40 years, he literally traveled. He traveled around. He flew places. He went places, and he studied the education system. He said from K through 12 through the university. And he studied the educational systems in various places, okay? And he noticed that we did not, our history, we were omitted. We were literally either we were omitted or information about us were distorted, right? We were viewed or treated as.
I would love to know, because you say our history, I would love to know what history is the our history. Is that American history or just worldwide African history? I would love to know that. Tiger Crane Shakir in the building, longtime supporter, rider for the lineage. He says, in my opinion, Pan-Africanism, FBA feel threatened by FBA due to FBA influence in ways Pan-Africanists couldn't fathom. He said FBAs also pose threats to their social strategy. Right. And
It is.
what the Holy FBA Codex earlier said, they should be embracing it because it's not a contradiction to be a Pan-Africanist and embrace your foundational Black American lineage. It's not a contradiction to be that and be a Muslim, be that and be a, whatever you want to be. You can do both because one is just inherited. It's nothing you're like accepting or taking on. You're born with it. You're just in denial. They're just in denial and they want to say there's something else. But you could be both. Well, you could be anything you want as a foundational Black American. You could, good or bad, you could just be a serial killer. You're still foundational Black American. It doesn't change. But like FBA Codex said earlier, they look at the reason why they're most threatened because they don't see FBA as a lineage as what it is. They see it as an organization that's competing with their organization. So that was very, very deep when he said that. They see all these guys, the Moors, everybody, they see FBA as a competing, rising, lit organization threatening their membership. And that's how they're speaking to us. They're speaking to us like we're competing with them for their members. And they don't see that. Nah, that's not how we look at it. We look at it as this is the lineage, and we can still be Pan-Africanists, Moors, and weirdos and everything else. But that was a deep, deep breakdown. I like that.
Yes, sir.
But shout out Tiger Crane Shakir for the $5 super chat. The lineage love. And again, he just proved that the super chat does work, family. So, you can use that super chat. It does work. Anyway, let's go.
An inferior group of people. And so he advocated for us to know our history. He also advocated for us to know our history so that we could get an understanding.
Now, keep in mind, she keeps saying our history. She's not explaining who the our is and what type of history is it. Because I might agree or disagree who the our is, and I might agree or disagree about the history. Okay, she keeps saying our history, but not being like, specific. Like she's being vague on purpose. Now, you know how we do. We say Black American history. We say our foundation of Black Americans. We make that very clear. There's no guess. When we talk, there's no speculation. You already know. It's FBA and FBA history, FBA inventions, innovations. It is always FBA. When we say our, we, possessive pronouns. Her, I'm trying to figure out who is the our and what history. Is it global African history or is it exclusive to America? But maybe she'll finally get to it.
Ending of what was going on around us. You can't talk about what's going on in the present day if you don't know what happened in the past, which shaped the present day. Okay. And so he advocated for us knowing, our history, right? And so what's happening today on social media, because right now technology is at our fingertips, right? We're going here. We see a lot of misinformation and disinformation.
I feel the shots coming. I feel like I'm ducking. I feel the shots coming. Here we are. Misinformation, disinformation.
Us, brother Ankh.
Oh,
and
here we
if
go.
we knew our history, if we was armed with our history, we wouldn't be fooled by folks with fake documentaries full of lies, documentaries full of falsehoods.
Okay, so she's clearly talking about now. And by the way, she took part in a fake documentary, a quote unquote fake documentary. She was in one. So it wasn't fake. So let me guess, the one you were in was not fake. The other ones were. Okay, so you said we were fooled. So you were fooled to stop it. You realize that look for you did not help out your brand. It didn't help out Pan-Africanism. It helped out FBA, the lineage, and our talking points. That's what happened. You realize that didn't help out the brand at all. You're upset and mad. And now it's all about fake history, fake that. The FBAs, we're just fictitious people, according to these clowns. Thanks for the lineage love, Mr. AMG, $2 there. There you go. I told you, it definitely works, family. You can send $2, $3.50. It definitely, you can send 1 penny. It definitely works. All right, let's go, because we're gonna be here for a little minute.
With eloquent speakers, right? That's spewing misinformation. We wouldn't be fooled by those folks if we were armed with our history. And so a lot of you all say, well, Dr. Mahad, I don't know my history. I don't know my history. You know, you keep saying on with your history. We need to know our history. And I say this to those folks. In the age of technology, ignorance is a choice. So if you don't know your history, you are choosing not to know your history because we have books. There are books available. So a lot of you are getting your information from YouTube, you're getting your information from TikTok, you're getting your information from Instagram, instead of doing the rigorous study.
Hey, yo, they're going to hypnotize you with these books. Like, they're going to book you down.
Right.
It's one thing about a Pan-Africanist. And like I said, all you got to do is go to Sabir Debate Channel. If you want to see a person hold up 1,000 books in one show, like this dude holds up like 100 books in one live stream. That's like Umar. Like when you do that, when you hold up all those books during your one live stream, a smart person would say, an inquisitive person would ask, how do you find time to read all those damn books and then retain the information? No, get your food. Go, get your food. Yeah, go eat your food. Yeah, so how do you find time to read all those books and how do you retain the information? Because if you read all those books, certainly you don't remember anything's in there. You don't.
Right.
You don't. And that's just 100 books he showed that live. Right. What about the other 100 lives?
books behind her.
Right, yo. They be trying to yo, that is the most deceptive background you can ever. I can't stand folks who show a bunch of books behind them. It's like, what are you trying to imply? What are you trying to convince us of? You're the, all right, come here. This guy. Follow me around. Yeah, what are you trying to convince us of? Like, you're just the smartest person in the room. Is that what it is? So does she hold up a book that I got the book, I just recommended. Okay. What about it? See, like they will book you down to submission. That's called appealing to the book. Yeah.
Bro, could I say something right quick? And look, you go to school with all those books and you study all those books because the Bible is a book, right? See, the Bible is a book. The Holy Quran is a book. If you just sit that book in your house for 3, 5, 10 years and say you're a Muslim and don't pick up the book, it's still just a book, right? So what's happening is that a book is something that you're supposed to read, understand, take the power out of the book and manifest that in your life. You must be able to transform so people can follow something so they can tie back to that book. When you're in college, it's not like they're going to change all the books every year. They change them books at a particular time, right? So that's going to be a different book, but you can train 500 of them and only 2 might really use that book to really get what they need. But what's happening in America is that we already know this stuff. See, their problem, this is what they're so upset about. They're upset because our lineage is our instructions. It's our DNA. They cannot grasp that because they have been in them books so long. They have been in the books and they in a cult. Because listen, when you're in a cult, this is what you do. She's sitting up there just talking, bro. She don't want to prove anything. She don't want to do anything like you're doing. She don't want to bring any opposing views on that. She is spewing things. And I'm just looking at her like, okay, you're very worried about losing your grip. You're very worried because they got to understand. If it was me, I'd be like, this is a fire out of control. Because that's what's happening with FBA. It's like
I would have been planning my exit.
Fire.
Yeah, if I was a Pan-Africanist, I would have been planning my exit right now.
Yeah, because you just studied all them books. And bro, look, once you study all those books, this stuff's supposed to be happening at some particular time, right?
Right.
Look,
yeah, you got to produce
even
something.
with the 5%, because like prophets, all that stuff got to happen. You have to see something today. So in this generation or in this time, of course they want immediate gratification because they can do things immediate. These people want to take you back. They want to take you back, talking about you have to go back and read a book. No, you don't read a book when you start practical application. These things are outdated, right? They have to be outdated because for us to challenge this world right now, we're dealing based off up-to-date information. Look here, we are updating by the second. And they're upset because look here, our people are trained that way now. Look, we have been double-crossed so many times And this last
let me get back in
election
there for a
showed.
second. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Go
go
ahead,
ahead.
bro.
No, go ahead. I just want to get back in there. Go ahead,
Okay.
before I lose my thought.
Yeah. Let me grab mine again. But that election really showed our people that it's not just the Caucasian, and this is what they hate. It's like they are mad because all of our people now see that the people that they never looked at as enemies, never looked at as harming them, never looked at as doing something to them, are those people.
Right.
They are doing that to us.
So let me get in there. Right. And that hurts.
Yeah.
That hurts them, like you said.
It
Like
hurts.
it's the enemy that was within, which was the most effective enemy. You dig? You can avoid to some degree experiencing white supremacy over systemic racism. For example, I mean it's not wise, but if I want to stay a renter, I don't want to buy a house. Guess what? I just avoided that systemic racism of being denied a loan because of my lineage. So to some degree, you can kind of shield yourself away from white supremacy. Systemic racism is a bad thing. That means you're not trying to level up, but you can to a degree, and it won't affect you. But you see, white systemic racism affects you because you're trying to get access to tools and you're being blocked because of your lineage. So now you're being affected, but you can stay in the projects and really don't be affected. As long as you ain't selling drugs, you really won't be affected by systemic racism. Now you will be marginalized and a failure, but you won't experience it on that level. Okay, so what I'm saying is that you can avoid it to a degree, but the tether supremacy, that person lives with you in the projects. How are you avoiding that person? That person is in school with you. That person is your goddamn coworker. That person on a bus with you. How can you avoid that? You can't. So, and that threat is more serious because right there near you. White supremacy, white supremacist is a human being that don't live around you. So you got to come in contact, which is far in between, or they got to deliberately try to seek you out. But tether supremacists, you live right there with them. They have access to you on a regular basis. They know what time you leave from work, what time you come home, what time the kids come home. They know all, and then what car you drive, everything about you, man. They even know your best friend, all that type of stuff. So when they become an enemy, they are more of a threat in my mind. All right. So anyway, but just going back, because I want to play the video. I don't want to talk through the video too much. I just want to give a little commentary, but I want the video to play because it's a long video, and we've been on here since what 8? Yeah, we're gonna be here. It's about 5 hours. I don't want to make it super too long, but I agree with you as far as the book stuff. And I was just going to say, I'm going to give even Umar, and by what you said, I'm going to give Umar and Garvey more respect than all of the Pan-Africanists together, because they weren't stuck in books and holding books up. They actually believed something and put it forward and got some motion. You dig? Garvey dressed up he's dressed up his supporters in like a uniform. You dig? They went to work, they got stuff done, and they had an organization, and they were known as that. Okay, so when the FBI cracked down on them, they knew who they were, right? They were organized, right? They looked the same, they talked the same, they had the same rhetoric. And even those who dealt with Umar, same rhetoric, like, you know what I mean? Like, you kind of knew a Umar follower. But these Pan-Africanists like her, they can't, all they could do is write a book, but they can't influence people at all to join them or accept their ideology at all. But they hate Umar, who was successful at that. And some of them hate Garvey, who was successful at that. But they can't, all the books they write, they are unattractive to Black people. You dig? Black people do not buy the book, and they don't join their organizations, and they don't attend their lives. Their live streams. They don't attend. So it's like, what are you doing this for? You're not good at this. Maybe you should try something else. Like, everybody, you got a talent. You got something in you that's unique. But sometimes what you want to do ain't what you need to do. Okay? What you want, listen, I'm a great bowler. I play basketball. I'm okay. But I'm a better basketball player. I'm a better bowler than I am a chess player. Okay, and I try to teach people how to bowl. I try to teach people how to shoot the basketball. I'm a decent shooter. I only got a video uploaded making 13 threes in a row. I'm okay. I ain't Stephen Curry, but I can shoot the ball. And like I said, I got the video. I got it. I uploaded it. I'll play it here. You dig? I'll play it. And but you can see my gym warm ups when I'm shooting the ball. You gonna see me make like 90% of my shots on all of my visits at the gym. We're just saying shooting around. Like I'm a good shooter. And I got good form. So I was trying to teach people how to shoot because form is something hard. You look at the NBA, people shoot weird. Right. So I was trying to make money teaching people how to shoot correctly, like the perfect form, the Kobe Bryant form. Okay. The Kobe Bryant form, the JJ Redick. I was trying to teach that. But nobody, I mean, I had one kid who paid and everybody else would do it for free. But people didn't even want the free lessons. So I knew like, okay, now that's what I wanted to do. Okay. But I'm like, okay, right. I had to drop that. Like, and I love basketball. Like, I got it. I love sharing that, how to shoot, but I had to drop it. It ain't working. They don't even want their free lessons. So they definitely paying for the shit. So bowling was unrealistic because you got to pay for bowling. It just costs too much to even get started. So to make a profit, I got to charge you so much money just to make a profit, right? So that didn't work. Now, chess. It turned out everybody wanted to learn chess. Mm-hmm. So all I'm saying is I realized chess is the least activity I wanted to teach. I wanted to do bowling first, basketball second, and maybe chess third. But chess went to number one because this is the only thing that they would pay me for. So I'm saying it's same thing with them. They want to spread Pan-Africanism across the world. But that might be your bowling. You know, my version of bowling. That might be my version of basketball. People don't even want to learn for free. They don't want to even attend for free for you with that Pan-African stuff. So maybe that's not, you love it, you want to, but maybe that's just not it. Maybe they want to learn something else. Maybe you got arts and craft. Maybe you got a skill in that. And you might be more productive in that. Maybe the whole getting in front of Black people teaching and guiding, maybe that's not for you. Can y'all just rethink what you're doing? That might not be your calling. That's all I'm trying to say. And it appears that way because you don't have no attractive powers. Nobody's coming to see you talk. You've been on YouTube for 1,000 years. You got 30 live folks. You dig? And Afro-Elite just started yesterday. Got like 3.4 thousand watching them. Like, yo, that's not what you're good at. You're not a good orator. You're not good at disseminating information. It's okay. You're good at something else. You're good at maybe teaching folks how to cook big pies and stuff. You dig? So I'm trying to say everything ain't for everybody. Like those crazy pyramid schemes. They say, hey man, we're selling nani juice. You know, everybody's not a salesman, saleswoman. Oh, you'll make $1 million. No, I won't because I'm not a good salesman like that. I don't do cold pull-ups, cold walk-ups. I'm bad at that. Because once I get a no, I'm mad as hell. All right. Mm-hmm. So I'm saying that for these folks, that's advice for them. You guys are kind of wasting your entire existence on YouTube. You're probably into the wrong thing. If you go ahead and try other things like Unbiased Ron, if you try other things, you're going to see what you're good at for real, not just what you want to do. You're going to see what you're actually good at and what people will pay to see you or do for free to see you. But this ain't that for you guys. Reconsider your time on YouTube. This ain't it. That's a nice way to say this ain't it. You could spend your time doing something better.
Instead of sitting down and saying, let me read a book, right? Or let me purchase tools, credible tools, or let me enroll in programs that actually teach our history, or let me tune into credible platforms, community of skeptics.
I'm sorry, family. I will never put so much, I got to say this. I just got to say it. I will never put so much effort in something and fail. You feel me? SWLE 44. If I put all my effort in something, it's going to produce something. Like even right now, like this channel, bro. I created this channel in January, bro.
Right.
I only got 2,000 subscribers. That's it. Just 2,000. But if you look at the total views, it's ridiculous.
Right.
Because you guys see the genuine. You dig? You see, I'm not forced. If it doesn't work, okay, it's not my calling. I'll let it go. You dig? I'm not going to force on you guys. Like, hey man, listen to me. So, but I finally poured all my attention into it. I said, all right, let me invest in the thumbnail, the music. You know what I mean? I invested some money into it. I said, let me just try. Let me look at my audio. I got a microphone. If y'all go back even 3 months, there's no microphone. The audio is terrible. And the chat would be like, yo, I'm biased, your audio is terrible. I didn't care because I'm not putting it all in. I said, you know what, let me just put it all in. If I'm going to do it, let me just go all in. Let me invest the money, time. Let me be consistent. And my times were inconsistent. I'll be 3 p.m. live one day, next day, 1 a.m. I mean, it was ridiculous. I said, let me take this more serious. Let me have a time slot that's more consistent. And you see it's 8 a.m. and sometimes 8 p.m. But my point is I put my all into it and I got a little results, which I expected. I did not expect to fail once I put all my time and energy in one thing. These guys got their time and energy in all one thing and they were in the Hidden Colors goddamn thing. How much exposure do you need? You're in Hidden Colors. Everybody who Hidden Colors became big. Everybody. Everybody who was in Hidden Colors, they're all big now. Or at one point was big.
And now they call him bro a liar.
The guy who made you big, you're coming at him. The guy who gave you the most exposure you ever can give yourself, you're coming at him. And not
That's
even
why that
legitimate.
look on his face, bro. That's why that look on that look when you start look at that look on his and her face. That's the picture of Pan-Africanism. He looked like he's scared to death that there's a train about to run over her, and she looked like I'm not gonna be able to save you.
Facts. Yo, that is really what you said was correct. We're laughing and smiling, having fun. That's FBA. These guys are still face mean as fuck, mean mugging. You dig? This like a mug shot. You dig? Like, hey, stay right there, man. Like they got the mug shot faces. You dig? Like
she wants to read a book.
Pan-Africanism is they're frustrated, yo. Where's the smiling in? Look at Umar last, angry. Hey, everybody, hey, like just angry, yo. All of them, Baba Small, that white man slop, every day, all just angry. Wow, we live. Dennis Sterling is smiling and laughing and having fun. Yo, we chilling. These guys are angry as hell. Yo, you good call. These guys are really angry when they go live.
But bro, you said it. They need this to be a group. They need to be able to wrap their heads around this group, right? They want this to be a group. These people, even if they FBA, you got to understand just how conflicted they are within themselves, or either like we were saying, they're in a cult. You have to disassociate yourself from reality to stay in a cult, because you don't want any more opposing views. You don't want challenges. You open up your mic. Almost all FBA do that. And the reason why we do that is because we're sitting on top of the lineage. Look, our history is so long, so strong, you can get on here and talk yourself for 2 days for about like 7 to 8 hours. And we got more and more and more and more. Every day with FBA, there's more because we've never had to talk to the world like this, bro. We never had to check the world. Look, bro, we are what, 40-something million over here?
Yeah, 43 million.
You got 43 million checking the whole world. Got them all, got them all backed into the corner. They're backed into the corner, all races, and White T looking around like, man, you know what? If they say something to us, well, we know what time it is with them. But, they boxing us too at the same time we're boxing them. But they're around here boxing these folks just by saying that they're FBA. The Caucasian Yeah.
And let me say this to the chat. Anybody listen, people know better, chat. People know better, right? We're adults. If anybody ever come in the chat and use profanity, you got to block them. No timeout. Like people know better. People, like we're all experienced on YouTube. We know we can't go in nobody chat. I don't give a damn what the topic is. Hebrew Israelite, Moors. We can't go in nobody chat cussing. White man, it could be Dave, Professor Dave. You can't go in nobody chat just cussing randomly. Like, so people know proper etiquette. You got to just block them. Like at that point, they are purposely being disrespectful. Anybody that, especially no wrench, they come in here cursing and you got to just block them. Now, if they claim to be FBA, maybe give them a warning, like, yo, what's going on? But if you don't know if they're FBA or not, if they never made that clear, you block them. We're going to assume they're tether, just block them. Yeah, so if we don't know your FBA for sure, and you're saying some crazy stuff, you just got to get blocked. We're not gonna miss that one subscriber. That one subscriber won't be missed. All right, let me play some of the video.
This is one, right? That's a
It's called Order.
That's a YouTube platform that you can tune in to learn about your history while also becoming scientifically literate.
All right, let's go. Let's get to the point.
Do anything for us?
Wait, another book?
Pan-Africanism.
Wait, ho.
Pan-Africanism never benefited us. Pan-Africanism is dead. If you really knew your history, saying Pan-Africanism is dead, it didn't do anything for us. Well, now you're discrediting the work of people like Booker T. Washington. Are you saying that Booker T.
Oh my God, they just holding up books. Booker T. Washington. What? Yo, please articulate what of his work in America was Pan-Africanism. This dude said, yo, Curtis, okay, again, like that's why they don't want to come over here. By the way, the Holy FBA Codex, I invited her to come over here. She agreed to come over here and she made excuses not to come over here. And now she's all in that she's not coming over here. So the hell with her. But I would love for her to she's holding a book up, right? She's holding a book up. Now, Booker T. Washington didn't write that book. She's holding a book up about what somebody said about Booker T. Washington. You see, that's some slick shit. That's not Booker T. Washington book. Booker T. Washington book has nothing to do with. I read the Up from Slavery. You dig?
Right.
Nothing in that thing was Pan-Africanist.
I got that book too.
Yeah, everything in that book was about Pan-American. You dig? This dude was a proud American. He was not for immigration. He was low-key immigration restrictionist. He loved America. He wanted to build America. He never said anything about leaving America or even about what people outside of America should do. He ain't trying to solve nobody outside America problems. He was all about civil rights, which just make obvious sense. We're living in Jim Crow. We're not thinking about Africa at all. We're thinking about America and how we're going to get right. So we're all behind the civil rights movement. You dig? The civil rights movement started in 1868. You dig? Unbeknownst to Tethers. You dig? But the civil rights movement is old, man. Frederick Douglass, like one of the first persons to be part of that. But you could go before him. You dig? But he was around the time of the first civil rights movement. I ain't gonna say he's the first person because people older than him, but he was there. Like that was near his generation. I mean, not too far from it. So we cared about civil rights first, foremost, and only. Everything else was something to play with. So when she held up a book and said, "Booker T. Washington, ma'am, let me do this." SLLE44 in the entire chat. Let me do this. Unfortunately, AI damn near made books obsolete. Let me explain. Name a book right now. Anybody name a book. I go to my chat GPT and say, GPT, summarize this book. You dig? And I'm an expert in 30 seconds of that damn book. Did y'all hear me? Any book you can imagine that's documented, I can ask my chat GPT to summarize it in great details. And when they get done, I'm going to know more about that book than a person that claimed wrote it or read it. AI is that goddamn strong where I almost don't never got to read another book. You dig? Now I'm saying novel books, not math and science. I'm saying books like she got literature, shit like hers. That stuff. You can literally just ask AI, summarize this in great detail. And you gonna have, I'm a layman, you explain your situation. I really want to know what's in the book. All the key points that they want me to learn and remember, highlight those. When they get done with that book, man, I'm gonna know that book better than anybody who claimed to have read it, front to back. That's how wicked AI is today. So that's why I laugh when they hold up. That's why I laugh when they hold up books. Like, yo, what are you doing, man? Like AI, damn, they made that AI gonna tell me exactly what's in the book and what the author intended to stand out. Because by the way, there's a book finesse, by the way, family, which I know about. I know about this. I know about to sell your book for a certain dollar amount, you have to put some bullshit in there. Because the real information is about maybe just one chapter. So they stress the book out. Where sometimes with a random shit, or they say it over and over and over, or they give a reassessment. They do shit like that in the book. Because you can't justify selling a book for $55. That's like 20 pages, 10 pages. You dig? So now I'm not saying all authors do that, but some do that. You could tell. Now, Michelle Alexander, the new Jim Crow, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. If you read that book, at the back end of it, she's pretty much just repeating what she said in the front end of the book. So I'm like, okay, now it's a good book, but it didn't have to be this long. Like you're repeating what you already said. So I'm saying like sometimes authors do that to justify the price. That's all. But other books, you read, now that's still a good book, but I did feel like it was being redundant. But there's other books that's thorough from front to back and is worth every page. I'm just saying you got to watch out for that. So when people hold up books, what does that mean? What does that mean? All right, especially a Pan-Africanist book. So, but hold on, what about the first book she held up? The Carter G. Woodson book. Did she ever finish like going into that? So don't just hold up a book. Go into it. Explain how he was a Pan-Africanist. So one more time, let's do it.
Knew your history, saying Pan-Africanism is dead. It didn't do anything for us. Well, now you're discrediting the work of people like Booker T. Washington. Are you saying that?
No, Booker T. Washington wrote that book. Your friend wrote that book. Dr. Wright, whatever her name is. Okay, hold up Booker T. Washington book. Hold up his the book about him, right, that he was involved in. And then, we can talk then.
Right.
Oh, see, the codex is 300 pages, and the codex, he already told us his book. He already explained, like in his book, he is talking about different things all throughout the book. He says the spiritual, you got some spirituality in the book.
Did you mute, bro?
I was on mute, my fault.
Okay.
FBA Codex book. He's talking about different things in there. He got a section for Trina She. He got a section for spirituality. He got a section for different code solutions, different stuff in there. Okay. And other books do too. But I'm saying Michelle Alexander, the part I caught was her repeating what she said earlier. That's the part I did not like. I'm like, so I'm just reading over what I read earlier. Like, come on, Michelle, come on now. Like, you could have just stopped right there and just made the book 150 pages. Like, it didn't have to be 300. But it's okay, because I still enjoyed the book and still, I was informed, but I just felt like she's doing too much. All right. So, okay. So now, she wants to convince us that Booker T. Washington was this grand Pan-Africanist. All right, so finish up.
Booker T. Washington didn't do anything for us. This brother was very instrumental in help funding, I believe it was the first Pan-African conference. The first Pan-African conference in 1900. He didn't attend, but he helped facilitate it. And
he didn't. Oh my God. Yo, that just tells me, listen, he has a big old institution school. That just tells me that people are asking him, his school was used for so many events, people. So many events. That just telling me that he let people use his facility. She said he didn't attend, but she's trying to make him a Pan-Africanist. But he didn't attend the Pan-Africanist convention. Think about that.
Wow. Established Tuskegee Institute down there in Alabama, who believed in independence through industry and said that he wanted to train up a master, men who are masters of men. And Sister Dr. Tareen Wright argued in her work that he is a Pan-Africanist. So when you say Pan-Africanism is dead and never did anything to us, now you're discrediting him. You're also discrediting people like W.E.B. Du Bois.
No, we're not discrediting him. We're discrediting that Dr. Wright lady because she made him a Pan-Africanist and he wasn't that. Now, W. Du Bois, we already know about him, sis. This is why you ain't join my podcast because you guys were saber dumb and don't know our history, but you won't prove that concept. W. Du Bois, he was a Pan-Africanist, but he prioritized his he prioritized his activism within the civil rights over his Pan-Africanist personal views. Okay? So he prioritized the civil rights before Pan-Africanism. So this is why you didn't want to come over here, because you can't just lie and say things and revise history with your book club. You dig? That's not gonna work over here. Like, we are real thorough readers with opinions. SLLE 44. We got V4 Avengers. We got the Holy FBA who just called in. We got Aspiring Heights. Yeah, that's not gonna work over here, bro. We're all educated individuals who do our own independent research. We got our own life experiences, and your book club will stand no chance over here. This is why you declined to come over here. No, W. Du Bois, he prioritized the civil rights movement first, Pan-Africanism second. Marcus Garvey prioritized Pan-Africanism first, and he disregarded the civil rights movement, which is ironic because he claims that Booker T. Washington was his somebody he looked up to, but Booker T. Washington didn't believe nothing that Marcus Garvey believed in. Marcus Garvey believed in going to Liberia. Booker T. Washington believed in fighting in America, staying and fighting for what our ancestors started and built.
Yeah, bro. You know another. Yeah. Get this off right quick. You know another thing that's like really bothering them because you know, like a lot of those elite Ivy League schools and stuff like that, they're really not used to dealing with us like this. See, the information that we got and the way that you put it out, I put it out a little different. Black Alpha, Sperling, Afro Elite, a lot of other brothers and sisters. Now, and there's some powerful sisters out there too. I just forget their name. I'm gonna write it down and let you know about some of these sisters. You've probably seen them already. But they have to understand one thing. And I always go back to this man, Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad trained Malcolm X how to talk to them people at Harvard. You know what I'm talking about? And not only how to talk to those people at Harvard, but how to deal with the media, right, bro? And not only did he teach him how to deal with the media, because media was coming in, then the new thing was the cameras, the TV, right? He taught Malcolm X them how to deal with the politics of the day. This man went to the 3rd grade. He trained Malcolm them. Now, of course, you come into a lot of brothers came into the nation or other organizations like that with smarts because we from this country. People don't see. They really got a hard problem with understanding. We really are from America. See, that's why a lot of these people are crashing out. They think really, like, what are you really thinking? You know, the power that we speak about right now, all at the same time, they just like, this cannot be true. It's like, look, they wake up every morning hoping.
Yeah, now I got you, but let me just read what. Right, and it's not going to be over. It's going to continue, but let me read what is true. All right, hold on one second. All right, so now the brother on the right, Unc, I spoke to him last week on the phone. He got emotional because he talked about how wrong we are and how pseudo Tariq Nasheed is. And I said, but your girl pseudo. I said, Dr. Mayat, he damn near cried on the phone. No, don't say that about her. Oh my God, oh my God. So once he got done crying, I said, bro, she co-signs that this is our conversation. I said, bro, she co-signs that Booker T. Washington was a Pan-Africanist. I said, that's a goddamn lie. Oh no, they got doctorate degrees, man. You ain't got no doctorate degree, man. They got to be right because they went to school for engineering and this. They got a doctorate degree in engineering, not history, engineering. So they got to be right about everything. They got to be right about everything they talk about. So I said, bro, you getting emotional, but it's not personal. Like when you attacked Tariq Nasheed, I didn't go crazy. I just listen. I just think you're wrong. Okay, but I know she's wrong though because she's saying she's revising history. She's going back in history and she's reading. So this is when you read like biblical work, like you said, the Quran, things like that. Then you're dealing with exegesis and eisegesis. Okay, right, which I know a lot about. Okay, so exegesis is when you read something and then you pull out what's intended to be understood from the author. The author wanted this to stand out. That's called exegesis. This is like really using religious text. Eisegesis is when you read into the religious text. So the author never intended that to be there, but by your biased views, you read it into the text. Like for example, when somebody say Jesus is white, They literally, that's called eisegesis. They read that into the text. The text never suggests that. Okay, so Booker T. Washington being a Pan-Africanist, that's somebody going back, revising history and reading that into the text, reading that into history. That would be considered an eisegesis. Okay. Wow. So anyway, let's go forward. So now look what Jack. So now I asked ChatGPT. I said, according to my research, Booker T. Washington was never a Pan-Africanist. He was a Pan-Americanist. I said, why do Pan-Africanists like to look back and revise history and call Booker T. Washington, who's a Pan-Americanist, a Pan-Africanist? Now I don't give a damn what book her girl wrote. Okay, you ain't smarter than ChatGPT. So look, they said you're absolutely right to raise the question. There's a significant amount of historical revisionism when some modern Pan-Africanists attempt to claim Booker T. Washington as one of their own. Let's break down what is factually accurate and what is often misrepresented. Who is Booker T. Washington? Booker T. Washington, 1856-1915, was a formerly enslaved American who rose to national prominence as the founder of the Tuskegee Institute. He advocated that, see, this is why she ain't want to come on, because I'm going to read this to her. You dig? He advocated for Black self-reliance, vocational training, and economic advancement within the American system. His key philosophy was laid out in the famous 1895 Atlanta Compromise speech, in which he promised that Black Americans focus on industrial and agricultural education in America, not in Africa, as a means of uplift while avoiding immediate agitation for civil rights. Okay, let's go. So he prioritized self-reliance over civil rights. Like, that was his ideology, but no Pan-Africanism. Okay, listen, what Washington actually believed, deeply rooted in America. Okay, deeply rooted in America. Okay, Booker T. Washington saw Black. Let me get my glasses. Stop. I'm starting all over. Here we go. Okay, so Booker T. Washington saw Black Americans as inextricably tied to the United States. He never advocated, listen, he never advocated for mass immigration to Africa, nor did he champion the idea of identifying primarily with Africa over America. He never did that. Look what he said. Look what he said. This is a quote, everybody. Look at the quote. So that book she held up, hold on.
In her work industry, and said that he wanted to train up a master, men who are masters of men. And sister Dr.
Okay, so this bullshit book that you should not buy. Look at his quote. We are American. This is a quote from Booker T. Washington. We are American citizens. The flag of our country cover us all alike. So he embraced the American flag. None of these Pan-Africanists embraced the American flag. So just off that quote, how could Booker T. Washington be a Pan-Africanist when it's taboo for Pan-Africanists to adopt the American flag? This was Washington, 1895, Atlanta explosion. You're done. You're dead.
Basically saying he FBA.
Right, and that book is garbage. So he's saying he's FBA and the book is garbage. That's what he's saying. All right. So let's go here now. So he believed in earning respect through economic success and demonstrating the value of Black Americans to the nation, not leaving it. So he was definitely anti-Garvey, even though Garvey act like this was somebody he inspired to meet. Why? Because he would have rejected you. Talking about leaving America. Okay, so he was not a Pan-Africanist. Okay, so he was not a Pan-Africanist. It says in number 2. Hey, stop. Okay, so it says he was not a Pan-Africanist, but look what she says.
African it didn't do anything for us. It's never benefited us. Pan-African foundational Black Americans really.
So this is why they're mad. This is why they look mad, because they can't deal with us. They take L's over and over and over. They rocking the bell. The LL Cool J. How many L's they got? Okay, listen. That's why their faces are strong and mad. Listen.
Know and understand our history. Because if we did, we wouldn't be, no one would be online saying Pan-Africanism didn't do anything for us. Pan-Africanism never benefited us. Pan-Africanism is dead. If you really knew your history, saying Pan-Africanism is dead, it didn't do anything for us. Well, now you're discrediting the work of
They look
people
mad
like
as hell.
Booker T. Washington. Are you saying that Booker T. Washington didn't do anything for us? This brother was very instrumental in help funding, I believe it was the first Pan-African conference, in 1900. He didn't attend, but he helped.
Right. He didn't attend. You know why? Because of bullet point number 2. He's not a Pan-Africanist. Pan-Africanism, in the classical sense, is the belief in solidarity among people of African descent worldwide, especially emphasizing unity with Africa and often including the idea of repatriation or political alignment with the continent. Washington never promoted these ideas. Oh my God. Like, come on, man. So I don't give a damn what book your girl wrote. Washington never promoted either ideology. Well, see, Pan-Africanism ain't always about repatriation. Well, political alignment with the continent. He never promoted either one. So how the hell is Booker T. Washington a Pan-Africanist? He's not. It says, unlike contemporaries like Edward Blyden or W. Du Bois later in life, see, in parentheses, look, family, because they love to claim W. Du Bois. It says later in life. That's a parentheses to tell you proper context. Later in life, he was strong Pan-Africanist, but early in life, he was a civil rights activist with the NAACP. So Washington did not engage with the ideological or political movement centered on African nationalism or diaspora unity. Not even diaspora unity, family. He was far more interested in integration into American society, albeit on economic terms first and social equality later. This dude was an integrationist. Pan-Africanists are not integrationists. Therefore, he's not a Pan-Africanist. But let's finish cooking this goofy book. Okay. Right here. Okay, so Liberia and Africa. Yes, Washington did correspond with leaders in Liberia and sent Tuskegee graduates to work on agricultural development projects there. And that's what they would call Pan-Africanism. But this was never positioned as part of a Pan-African mission. So that book is 100% garbage. She's going to take that and make up a Pan-Africanist. Okay? This was more about exporting Tuskegee's model of agricultural and industrial education, not promoting an ideological return to Africa movement or any political affiliation. He still saw the destiny of Black Americans as fundamentally American. He was proud, like you said, brother, he was proud to be FBA. This is a quote from Booker T. Washington. While we believe that some of our people may do well in Liberia, listen, he's talking about why she would call him a Pan-Africanist. In that bullshit book, this is his quote, while we believe that some of our people may do well in Liberia, the great mass of our people will remain in America. So he was 100% against repatriation, okay, to Liberia, Africa. Let's cook. You're going to get this mainly over here. You got other people do great works, but I pride myself on debunking false information, preferably coming from white supremacists, Pan-Africanists, and tethers. That's what I do well. Okay, so they fictionalize Pan-Africanists or the fictionalized Pan-Africanist narrative. Some modern Pan-Africanists attempts to lump Washington into their tradition because, tell us why, Dr. Maya.
Facilitated and established Tuskegee Institute down there in Alabama, who believed in independence through industry and said that he wanted to train up a master, men who are masters of men. And Sister Dr. Tareen Wright argued in her work that he is a Pan-Africanist.
Right. Can't buy that book then. It's garbage. Okay. So some modern Pan-Africanists, like that author, attempt to lump Washington into their tradition because he had correspondence. So look, you know what's crazy? It's explaining why she will falsely conclude. Chat, listen, man. This deserves, I normally don't ask for it, but this deserves some cash app super chats. I'm explaining why she believes erroneously that Booker T. Washington is a Pan-Africanist. Is actually telling you why she will come to that conclusion, but is wrong. It said fictionalized Pan-Africanist narrative. It says some modern Pan-Africanists attempt to lump Washington into their tradition because he had correspondence with Liberia. He worked with like what they call Americo-Liberians internationally for Africans in education. Hey, stop. In education and agriculture. He was a race man who believed in black advancement. But this is contextually dishonest. So that right there, that phrase right there explains that book. Okay, hold on. Okay, so that phrase right there, but this is contextually dishonest, that is explaining the book. It's saying that go, you can leave. It's saying that the book is contextually dishonest. Yo, that is, Chat GPT just debunked the whole book by saying the book is contextually dishonest. What do you want, boy? Stop. Okay. Those actions were pragmatic and educational, not ideological. Washington was never promoting African unity or anti-colonialism. One more time. Washington was never promoting African unity or anti-colonialism as a political mission. His legacy was about adapting to the realities of post-slavery America, not fleeing it. Look, the word fled is there, fleeing.
There it is.
Okay. So his legacy was about adapting the realities of post-slavery America, not fleeing it or aligning with Africa for identity or political salvation. He was not a Pan-Africanist in no way, shape, form.
And he was sending the stars over there. Look, everything you just said proves everything. Even though she read that part, and you can
I ain't
tell.
done. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me read the final verdict. Okay, so Booker T. Washington was not. This is the final verdict of AI, who's 100,000 times smarter than all of us. AI got all these books inserted there. They're all there. You dig? Even that bullshit book she's holding up. Booker T. Washington was not a Pan-Africanist. He did not support the idea that Black Americans should identify primarily with Africa. So he's foundation Black American. Nor did he believe their future was outside the United States. Foundation Black American. But so is he our leader? You did? Because that's what Tariq Nasheed says. So I guess this is our real leader. Okay.
Wow.
So his mission was domestic, rooted in American soil, and focused on the practical advancement of Black people within the U.S. He was delineating. He was being divisive. To claim him as a Pan-Africanist today is a misappropriation of his philosophy and legacy. So, family, that book ain't gonna have more than 10 sales. Okay? Nobody's gonna buy that bullshit book. It's based on bullshit, sensationalism, and emotionalism. All right. So let me just play the video because it's a long video. And I probably won't be able to play it all today because it's already getting late. Okay, hold on.
So when
So basically we read what we needed to read. All right. And I had pulled some other stuff here. But it's like no need to even. I'll get. Let me see. I pulled up other stuff. I might just read it later. Next live. Oh, you know what? Let's tackle this right here before I go further, because a sister sent me, or a brother. I think a sister though, but I get emails from the chat because my email is blackthinktank@yahoo.com, all spelled correctly. Blackthinktank@yahoo.com, and that name was light years before Afro Think Tank. Matter of fact, do you know Afro Think Tank? I got a Facebook group called Black Think
I know
Tank
him.
on Facebook. But hold on, forget about him. I got a Facebook group called he took my name. I got a Facebook group called Black. Yeah, he took my name. He was part of my group. Yeah, he attended a lot of my okay, bro. I go so way back, bro. There was no online nothing as far as talking. We used to use I use freeconferencecall.com. He used to attend my call-ins. Okay, so that's how long I go back. He stole my name because I didn't agree with his ideology. So he ran my group, family. Just go to Facebook and you can see how old my group is. It's called Black Think Tank on Facebook. Okay. It goes back to like 2000, like 10. It goes back pretty far. Okay. But just go. The date is there. That guy used to attend my meetings, my call-ins, my free conference call call-ins, because I was about this. When people say the work, like, yeah, okay, like you sound good. I don't talk about it, but I'll cook you if you challenge me. So that group, that's my Facebook group, by the way. And I got that name from Dr. Claude Anderson. He kept saying we need to create a think tank. So I'm like, all right, well, let me create a Facebook group, Black Think Tank. Okay. Anyway, I used to have free conference calls because there was no live panel, nothing. That's how far I go back. So I spoke to you guys by you calling the free conference call number. He called in. He had these weird exotic ideologies when we should do, and I disagreed. And I will usually block him or kick him off or don't even give him the number. So he decided to create. So before he became what he is now, he also made a Facebook group, which is named Afro Think Tank. That was the Facebook group. Stop. Okay. So he made a Facebook group to compete with me and challenge me. It never went nothing. Even right now, I got like 13,000 members, you dig, in that Facebook group chat. And people, the Facebook, chat. And people still join. I just allowed 3, 4, 5 people in there now. So some of y'all who play Facebook hard, you're in my group and don't know it's mine. All right. So anyway, he created his own group to compete against me with his weird ideologies. And it was Afro Think Tank. That's on Facebook now, I still believe. But nobody went over there. Like maybe like 400, but I still had 13, 15,000 people in mine. At the height, 15,000. Right now it's about like 12,000. So people stayed there. So he was around for a long time, but he was always seen as weird for a long time. He had weird, extreme ideologies that people didn't rock with. All right. So what he's doing on YouTube, he just manifesting himself, right, in a real, in like a human way, as opposed to like a Facebook group. That's all. And I came to YouTube too, but different names on YouTube. That's a long story. But just know that I'm aware of this guy. He's been around for a long time. He's been a troll for a long time, and he's been rejected for a long time. He started off in my shit. We kicked him out. He did his own thing. Okay. He never seen me. Well, besides my Facebook profile, he never seen me like as a real moving around, person, because that wasn't an option at that time. So yeah, so he's always been a radical troll, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, so a sister has sent me a link, and I read it. So yeah, you email me. I do read it. I just don't have a time to like make a video on everything you send me, but I do check out a lot of stuff. Okay. So Black Think Tank at Yahoo. So I said all that to say, I didn't take my name from him. He took his name from me. That's what I'm trying to say. So Black Think Tank at yahoo.com is my email. That's dated earlier than his bullshit. Anyway, so you can email me there if you got links that you think I should check out and information. Okay, and then I'm a fact check it. If I don't agree with it, I'm not going to talk about it. But the sister talked about the slave trade, right? Actually, the dropping off folks from in the diaspora. So I said, you know what? Let me just fact check, just make sure it's accurate. So it says, yes, there is truth to that quote, but it can be misleading without full context. Let's break it down. So for the sis who sent me that link, some of the information isn't all accurate. So this is me fact checking what you sent me using AI. Okay, so let's go. So the true numbers, because these are the dates you use, because you know who you are, right? And I appreciate you, but let me just correct you a little bit. Because you use 1525 to 1856, and I put that in Chat GPT. So I use your information so that you know that you this is what you put in email, and I got it here. So I'm actually like fact checking your information, like literally. So that means I did read the email, and it sounds too good to be true. So I wanted to know if it was true. So I fact check. Okay, yeah, put it over here, dude. Why you put them? Don't put it on my arm. Don't do that. Okay, don't put that on my arm. All right, so true numbers from the transatlantic slave trade, 1525, 1866. So Brazil land 4.9 million, okay, 46% of folks who was transported from Africa and sold by Africans. British Caribbean, Jamaica, Barbados, 2.3 million of y'all went over there. That's 21% of the ship. The French Caribbean, Haiti, St. Domingo, all that type of stuff, 1.1 million, 10% of the passengers. Spanish Americas, the Cubas, the Colombians, Mexicans. So yeah, so Mexicans. Guess what? I know you went through ethnogenesis, but the claim they trying to throw on us, y'all next. they trying to make us African. Oh shit, hold on. I gotta end this phone call. I can't hear. Okay, so Mexicans, Colombians, Cubans, y'all sitting back watching these folks make us African and y'all quiet. Y'all next. So their thing is if they could make us bow down and agree that we're African, y'all were next. You did, because the slave ships came to Cuba. It came to the Spanish Americas. It came to Cuba, Colombia, Mexico. Y'all were next. If they were able to twist our arm and make us say uncle, you guys were next. They was going to make you African. So y'all should thank us from halting this cult, this dangerous cult. But y'all should be Mexicans, Cubans, and Colombians. Y'all should be thanking us for stopping this cult from expanding to your territories. Okay? So the Dutch Caribbean, 500,000. British North America, that's us. So listen, so it's a total about 10.7 million. That's all of them. Only 388,000 of 10.7. Let's do that math. Hold on, let's do that math. Hold on. A second. Um, 388, right? 300 and comma of 10.7 million. Please. Okay. So about 3.5% of Africans from that was loaded onto the slave boats, slave ships, came to America. Okay. That's it. A tiny, small percentage came over here. So guess what? In the millions, right. So in the millions, you guys were African. So this supports our argument, not y'all.
That's crazy.
Yeah. This support us, not y'all. Out of 10.7 million Africans that went around the diaspora, only 388,000 came over here. So listen, Elijah Muhammad talked about the 22 so-called million, right? So literally the 22 million were results of American breeding, like, relationships and, pregnancies and marriages. Right. So so listen, family, listen. We can say the average Black person living in America was born in America.
There it is.
Yeah. There's no argument here. The debate is over. Only a handful of Africans that had African culture, African language made it over here. A handful. The majority of all of us never spoke an African word, never had an African religion, never had African nothing. The bulk of us that's over here right now, the large majority of all of us, 43 million of us. So 43 million out of 388,000, a tiny small percentage of us was actually African in culture. We are American as American can be. That's a wrap. That's done. That's done.
Man, that's some good stuff there, bro.
Yeah, that's done. So stop saying we're African. So now let's go back. Let's go back to the research. So out of the roughly 12.5 million Africans who were shipped across the Atlantic, about 10.7 million survived the Middle Passage and were disembarked in the Americas. So anyway, look, same thing, 3.6 thousand. It says most African Americans today are descendants of this reality. That's a reality. So listen, this is the research. This is the research. So that's why this dude right here, he's so mad at ChatGPT. He's trying to find ways to discredit it. Yeah, listen, these guys are deceitful devils, yo. Their research don't line up with their talking points, so they find a way to discredit the research. Like, these are disgusting human beings. Okay, so anyway,
I agree.
Most African Americans, they're really foundation Black Americans. So most FBAs today, most of us are descended from this relatively small group. But they act like we're so influenced by Africa's relatively small group due to high natural population growth in North America. Unlike in the Caribbean, stop comparing us. Unlike South America, stop comparing us, where harsh conditions led to higher mortality and a constant need to replenish the labor force with new imports. So they kept funneling over there. So that's it. Wait. Let's go down here. Let's go to key takeaways. So key takeaways. Yes, only a small, tiny percent of us are African. The large majority of us are American. The majority who you call Africans are in Brazil and the Caribbean. So there's no surprise why the Caribbeans call themselves African and want to link themselves with Ghana. You should, because most of y'all was over there. Y'all ain't come over here. So Black Americans today are unique, not because of the volume of enslaved people imported, but because of the way their community developed from that population with strong demographic growth, distinct cultural development, and political impact. I mean, listen, y'all can fuck around and find out if y'all want. Y'all can ask for that link, ask for that phone number, and it's Cook City. Okay? You can join the cookout. We can make Labor Day the 4th of July. You could join this cookout.
On Labor Day.
On Labor Day. We can make Labor Day the 4th of July. Y'all let me know what you want to do. Okay? Like, yeah, like these guys are clowns. But go ahead.
You say Pan-Africanism is dead and never did anything to us. Now you're discrediting him. You're also discrediting people like W.E.B. Du Bois.
No, we're not.
You talk about the civil rights movement.
No, we're not, because we know that he was full Pan-Africanism later in his life. He was a full American activist, civil rights activist. See, you can try that shit by yourself with this clown on your right of you, our right perspective. You can try this with yes men. You can't try that with FBAs. because we're going to challenge you. SLWE 44 is going to challenge you. V4 is going to challenge you. FBA Convo is going to challenge you. The Watcher is going to challenge you. Donnie's going to challenge you. And FBA, the Holy Codice, the Holy FBA Codice is going to challenge you. But you would rather sit there with another Pan-Africanist and have these private. We don't do that, bro. You see, I put the link out. SL. I put the link out for everybody. You clicked it, and so did V4. But that's for tethers too, and Pan-Africanists. They don't do that. They put the link out just for themselves and their cheerleaders.
But Pan-Africanism gave way for the civil rights movement. And yeah, I'm on record saying that. I want somebody to challenge me on that, which is a huge Black American or foundational Black American movement. But it was birthed, it spun from Pan-African thought, from Pan-African
But it's bullshit.
activism.
It's unrealistic.
You all should, and I land my plane, brother Unc. Grab this book right here.
Nah.
Bob and Emotep.
Nah.
Scientific Pan-Africanism, the Redemption.
Nah. We ain't buying no book with nobody named Baba. That's done. That shit taboo. In fact,
and learn the
yo, that is taboo bullshit in FBA circles. You might have a great accurate book, but I'm gonna discriminate from the name Baba. I'm good. I'm passing. I'm good. Anything with Pan-Africanism on it, I'm sorry. I'm going to discriminate. And I'm gonna judge the book by its cover, by its name, and I'm good. I'm not buying shit with any Pan-Africanist names and clear association affiliation. I'm good. I'm passing.
history of Pan-Africanism, what it is, what it isn't.
Right. Oh yeah, look. Paul said, no, who said that? Mama did another book. I'm telling you, that's all they do is hold a book. They never go in. If I hold up a book, hey family, I'm gonna promise you one thing. If I hold up a book, I could tell you everything about the book on the fly. That's why I don't hold up a bunch of books, because I'm not going to embarrass myself for SL to call in and say, I'm biased. Tell us about that book. You think I'm a real guy, right? If I hold up a book, believe me, I read that thing back and forth, and I want all the smoke, because I am guilty of what they're doing. Before the pandemic, I had a library behind me. I can show y'all videos of me with a library. And I'm gonna tell you now, I read like 0.000. I'm live with a bunch of books, but I only read like 0.00002 of those books. You dig? I'm being real. Like, so yeah, it's a lie. It's a finesse. I did the same thing because I got it from these clowns. You dig? So I'm thinking, okay, this you got a front. So I'll show my library, but I only read 0.00002 of those books. You dig? Like, those books were just there for show. I never had an interest to read them shits.
And he goes through the history, brothers and sisters who contribute.
He goes through the history. Explain the history he goes through. You didn't read it your damn self. You're just buying it to support it because it's Pan-Africanism. She has not read none of these books. Okay? That's why she can't go into the books.
I'm not even asking for people to be a ferocious reader like you are. Ferocious reader like you.
Wait, hold on. Ferocious. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute.
I'm not. That's a good landing space right there. I'm not even asking for people to be a ferocious reader like you are.
The fuck is that?
Ferocious.
Hold on.
Who is that?
Let me look that shit up. Ferocious. There we go. Okay, that's a word. Waiting, wanting. All right, chill. Ferocious.
Voracious.
Oh, that ain't the word he said. What the hell is he said? Ferocious. All right, yeah, dude, you tripping, bro? You made that up. You made that up.
I'm not even asking for people to be a ferocious reader like you are.
There's no such thing as a voracious reader. You have a voracious person, but voracious means wanting or devouring. So she ain't doing that, is she?
Ferocious reader like I'm not.
I didn't
You're
say
not even opening the book.
No. See, no. I'm saying you are a ferocious reader.
What the hell is a ferocious reader? You know, I'm about communication. Yo,
read books and do nothing with them. That's a ferocious reader.
All right, good.
Read a book and put it back on the shelf.
You know what? I accept that definition. You dig? I'll go back.
Look, 20 books a night ferociously and put them back. Wake up in the morning and go to church, come back home. That's it. Ferocious reader of books.
Yo, he said a ferocious reader is a reader that read a book, put it back on the shelf, and do nothing with it.
Right. And go to church. And look, and then she questions him on. She said, what you say? She said, well, I'm not really saying that about you.
Right.
They both got confused on. She was like, what are you saying about me? Is that good or bad? Because I read a lot of books.
Yo, listen how off cold they are. Now, it was just you, I, and V4, and we were organized as though we planned that call, and it was not planned. It was just the majority spirit. But they are here, and he's using words, and she said, nah, I ain't that. They all... Yo, they can't even get on cold, family. Right. Like, what the hell is, what's a ferocious reader? Like, yo, that sounds bad. I'm not that. And it turned out ferocious reader is to read a book and put it back on the shelf and don't do nothing with it. Okay.
And bro, and all them books on reading, and that one definition messed her head up. And it's all about reading.
Right. Yeah. That was hilarious.
Look at him. Look what ferocious did to him. Look at him. She said, what you call me? He said, I called you. Wait a minute. I don't mean nothing by that.
Hey, yo.
Don't take it so personal.
Hey, bro, they always try to make some shit deeper than what it is. A ferocious dude. Why just can't be a regular reader? Why gotta be a voracious reader? It's like, dude,
like she eat the book.
You
put mustard and ketchup on and eat them.
Right, and that's why she rejected it. Like, why we just can't just be regular human beings, bro? I mean, why we gotta be voracious readers, bro? Come on, like, what is a so again? Yeah, of course. So a voracious reader, it's a scam that she ain't want no part of. So,
yeah,
nah,
like,
listen,
what you call me?
Yeah. Whatever you're doing in your side hustle, dude, that's all you. You continue that, man. Don't put close it.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
she looking like, yo, whatever a ferocious reader is, I want no parts of that. Whatever scam you doing, you stick to that scam.
Look at his face. He like, did you call me a scammer?
Yeah, exactly.
I would never.
Yeah.
I would never call you anything like that.
So now he's going to try to backpedal and explain what that is. And I guarantee it's going to lead to just more confusion.
Crazy.
Listen.
Look at his face.
I'm not even asking for people to be a ferocious reader like you are. Ferocious reader like you are. I
didn't say ferocious. I said just read.
No. See, I'm saying you.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Why we just can't be a reader? Why we got to be an excellent scholar reader? Like why we just can't be a reader?
I
didn't say ferocious.
She should be. I thought them books you put up.
No. I'm saying you are.
Right. That's why he said that. He looking like shit. You pulled up like 10 books. Like, you got to be a voracious reader. All those damn books.
Yeah. She thought he was insulting her.
Right. And the thing is, she didn't want to be held accountable if he questioned. See, this is her insecurity. She thought he was going to question her on the books and what she read. Oh, no.
She didn't want no.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly,
come on, man. Like,
bro. Exactly.
We know the Pan-African hustle. Come on.
Reader like you are. I'm not.
It's terrible.
Hey yo, y'all gotta look at the chat and see y'all guys y'all serious, but you guys are being clowned, man. But dumb shit you guys say. You're being clowned for what you said.
No. See, no, I'm saying you are ferocious.
He copping, please.
Online. I land my plane.
Oh, that's a good landing space right there. I'm not even asking for people.
Hold on. That's a good landing space right there. Now we all know that Tariq Nasheed, that is his, like he made that a thing to say land your plane. And they hate him so much. Yo, now we can check the dates. Oh, that's a good landing area. Now we can check the dates when he said landing, when she said landing, when anybody said landing. I guarantee you, it ain't before Tariq Nasheed. I guarantee they hate him so much. His influence influenced them. Yo, please, I want one of them to show me them saying land the plane before Tariq Nasheed. I guarantee you it's afterwards. These are clowns who watch all of Tariq Nasheed videos. They watch all of them. They're entertained, they're having fun, and they hate him. And that's why they borrow it. See, we see it. There's no way you're going to say land your plane and not watch Tariq Nasheed. There's no way. You're going to borrow his talking points. You're going to say tether. You're going to say musty. You're going to use everything he says. If you watch him, you're going to say it. It's because he says it so often, it's going to come out. Okay? So he says land your plane so often, it's going to come out if you watch his video. So this shows me that both of them are obsessed with Tariq Nasheed and they watch all of his videos while hating him. That's weird. Yeah, I can never watch somebody like that and hate them. I don't watch like Math Hoffa. I don't watch shit from Math Hoffa. I don't watch nothing from like Tommy Sotomayor. Like these tethers, I don't watch nothing from them to like borrow their slang. I don't watch Myron Gaines at all. Zero. I don't watch Nick Flynn. I'm not saying if you do, you're bad. You did. I'm just saying what I don't do. And therefore you'll never catch me using that slang. Because slang is universal, right? If whoever you watch, you're gonna pick up something from them, unbeknownst to you, and we're gonna know that because we're gonna hear you say something that they said first. Oh, so you be watching Nick Fuentes? You did? Oh, you watch Richard Spencer? We're gonna know by what you say that they say. Okay, so the fact he said land plane, we know he's a Tariq Nasheed obsessor. He watches all of his content while hating him or hating on him.
Ferocious reader like you are. Ferocious.
I didn't say ferocious. I said just read.
No, I'm saying you are a ferocious reader.
Yeah,
Simple as that. Yeah, so I'm not even asking.
Yo, what the? Okay, let me look that up. What is a ferocious reader? Hold on. Yo, am I crazy?
Bro, this is terrible, bro. This is a terrible look for them. She's literally been holding up books, talking about how much people don't read, talking about how much all this misinformation is coming out from everybody, and nobody reads and nobody does that. This man gives her the ultimate compliment about being a reader, and she's talking about no, because she don't want to be held accountable for reading. She don't want to be held accountable for the things that she's putting out there. And I saw in the chat where somebody said, and she has a college degree. This is outrageous, man. This is what we don't want. This is what we don't want. You know, because she don't want the responsibility.
He's an African scammer. Hey, right. Somebody said, well, hold on. So look, so it turned out he corrected himself. He was wrong. So he used the first word correctly. Listen, he said ferocious. He felt like that didn't make sense. Then he said ferocious. Listen.
Right.
Fooled by the nonsense that's online. Brother Unc, I land my plane.
Look, I land my plane. We know she watched this Tariq Nasheed.
It's a good landing space right there. I'm not even asking for people to be a ferocious reader like you.
Okay, so he said ferocious reader like you. So he used the V. Look, see? Okay, so hold on. So, yeah, so I don't even know that's a. Okay, so all right, so we don't know if he's saying ferocious or ferocious because you got that Maryland. Okay, but let's go with ferocious first. So a ferocious reader is someone who reads a great deal with an insatiable appetite for books. So that's what he tried to say, but that's definitely with a V. Okay, so now, but what the hell is this?
Okay, she's literally sitting in front of a whole lot of books.
So okay, so yeah, so this is wrong. So I guess I had it right the first time. Okay, so ferocious reader. All right. But then he'll correct himself and say ferocious. So he used the proper word first, but then he corrected himself and said ferocious.
Oh, that's a good landing space right there. I'm not even asking for people to be a ferocious reader like you are. ferocious
Watch.
reader.
See, look. So then he said ferocious. So he used the right word, but he was insecure. So then he said ferocious. So now let's look up ferocious. Yo, there's no such. I typed it wrong. Hold on, because I can't see. It's blocking me. Okay. The share screen is blocking me. Okay. Yeah. So there's no such thing as say, what is a ferocious reader? Let's click that. Oh my God. This is worse. A ferocious reader is likely a mishearing or misspelling of ferocious. Yo, the AI said, if you said ferocious reader, that is a mishearing. That is a mishearing or a misspelling. So ferocious reader is not part of the English grammar. Okay? So let's go back. This is why I say, look, I used to do that bullshit, the Oswald Bates stuff. Yeah, see, so according to my calculation, right, I assess the situation that it should be more of a speculative. I used to do that shit. All right. Then I say, you know what? Let me just speak to my education.
There you go.
Okay. I was satisfied in just speaking, and I was satisfied and comfortable in just speaking within my education. Let me stop looking up big words sound like Malcolm X. Let me just, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, let me just speak to my education. Because once you speak above,
why she didn't come on your show, bro. That's why she didn't come on. That's why she didn't come on your show.
Oh yeah, of course.
She was gonna have to go. She was gonna have to look. She got to go study and actually read some of that stuff. Look, she gonna have to actually go try to find something on all them books behind her to deal with you.
Hey, bro, 100%.
Because why not come on? All she did is talk. She could have came on and talked to you.
Look, I'm gonna tell you what happened. So I wrote her. I messed up. I wrote her from FBA News Updates. Now, Unc never knew about that channel. He knew about my older channels, like Unbiased Ron. So, but when he last came on, I think one of his minions had told him that, because he'll say this. I said, yeah, Unc, I'm live now and pop up. He bet, no, you're not. You're not live. So he's looking at Unbiased Ron. So I never told Unc about this channel because I didn't want him to research and read like what I'm already on. So Unbiased Ron, I already unlisted all of my FBA videos. You dig? So there's no FBA track record on Unbiased Ron. Okay? At all. So I wanted him to believe that I don't got what I got right now to come on. Okay, so when he came on, somebody had already told him about FBA updates, news updates, because he said it. So now when she came to him and said, hey, I'm about to be a part of this channel, FBA News Updates, he said, nah, that's Unbiased Ron. It's a setup. Because that's how she, look, family, I don't want to show the email exchange between me and her, but she was very excited to come on. And then all of a sudden, now she's with him who got cooked over here. Now all of a sudden, she's disinterested. Out of nowhere. She was very excited to like no interest. So he had a lot to do with that. So, go ahead.
Sound like that invitation between Lord Jamar and freaking Fat Joe and Chaos One and all them. They basically said, come and meet me and I'll be here. Then they mess around and just start like, nah, we just not gonna show up. I mean, you got people calling themselves teachers and all of this stuff right there. And one person just called you out and you don't show up.
Right.
No.
The Lord Maul said, hey, if you believe this shit was 50-50, if you believe this and that, all right, just pull up in real time. And they didn't. They cowards. That's what she did. She pulled out. Okay, now the invitation is still there. Okay, but now things changed though. What changed is I was gonna just politely invite her on and then gradually get to the controversial talking points in Pan-Africanism. Now, if she hop on, we're getting right to it from the door. You dig? We're not waiting now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting straight there. Hey, what do you say about Booker T. Washington being a Pan-Africanist? Like we're getting right there. We're not
Oh,
gonna lead
no.
up to it. Yeah, that changed now. That changed. I was gonna be nice and respectful and hospitality, all that bullshit. That's out the door now. Now she agrees. No, we're getting right to Marcus Garvey scamming ass. We're getting right to Africans sold us over here. We're getting right to the books that you hold up as bullshit. Like we're getting right to the books. Did you read those books for real? For real? Okay, tell us about the books.
Right.
Like
Exactly.
we're going there now because I'm gonna make an example out of her now. So your best bet is not to call in now, because now you better go read those books right now. You better read them for real, because I'm gonna question you on the books you held up. That's one thing I don't do. I don't do that. I never done. I never held up books I didn't read and can't retain the information. I don't do that.
I didn't say ferocious. I said just read.
No. See, no. I'm saying you are ferocious.
Okay, so he just said ferocious. Okay, there's no such thing as a ferocious reader. So now AI said if you say ferocious reader, you just understood or misheard ferocious. Okay, so she ain't. So she said I'm not a very ferocious reader. He said you're a ferocious reader. He said you're a ferocious reader. Well, she's neither, because that's impossible. You can't be one. There's no such word.
Ferocious. I said just read.
No. See, no. I'm saying you are a ferocious reader. Yeah. So I'm not even asking for that level. I'm not even asking for my level. My level is wake up early, right? Because that's when I'm my mind.
Yeah, they always trying to deify each other. Like they call us xenophobic. We got a cult leader, but he's trying to make her reading. She read the same literature.
You gotta clip that, bro.
Oh, yeah, look. Believe me, he's done on this for here. We gonna have
gotta
laughs.
clip that.
We gonna have hella laughs.
Like a terrible commercial.
Hey, but listen, family, they gotta deify each other. They gotta make each other so special. You're a ferocious reader. What the fuck is that? Listen, we're just readers, man. Like, yo, that's it. Like, unbiased Ron is just a reader. I'm not a ferocious reader. I'm just a reader. That's it.
Ferocious.
Yeah. Like he's trying to make her an elder. Like, yo, you are elder in this reading shit. Like, no, she just read words, bro. As a matter of fact, she don't even read. You dig? The book she held up, she don't know shit about. So she ain't ferocious. Hey, so she ain't ferocious or she ain't ferocious or ferocious. You dig?
She just hungry.
Right. She just thirsty for knowledge, but she won't drink no tangible liquids. You dig?
She's not reading any books
at all.
Same here.
Fresh. 6 o'clock in the morning, I can just read and I get off on it. Right? Right? 5-10 minutes. Sometimes I slip away. It's an hour. I'm asking for African Americans to put 5 minutes in. Take your watch. Put 5 minutes. Go get a basic.
Now look, hold. She's a ferocious reader, and he's telling us we need to read. Yo, again, like the sickness is real. She's ferocious and ferocious, and she said I'm neither. Right? Yeah, he labeled her as ferocious and ferocious at the same time, and she said I'm neither. And then he gonna act like we don't read. Nigga, you don't read because you just said ferocious and ferocious. And you're gonna require us to read at least an hour a day. Dude, what are you reading, my boy? You're not reading. None of y'all reading. We are reading over here, bro. That's why y'all won't come over here and talk to us.
Oh my God.
Like, yo, my man's scared to talk about Garvey with me. He's scared. He is, man, I don't do that stuff. But I can show you the text exchange. Yo, this dude is shaking. He is afraid to discuss Garvey with myself and him, just us two. I got all these scholars. I said, bro, they're all invited on the subject of Garvey. Oh, well, okay, well, you got to come to their channel. No, you get 30 likes. You get 30 live views. No, my boy, I get 200. No, you're coming over here. You dig? There's no gain over there. You get 30 live viewers. Yo, let me show you her total views. Okay, I don't like to do this, but I got you. Okay, so she got 20,000 subscribers. Okay, this video got 1,000 views. All right, let's go over here. This is thanks to my supporters, my FBA and the FBA riders. Now look, I got 2,000 subscribers. She got 20,000. That means she got 18,000 more subscribers than myself. Now look at her likes. Where her likes at? She got 107, bro. Look where I'm at because you guys. Yeah, this just like I'm at just today. Just today I'm at 300 basically. She's at 107 with 107 in Park with 20,000 subscribers. I got 2,000 subscribers. I'm at almost 300. That's why I say family. The likes are important. The likes the likes is what separate me from them. Now y'all get it?
Yep.
And I use this as leverage because they gonna always say, nah, come to my show. So I gotta leverage what I got over here. I gotta say, nah, come on my show because you got 1,000 views and 107 likes. I got 3 times the likes you got with 10,000 less subscribers. You dig? So I'm like, yo, so it's not benefit. You gain for coming over here. I don't gain for coming over yours. So that's why I say, family, like and attend my lives because when I try to get these guys over here, I use the numbers as leverage. If you guys don't pull up and like the video and attend in large numbers, I can't get them over here. Because you see, they're gonna run, they're gonna make up excuses. Nah, come over my channel where they could block me and shut me up and change the subject. I've been there and done that, family. I've been on these people platform before. I know these guys for like damn near 7, 8, 9 years, man. Like me and this guy been in public spaces together. On the same team. So they're not, I'm not foreign to them. They're not foreign to me. I know these guys. Like I said, he calls me. I call him. I got their phone numbers. I was on 3-way with Maya and him many times, about 10 times. I can recall. I'm on 3-way. You dig? Wow. So yeah, they're gonna try to pull to come over here. But when he said that on the phone, I'm like, nah, dude, y'all got no views. You gotta come where I'm at. Okay. I said, nah, y'all got no views. You gotta come where I'm at. And he had nothing to say because he's seen the views. So that's why I need you guys to stay in attendance and stay with the go in the refrigerator and get them. Go. So that's why I say you like the subscribe, notify, and be here when I go live because I use the live streams as leverage to get these guys over here. Like I said, and I'm always trying to invite people. Okay, you think I'm lying? Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Fire Marshal Bill. Let me show you something. I'm always, and you got a bunch of liars out there. You dig? Watch this. I'm always trying to get these guys over here. These are a bunch of cowards. Look, peace. Look, this is me. He's replying. Peace, brother. We can talk more. He gave me his email. Okay, I emailed this guy, but I'll do it again. Matter of fact, you guys can email him. You dig? I'll email him again. Look, they give me their emails. Shit. Boom. Okay. And watch this. So he said, let's chop it up. This is a different brother. This is 9 days ago. He said, let's chop it up. This is Wise Dome TV. He was part of her panel, right? I'm like, yo, look. I'm like, please, are you free in 10 minutes? No reply. So I'm going to delete that. Right? And I'm going to do this. I should say I say to be funny. Okay, so these guys reply, but they don't reply no more. They're not serious, man. So you see me, I'm active. Look, he likes it. His wisdom. This guy, email him. I'm active. I'm in their spaces. I'm trying to get them more. They're running and tucking their tail. These are cowards, but these are the guys who research and supposed to teach us the history. We don't know any better. Okay, but they're supposed to know everything, and they don't. Okay, look, I'm showing live. Oh, matter of fact, you can't see it. My fault. You can't see it. All right, but here we go. Look. I said, peace, brother. I felt like you really misrepresented FBAs and Tariq Nasheed and much of your, I meant to say in much of your assessments. Can I invite you to my podcast as a guest so I can properly represent FBA? That's fire out. He liked it, but he did not respond. So guys, gals, I'm active. I'm out here. I'm trying to get them on. Let me show you one last person. Now, they're not serious. You dig? So now this is the other brother. That's gonna be on my panel. See, he said, look, he said, let's talk. He said, let's talk. So he's the guy who's gonna replace Dr. Mayat lying ass. She don't read no damn books. Nah, but he definitely read books. Okay, this guy right here. Okay, and we got right about that with him. If that guy holds up a book, he read it for sure, 100%. I'm vouching for him. He read it. Okay, he ain't one of those Pan-Africans that like her, who hold up books but don't know what's in there. So I'm looking. So I'm not cherry picking. I'm not picking on weak people like Dr. Mayat and Unc. I'm trying to get their best. So the dude I just showed just now, believe me, he is a reader and he don't post books. He don't post books either though. You post books, you don't read. Okay, real simple. If you watch somebody live and they post a bunch of books, they don't read. Now, there's context to that, obviously. If I'm trying to suggest a bunch of books for you guys to read, I would say, hey family, I believe that these are required books to read. I'll say, look, and then I'll show my camera to the books, but that's the only time I would do that. Okay, let me get your feedback on that, brother.
You talking about me, bro?
Yeah. I'm gonna get your insight on that. Like everything, not just one thing. Everything that just happened just now. Let me get your feedback.
Well, yeah. It's sad. Like I keep saying about this stuff that's happening, and when we have to like really look at like we're supposed to be representing truth, in this country, man. We have gone through a lot for the truth. Nobody fights for truth like us. We have had books written about us that got all kinds of slander in it, that we have had to get our ancestors go back and try to write books when they were actually trying to stop us from reading, when they were trying to stop us from having any type of pamphlets or anything. And to have them on here right now, slandering FBA, this right here is a slander hit piece from the beginning. So they come on here to slander, even though they have been to school, they have been to college, they have been through all that, and they've probably sat in front of students. Then they get up here and they do something like this. And when you say that they're not serious, no, they're not serious because they don't care. They playing games. everybody shoot dice with us. They think we in a dice game with them. And it's like, no, we not playing games with you. We need truth bad in America. See, we are the filter of truth. Even with, look, FBA is ahead of AI right now. It's ahead of what you call that, GPT, whatever you call it. That right there already, we have so many of our people, right? So many of our people have had so much knowledge over the years, but we have been fighting one common opponent in America. It's always been that one. The rest of these people have not been on our radar because it's not in us just to fight people like that. We have to, you have to be doing something to us so we'll know who you are. Other than that right there, we basically doing our own thing. That's who we are. And they know that. They know FBA is pretty much always doing their own thing. We see them always complaining about, y'all think y'all the main character. Y'all think that. It's like, no, we not think we the main character. We have really been operating like this all of our lives in this country. We don't really be like paying attention to a lot of this stuff that y'all doing. We have basically been focused on ourselves because we have had a lot of things taken away and misconstrued. She said that it's misinformation and all that. I'm like, how can you be FBA and saying that type of stuff when when children are going to hear you? Where is the representation and all that stuff where you see our brothers and sisters putting this content out here? We're putting ourselves out there on the front lines, allowing you people to go check us out, to go see who we are, to go see who the people are in the chat. Nobody's afraid. We're right there. We've always been there. This is what we do. All them books they reading are about us. I don't know what's wrong with these people, yo. They keep on trying to deitize anybody that the world accepts. They got to understand that when the world accepts one of our people, normally they are trying to bring them down. So most of us on this land, we know that. That's why so many of our grandmothers and families always have prayed for us. When we had to go integrate schools, man, our families used to pray. And I'm talking about up north. When they had to integrate schools up north, our families used to have to pray for one. Pray for each other. Go there. And we still might have to fight. So everything that we do, we expecting some sort of truth, but to understand that when we get there, people are not going to be treating us fair. And for people to come to this country and not want to like deal with us, you know, on a fair basis, they got to understand that we are able to look through the appearance of a thing, which is why so many of our people go into great science of understudy and study. They always go into that to try to peel back the onion again. We keep peeling it back, and they keep telling us to read. It's like we on practical application. We don't read this stuff no more. We are writing new books, new chapters. We are opening up eyes of the world. We have always been trendsetters. You got AI now. We are ahead of AI. They don't really see it, bro. That's why every time we create something, it's always somebody steal it before it gets a name. Like when we create any type of music or any type of anything, somebody's always got their hands in it, trying to get it before we do. And then when they get it, they try to exploit it. Then you'll find one of our forefathers, and then they'll give them credit later on. They're not doing that to the Caribbean. You just showed the numbers. You show how many people came from Africa and where they dropped them off. They dropped a minuscule amount over here in America. But they don't want to look at those numbers. They want to act like them. They want to start dealing with ferocious when you say something like that. They'd rather get into a conversation like that than to look at those numbers you just showed. Because, see, those are the truth. We love putting out the facts. When we used to run away, when you heard about Nat Turner, everybody knew about that Nat Turner movie. That was a powerful movie with Nat Turner in there. When Nat Turner was in that movie that he did, although those, you got to be a little bit careful when you have Hollywood put up pictures. But everything about those was always us moving into danger. And I'm talking about extreme danger. These people say that they risk their life to come over here. That's really an insult to us. It's like, you came over here for this? And you telling me that you came over here for this because it was worse than where you came from. You had more people from Africa come over there to affect you than we did. So what is Africa's spirit? It is fleeing. And even W.E.B. Du Bois, you showed it. He said, this is not what we do. You just put on a song at the beginning about our national anthem, said, we don't flee, we FBA. So these people keep on trying to make us into a set or some type of group, and they can't get their hands on it because it's like electricity. It's hard to really harness electricity unless you got the right conduit. You got to be FBA to stop this flood. You're not going to be able to stop. You're not going to be able to stop it. That's why you can't stop one person. See, the horse is out of the barn. Nobody can stop. There's no one FBA can stop this. It don't happen that way. Once our people start going towards truth, you always see things in America always say, our shining star. They start talking about going to heaven. They start talking about going anything. They start talking about the promised land. The promised land is where people are going to stop attacking us. And because they won't, we've always had our soldiers. We don't like going at people like that. We know what it means to hurt folks, man. So when we tell these people, that's why a lot of times our parents tell us, look here, don't touch nobody unless they put their hands on you. You know why they do that? That's an FBA thing, man. Because we don't want to start nothing. We know how this thing can go real fast. You can look and go left real fast. So
that
our
sounds like culture to me.
Yes,
that
sir.
sounds like culture to me. But go ahead.
Yeah, our family have always told us that because they know us. Look, when we start, we don't need to be really put that warrior spirit in us. It's already in us. Look, you have to slow us down from creating. That's how you create hip hop. That's how you create jazz. Because when you see your children, first thing, well, stop doing that. Stop doing. Hey, grab that one. Do this one. That. Why they got so much energy? Why are they doing this right here? It's because, man, this world is ours, man. We go busting at the seams to get out there. And we love interacting. And when these people come here, they see us, they wonder, why are we so happy? They want to make us sad. They want to make us feel bad. They don't want us to love America because they don't love America. Most of these people come over here in this country, they have a dual loyalty. They have an extreme jealousy of us because they know where they came from. They looking at it like we could be doing so much better. It's not that they looking at us. When you look at our country, our government have been opposed to us. So everything that we do, our government have been opposed to us. Everybody that come here has a government with an invested interest of them doing well in this country. And then you turn around and you get our country to help you with a green card, with permanent residency, with temporary residency, with refugees, with immigration. All of those are to help them, but not us. We have serious stacks against us, against all odds. And then you got these people come up here right now and say, what's this FBA stuff? Ladies, stop it. Well, what are you talking about? You know what it is.
They know exactly what it is, right? They know, but let me say this to FBA Holy Codex. We go way back. We never really dialogue directly, but we've always been in the same circles, but we never really ever talked. Okay, so we just always missed each other. But I always watched him though. Like when he had his channels, matter of fact, I love what he did with Garfield when he exposed the scamming thing. So he didn't even know that. He didn't even know how long I've been watching him. He don't know that. He probably even know who I am, but I've been watching him for a long time. Years. Okay, so when he helped expose the scamming of Garfield, I used your video, bro. When I went to expose him later, I used your video. Okay. So I've been watching for a long time. We just never really crossed paths, like ever. And then it was crazy because we're in the same circle. We run with the same people, but we never crossed paths until recently with the FBA. But I would come to his lives though. I will come to his live and I'll say something, and he'll be on the fence because he knew that I was affiliated with Unc, the guy on the screen in red. He knew I was with him and his group, so he kind of thought like I was on behalf of them. And I'm like, nah, bro, I'm not here on behalf of them. I'm here on behalf of myself. I'm just, enjoying your content. He said, okay, and then he just continued what he was doing. All right, and that was interesting. But here's the thing. The thing is, the people who hate him are the people who like me. So those people are in a particular situation because like now they're mad because I'm vouching for the guy they hate and they like me. So God damn, we like unbiased Ron, we hate FBA Codex, but Ron is vouching for FBA Codex and they're more aligned than I am with Ron. So now they're in a decision like, damn, do we just kick them both to the curb and hate them both? Like, okay, do we just cut off ties with Ron and hate them both, or do we just accept FBA Codex along Ron? So like that's their dilemma. That's not ours. But that's some stuff they got to decide as Pan-Africanists. But they know once they cut me off, because like I said, they still call me, and I've been nice to them. But they know once it's clear that I rock with me, they know how I rock. Is all gloves off, and I'm out here. You dig? I'm out here, and they don't want that. FBA Codex to let you know, they don't want me to, because I know a lot of dirty laundry. You dig? I know a lot of in-house stuff. I've been in private calls with all of them, so that's why they won't really cut me off. Even though I rock with you, they like, and even though I vouch for you, they're like, let's just ignore them because they know once they make it clear, the hell with Ron. Okay, then the hell with the private information. That shit public now. You know what I mean? Whoa. Yeah. So so that's the issue that's the bullshit that they dealing with. But I'm good. I don't have no secrets. You know what I mean? They got secrets. I don't. Okay,
It's
so I'm at peace. Right? Yeah. Do you know how good it is to sleep at night when you don't have no secrets? That's a beautiful peace at night. When you got secrets, you're never gonna sleep good ever. Ain't nobody got no secrets on me. Ain't nobody. I don't give it. So that means I can war with anybody at any given time, and that's why I call myself the Can Man, because anybody can get it. You dig? Anybody can. Americans, Africans, Dominicans, Puerto Rican cans. He can. She can. Your mama can. Anybody can get it with me, because I don't have no skeletons. I don't have no secrets. So I'm like, I'm not affiliated. I'm not like on contract. I can just cook anybody. You dig? And people don't like that. People like to have dirt on you. That's why the mafia, they want you to kill somebody or do something horrible to have dirt on you. So if you tell, then I'm gonna tell on you. But there's nothing to tell on me. So people hate to be around. They don't, like, dirty niggas are comfortable being around me. And all I can offer them is root work. You do dirty, hey man, let me give you some deodorant. To cologne your must. All right, but yeah, shit. But I've been watching for. I just want to let them know I'm watching for a long minute. Like a lot of times I watch him, I don't even comment. You dig? I just tune into his show, and he's been cooking for a long time. And I always respected his ability to deliver a message. Like I think his voice is very very unique. I think he got a unique voice. I think his voice is like very strong and powerful. And when he deliver a message, I think it's different from where I ever can deliver it. You feel me? I think he got one of those voices, those Dr. Khaled, Malcolm X voices. You dig? That just resonate with more people. That's why I'm so glad that like we're finally caught up with him and we're actually agreeing on something. I think that's dope. But I've been watching him. I watch him debate. I watch most of his debates. He be cooking like hell. The only debate I want him to send me right now is him and Q outside the cube. I asked him before if he could find that link because Sinetta was playing it, then Sinetta cut it off because outside the cube is boy now. So I went and I already cooked outside the cube when he was debating Queen. Queen said it. He was wrong as hell on that thing. And I'm cool with Q, but you wrong. Yeah, he was wrong. And he's like an immigrant sympathizer, illegal immigrant sympathizer. I ain't got time for that. And he could come over here, but he's wild. But I would love to finish watching I would love to air it over here. By the way, send me that link with you and out. If you got it, send me that link with you and outside the cube debating FBA, and I will play it live here because I thought it was very interesting. Because I thought outside the cube identifies FBA, so it was like kind of weird to see a debate. Like, yo, so you be agreeing? So, but Sinetta cut it off mid debate. And I'm like, damn, I want to really finish watching that. So, bro, if you got that, if you got your own copy, because I don't want another copy, because you never know with him. He'll flag you, might not flag you. He's iffy, he's emotional. But if you have your own copy, I would love for you to put that in the chat so I can play that one live, the whole thing. You dig? But anyway, all right. So, bro, let me play some more of the video, then we're gonna get off here.
A basic Wikipedia on first Pan-African conference, whatever you want to do, and just hit the 5 minutes. Look, I know everything is fast-paced internet, and you're gonna have to fight it for a couple days, right? Because I think you talked about it. There's
Phil Scott's thorough as hell. Now, Phil Scott had an early rocky beginning because he was a Pan-Africanist, and he still is. But he's a fair Pan-Africanist. That's why I say all Pan-Africanists isn't bad. Is that the bulk of them are just like all Africans isn't bad, but the loudest ones are. Our Caribbeans are not bad, but the loudest ones are. So they are bad representation on their country, on their homeland. So Phil Scott started off rocky. He started off blaming us, FBAs. I know for sure he was blaming us, but he is on code 100% now. So don't judge him on his start. Judge him on his finish. That's all.
That is actually occurring while everything is going fast on the internet. It's hard for you to slow down, right? So slow down.
Yeah, but that dual split bullshit, I question that too. It's like, dude, you're the 100% FB or you're not, and then I can't rock with you.
And just read that, right? Once you read that, then you'll have the basic understanding of what it is and what it's not. I've been reading this whole weekend. I can officially say I know what the hell Pan-Africanism is not.
That's interesting because I invited him back over here to talk. Now, look, he told me, see, this is the weird shit I'm talking about, family. SLE44. I was on the phone with this guy. I want to say NIGGA, you dig? Because I'm in my feelings. I'm on the phone with this guy. He told me he is not a Pan-Africanist. He don't care about Garvey and those people. That's what he told me on the phone. He's not a Pan-Africanist. He don't care about Pan-Africanism.
That's crazy.
But then he just said this right here. Like this is weird, man.
I know what the hell
It is weird.
It's not.
Okay, dude, you just conceded to me on the phone like a goddamn bitch that you don't want to debate or represent or defend anything Pan-Africanism. On the phone, he told me this shit. And he's watching right now, by the way. Don't believe him or hers. Now, they both watching. We had like 200 something, 280 motherfuckers in here. They're watching, bro, because they subscribe to me. You dig? So they're definitely watching. You dig? I'm lit. So they watching. So they know I'm talking about them. He just told me on the phone that he's not a Pan-Africanist and he don't defend that shit. But he just said he did so much reading, he know what's Pan-Africanism and what is not. I mean, I'm like, it's just like, dude, you can't be a clown like that, dude. You gotta stand on something all the way. I know you don't want to hurt Dr. Mayat feelings, so you wanna cosplay the Pan-Africanist. But cool, just cosplay on my channel. Let me cook the shit out you, my boy, for content. I would do it for entertainment. I'll just cook you, like I've been doing. But to tell me you're not a Pan-Africanist and you don't defend it, and then say that dumb shit right there, it's just like, dude, like what am I to do with you from here on? Like, I mean, like,
Yup.
cause I look, if I call him, he'll pick up, but he won't click a Zoom link. Like, it's like, dude, what are we doing, man? Like, these guys are clowns, man.
Least be able to do that. You don't want to sound crazy around a bunch of doctors, Dr. Mayat and other doctors you brought in. You don't want to sound crazy around them. You want to have a fundamental, you want to sound like Chilimbe sounded when he was up here on the panel.
Love him. Love him. I love that brother. I can tell he studies. I can tell
None of y'all study. What the hell you talking about?
Oh my God.
You piss me off. Y'all just hold up books. None of y'all goddamn read. That's why y'all afraid of challenges. Like, you know what's crazy? I told somebody that rejected my invitation. I said, you know what's funny, yo? All y'all do is talk about Pan-Africanism. No, I'm sorry. All y'all do is talk about FBAs, but you never want to talk to an FBA. And I left it at that. I said, all you guys do is talk about FBAs, but you never want to talk to an FBA. After he rejected my invitation.
Research Supreme. Big up the Sister Tiff.
He had all of a sudden reborn pain. Yo, he just told me on the phone that he's not a Pan-Africanist. Cause I'm trying to cook him. Like, he knows when I say, yeah, bro, listen, man. If I invite you to my panel, trust me, I think I'm going to cook you. I'm not inviting you because it's kumbaya. If you don't identify as FB and I invite you, it's to embarrass you and cook you. Period. Like, and that's it. So he knew that when I was trying to invite him on, he all of a sudden, I don't care about Garvey. I don't care about Pan-Africanism. I'm not that. I said, okay. Again, it's a private conversation, so I'm not going to record it. You dig? I can secretly, but I don't because it's private and it's like whatever. It's not that serious to me to restart recording shit. You know what I mean? It's not that serious. But man, if y'all could have heard this fool say that, if I really had recorded it, but I don't want to start that. Like, it's okay to have a private, unrecorded conversation. You dig? But he told me he's not a Pan-Africanist. He doesn't defend it. He don't care about it. Now all of a sudden he is an expert.
It's Tiff. All the pseudo killers. Juju. Right? You want to be able to transmit and be a science advocate. And what that means is when you're faced with new data.
Okay. All right, let's fast forward this bullshit. I'm about to play this whole video.
No, that's me.
Brother. Yeah, no, yeah, that's what. No, because I'm just wondering. I'm questioning people's listening comprehension skills.
Me.
No, but brother,
listening comprehension skills. Now she holds a book she didn't read, but she want to question people listening comprehension skills. And when I invited her and she accepted it, matter of fact, look, I'm just going to show you the invitation. All right, fuck it. I'm going to block out any phone number she got in there. But I want y'all to read. Okay. I want y'all to read our conversation without showing any sensitive information. Okay. Let me make sure there's no phone numbers involved here. Hold on. All right. I want to just show you. Hold on. All right. But yeah, I know I ain't capping. But yeah, I know I ain't capping. This does say Dr. Mayat, msu@gmail.com, right? I ain't lying, am I? It does say that, right? Okay. I said, thank you, sis. If 7 a.m. EST isn't too early for you, then what? Then that works for me. If that's too early, then get back to me with a later time. I said, peace and blessings. She responded back, 7 a.m. is definitely too early for me. Okay. Now she's a scholar, PhD, but she said too early with one O. This is probably two O's right here. But anyway, okay, so I said I'll reach back out when I can find a stable time a bit later. I can keep in touch. So that was around the time when I first came to Jersey. So I really don't know what my schedule is because I'm in a whole different state. Okay, so watch this. Watch this. Okay, so you know it ain't cat. When I say some shit, it's true. All right. Period. Listen, she said again, I am open to coming on your platform if you would like to have a discussion. She said that. Take care, Dr. Mayat. And I'm just explaining, I don't hold Tariq as my leader, blah, 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 blah. She said, look, right here. Okay, I'm glad that you are willing to hear people out and if need be, then respectfully disagree. She said, well, I'm excited to have you on. Let you know, they'll be in link up. That might be me to her. That might be me to her. But you see the date. You see the date. This is her for sure. I'm at work at the moment, having awesome discussion. Because I said, look, she said, good morning, brothers. This is clearly her to me. All right. This ain't me to her because she's not a brother. Good morning, brother. I'm at work at the moment, having awesome discussion. So this is when she starts to shelf me. Because you're at work, cool, but when are you free? When are you off work? You dig? So she's being vague, very vague with her availabilities. And I think that's at the time where Unc made me let her know, like, hey, FBA News and Updates, that's unbiased sports. That's unbiased Ron. You don't want to fuck with him. Like, he know his shit, and he knows Pan-Africanism is a bunch of bullshit. So you might want to, like, rain check that guy. And ever since then, she's been sidestepping me, man. So, yeah, see? So now, told y'all. I normally don't share private, but I want y'all to know I'm not capping. I'm trying to get her ass on. You dig? And she's being like a fish. You trying to grab a fish slippery. She's like, you know what I mean? She's not letting me, she's at work. She's doing this, but it's never, hey, I'm available at 1 p.m. It's never, she's always letting me know she's busy, but she's never letting me know when she's available. So I'm like, okay, that's interesting. But I'm still trying because I want to cook her. So I'm like, all right, look, let me be patient. Let me not, you know what I mean? Let me just get it together and keep trying. But at this point, I know she's not coming on because of the title of this video right here. The title of the video is she throwing a shot at me because I talked to him on the phone and he related back to her. So, and I told him that Booker T. Washington was not a Pan-Africanist, which he isn't, as we just read. And she believes he is because she believed he is only because her friend wrote a book. And they didn't fact check the book. They didn't peer review it, but it's true because her friend wrote it. But I wanted to share with you, I was trying to get her on the panel to cook her on that Pan-Africanist bullshit lie. She strategically avoided me without saying I'm not interested. Okay, so I moved past her. So I got the other brother that's more deeper than her, that's more realistic, more reasonable. So the hell with her. So I'm just gonna cook her now.
Unc, have I ever threw a shot at Tariq?
Yeah, exactly. Donnie said she's playing. Exactly. She's playing. Like she knows she got a doctorate degree. I don't. I got a high school diploma, but she knows that she can't fuck with me on this one. She knows. That's why listen, trust me, if she believes that she can like do really good versus me, and she see all the momentum I got right now, this is the perfect time This is like Mayweather fighting Canelo. Okay, Canelo is new, but he's all the momentum's with him. So why not fight that guy to stop the momentum and get the praise for, defeating him and embarrassing him? So unbiased Ron, I got the momentum. I'm the new guy in town. This channel is what, 7 months new, and we're the live views, the likes. This shit is going crazy. So you can stop me right before I blow up, but you dodged me. So you're not like Mayweather. You dodged me. You did. You ran. You went the other way. You avoided me. You stopped me, you get hella credit. I'm well respected in this space, even though some y'all don't know who I am. But the holy FBA Codex, he knows I am Donnie. These guys know who I am. Right, Sabir Bey. My name is not like a no name in this community. I'm not super popular, but I'm not known. I'm known. I'm known for kicking ass. Okay, so I'm not known for losing. I'm undefeated in debates. All right, I'm talking about poll people choose the winner. I'm undefeated. I never lost like her. She got beat by pastor. She lost to a Christian pastor. What's his name? God damn. His name would come to mind, but she took a L versus a Christian pastor. Like he cooked the shit out of her. Okay, and I'll get his name in a second. But yeah, that's where we at. I'm undefeated. She's defeated. And hey, let's just have not even debate, a conversation about Pan-Africanism and about FBAism, but you just rather do videos with this guy.
Said any ill, negative things about Tariq. Then I said that I.
Well, hold on. Yeah. So the holy FBA Codex said he would do talking about Unc. He would do the same thing with him. He would do the same thing with me and Sarnetta. Right. Okay. Yeah. So you know I'm not lying. These guys would act like they're interested and try to steer you off, but never ever be really serious about having a conversation because deep down inside they know they're going to get cooked. Like all that doctorate degree bullshit she talking about, all those books she holding up, she knows that if she ever talked to me on this topic, she's done. And I'm saying that she does not know more black. Listen what I'm saying. I'm saying that she does not, all the doctorate degrees she got, I'm saying that she does not know more black American history than me in this country. That's what I'm saying. That's my claim. And she knows she doesn't because she hold up books and don't read them. Okay. I'm saying that she does not know more about black American history than me. And I don't even believe that she knows more about Pan-Africanism than me. And the average Pan-Africanists do not know more about Pan-Africanism than me. The average Jamaican don't know about Jamaican history more than me, and the average Nigerian don't know more about Jamaican history than me, and the average Sudanese person don't know more about Sudan history than me. Like this is shit that I hang my hat on. I know I'm going to cook them, and they know it too. That's why they avoid. And you guys see when people actually accept the challenge, they die right away. It ain't even close.
I disagree with his points, but Top Flight TV, I've called him. See, before I do YouTube, see, you talking to a real sister right here. I don't come on YouTube and talk.
You're not a real sister because I showed the dialogue between you and I in the chat, and you were supposed. You said you would be glad to hop on the channel. You never did. You made up excuses. You're at work. You're not at work. But one thing you never did was you never gave me an available time that you're ready to have this conversation. You never. Y'all seen the dialogue, some of it. All she said was, "I'm at work. I can't do it. I'm busy." But she never gave a time and day where she's free to do it. That's called running scared.
About behind people's back. Things that I've disagreed with Tariq about since you wanted Tariq's minions. So
now he's a Tariq minion. Okay, you are a Umar Johnson minion. You dig? Umar Johnson is the prince of Pan-Africanism. He's Papa. You are a Umar. You are an Umar Johnson minion. Deal with it.
I disagree with Tariq about. I actually call him and tell him We have a conversation.
Yeah, but that's not recorded, so we don't know if you're saying true or false. It ain't public. Matter of fact, do you know SLLE44 in the chat? Do you know she actually had like a small 10-minute interview with Tariq Nasheed, and she ain't say none of what she's saying right now to him. Like these are agents, man. I'm telling you,
I got
man.
a feeling they'll do the same thing with you.
Yeah, of course. That's why I want it public. I want no private nothing. Hey, yo, these people are agents, man. These are agents of white supremacy. And I'm saying literally white supremacy because my argument is Pan-Africanism is rooted from white supremacy, not anybody black. The whole movement, everything they believe in, I will argue that it stems from white supremacy, slaveholders, not no damn black revolutionary. Okay? That's my argument. So just debate me and win. That should be easy, right?
Yeah, but, they need to accept that challenge.
Yeah, well, I share some of our dialogue. You see, I'm trying to get her to come on, and she always talking about how busy she is. You dig? But she's not busy because she did this live right here. How long ago? She did this live
Come
right
on,
here.
real
19
sister.
hours. Look, 19 hours ago, and it has 1,000 views and 100 likes. This was a failed dialogue. She could have came over here. We could have probably did 500 to 600 live views. You dig? That would have translated to like 10,000 views once she ended, and maybe like 400, 500 likes. So it'd have been way more productive to have this same conversation with me because we would have reached more people, 10 to 15,000 people, and the likes would have been out the roof. Because I got a Pan-Africanist over here, and it's Dr. Mayat. So y'all would have showed up in droves because y'all would have loved to see what was going to happen. Okay, she avoided that, and she had to talk to this idiot that says ferocious reader.
Ferocious.
Yeah, this dude just made some shit up and attached reader to it, right? And that's where she wanted to be. She rests her hat on this bullshit right here. Thank you, Mr. AMG, again in the super chat. She would have called a duck, right, in boxing. Right, she's a duck. So family, don't let the same people listen. Mr. AMG, that's just $2. That's all you super chat. I don't want the same people feel like the burden is on them to support the channel financially. Chat. And I ain't saying today. I'm saying at least once every so often. You dig? Like, match your lineage relatives, man. Don't let them. I'm saying the same names always super chat and cash app. Like, come on, man. Now, if I was DJ Academics, if I was Cardi B, you guys be sending me millions of fucking dollars, man. Like, the self-hatred gotta stop. Like, some of y'all want me to win, some of y'all want me to win, and some of y'all don't. You dig? But guess what? If I do win, you guys made me. You didn't make Cardi B. You dig? You didn't make Math Hoffa. They were already who they were. Like, if I ever pop and be successful, you can literally say I made him. I attended, I liked, I super chatted, I supported. He wouldn't be shit without me. That could be your argument with me because I'm a grassroots. Y'all seen this channel. Look where I'm at. Y'all seen this channel go from 600 subscribers to 2,000. From 30 live viewers to 250. You guys witnessed that. Y'all seen the growth. So why would you not put your financial fuel behind this channel? Why would y'all wait to send Math Hoffer, the Shade Room, and a bunch of tethers? Like, that's the thing about the $1 trillion spending purchase power is that it don't never go to us. It's beautiful. We got the power behind the money, but it don't go to us. It goes to everybody but us. So we're dealing with some personal issues within ourselves, man. We want the money to go. We would rather the money empower everybody but FBAs. Tariq Nasheed should be a gazillionaire. This dude only got 250,000 subscribers. Are you serious? How long he been around? He should have 4 million. He should be up there with Charlie Kirk, Louder Crowder. He should be competing with those guys. He got only not even 700. He got 250,000. That's embarrassing, man. So listen, we're talking all the FBA shit, but like you said earlier, but my brother SLLE44 said You dig? Like, what are you doing with it? Like he said with the books, you're reading the books and putting it back. So we got money, but we're putting it back. We're not making FBAs great with the money. You feel me? We're now that's power. Using our money to make our lineage. Somebody, me, somebody, Tasha K, somebody, anybody. You dig? It ain't gotta be me, but I'm saying the point is us, our spending power should be known to making us great first, not academics, DJ Vlad, and all these fucking tethers and Traplo Ross. It should be us, Kai Sinat. It should be us. You dig? So Tariq, Jason Black, Alpha Mel, whatever his name is, dude, Afro Elite,
Black Alpha,
did it Sperling? What's his name?
Black Alpha.
Okay, yeah, because there's a guy named Alpha Mel that be doing dating advice.
Okay.
Yeah, I confuse him. Yeah, the Alpha Male series. But yeah, man, like yo, that spending power really has weight when it's responsible for foundational Black American men and women being successful. It don't get respect if it's responsible for Gucci or Louis or fucking Polo or somebody non-FBA successful. It's goofy spending power. It's serious when we're using it on our own. So I'm tired of seeing the same people always donating, super chatting, and cash apping. Like, yo, it's okay, man. Put the fucking cheeseburger down, take your ass home and cook, and send that super chat over here because it shows power. It shows that we support each other. You dig?
No doubt.
What's those chips called? The Taki hot chips. So those bullshits. Put that big ass bag down. Put that big bag of hot Taki chips down. There's no power in that. You dig? There's no symbolic power in that. Put that shit down. Take your ass to bed. You up 3 a.m. in the morning. Take your goofy ass to bed and send that $5 bag of chips. Send that shit in a super chat to Unbiased Sports or Unbiased Ron or anybody else. But since you're here, send it here. And that's power. That's called, at that point, that power translates to empowerment. You dig? It starts at power, but if you can build somebody up, that's called empowerment. You're empowering somebody to be great and successful. You dig? And that's because of you. But if you send your money recklessly anywhere, that's not empowerment. That's just power, but it's like useless power. It's like her power with a book and then put it back down and don't know what's in there.
We don't see eye to eye on a number of things, but I don't disrespect that brother, nor do I throw shots at that brother. Not at all. I appreciate what he does, the positive, the good that he's done. I don't destroy that brother. I don't talk about that brother. And I mean, am I lying about? Have I said anything negative or nasty or throw shots at that brother?
I ain't never lied on him. He got pseudo documentary.
No, I'm talking about me right now.
No, I said
okay. Yeah. So this dude try that with check it out. Yo, matter of fact, let me do this. Let me publicize our discussion. I unlisted it to give him because he was wrong and I didn't want to embarrass him. So he claimed he was coming back to like make it right. To say he was wrong, that's not what he meant. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now, since he ain't never made good on his promise, I'm going to now make our video public right now. Okay, hold up right here. Look, y'all can see. Y'all can see right now. Y'all can see my. Okay, you see. This says public. This says public. This says unlisted. This is Unc West versus Unbiased Ron. I got it unlisted. I'm not lying. It's unlisted. But I'm going to make it public now. See, it's unlisted. I'm making it public. So I don't lie. I keep shit real. Now the shit public. So now you guys can go see our dialogue. Only 16 minutes and 34 seconds where he act like the slave trade wasn't African ran. The selling portion. He tried to act like Africans were innocent on selling us. And there you go. You see me make it public live in front of you. It was unlisted out of respect for him. But now it's public since he never came back to make it right. Okay? It's that simple. It's just that simple.
No, you've never lied on him. I'm saying I'm the one.
No, disrespected him. That's what I mean. I
No.
never.
Wait. We got super chat. So yes, we got 3M, $20 super chat. Thank you, brother. Like I said, that's empowerment. Like, yo, you got to stand. Like, this channel is when we say grassroots, we don't know what that is.
Yep.
Grassroots means something starts from the bottom and you water it, you feed it, and then it grows up to be a big ass force to be reckoned with. Y'all seeing me? I'm at 2,000 views. Check out the history of my channel. That shit, like, it started like 2000 and like January. I'm sorry, not January. 2025 January or somewhere close. This is a brand new channel. So whatever success this channel gets is literally because of you guys. SLLE 44. He's helping because he's giving content. V4 Vengeance popping up. He's helping the channel. He's adding to the content. You dig? So anybody at Aspiring Heights called up, add to the content. So now you got 7 Up. He said thanks for the hard work, Ron. Peace. So that's flowers right there. You dig? So I appreciate that. But we're gonna close out. Let's get a little more. We out of here.
Y'all cool. You talk to him like, look, that's bull crap. Just because you think that indigenous black people was in America, that's your fault for not being able to read and write.
All right. So look. Hey, so I appreciate that. But we're gonna close out. Let's get a little more. We out of here. Hey brother, we're gonna close out. So we've been on here long enough, man. 7-8 hours. Let me get out of here. Let me take my son to the park because he's tripping. You dig? So thank you for adding to the adding to the content, contributing with some intellect. But I'm gonna close out. We're out of here. Yeah, my son like, yo, let's go to the park. Yo, we've been here too long. So I ain't trying to be disrespectful.
Take your son, bro. Hey, look like they stepped up in that chat at the end, bro. They started dropping it, bro. That's that FBA shit, man. They started dropping it for you, bro.
Appreciate it very much. But bro, we're out of here, man. Let me take my son. My son is like really agitated, and he's right. Been here way too long. All right, bro. I'm out of here, man. Peace.
All right, bro.